Yeah, we got it, we did it!
I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be you.
Whoa!
How are you?
Yes! Thank you, bro.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned, yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karakin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karakin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Mayhem continues in the second week of PMPL South Asia Season 3. This week's top fraggers are not too far away from the first week's top fraggers, and why would they be? People who are on this chart are here for a reason. Some players dropped out of the toppers list, most did their best to stay in the top 5 while struggling, whereas one particular contender blazed past the competition. Without further ado, let's jump right into it. Starting off at number 5, we have DRS Guys. This week, he got 32 kills and dished out 7,066 damage. He's also 5th on the overall leaderboard with a total of 60 kills and 14,438 damage across both weeks. This guy has the X factor. Once he pops off, there is no stopping him. He's a juggernaut. On day 1 of the Super Weekend, in match 3 on Erangel, DRS got a little help with the zone, getting the only compound, and Glazen let all hell break loose. He got 6 kills with 1,226 damage and plenty of assists.
Someone moves away from them, and right now they're gonna run out of smokes at some point or the other, and the vehicles have been completely wrecked here. Galden's gonna find Dante, and Jax finds DRS's Moro and A1.
And then once again in match 5 on Erangel, he again pops off with 7 kills in the end Gatka zone. In both the instances, they got the dub too. He wasn't a part of the top 5 in the first week, but this time he made plays that got him here. At number 4 is Hungry Box from Deadeyes Guys, with 36 frags and 6,417 damage. The story of Team Deadeyes Guys is completely the opposite of Team DRS. DRS was very aggressive in the first week, but this time they toned it down, whereas Deadeyes Guys became even more aggressive in week 2. A lot of the success can be attributed to Hungry Box. Even though his performance got him in the kill leaders this week and his team in the top 5, he isn't even in the top 8 when it comes to overall kill leaders. However, one cannot ignore his massive contributions to his team's success. One of his best moments came from the Sanhok game on day 1 of the Super Weekend. In that game, he got himself 7 kills, dishing out 694 damage. On the next day too in Sanhok, he was crowned as the MVP. This time though, he had only 3 kills with 732 damage, but it's enough to determine how strong he can be in the rainforest. Coming in at number 3 is the unsung hero of Team Zeus, Godless. He got 39 kills and 9,208 damage this week. Even though he got overshadowed by his own teammate Icy, Godless had a crucial role to play during the league days, which enabled his team to qualify for the Super Weekend. Godless was consistent and was picking up several kills on each day of the week. Perhaps some of his best moments were from the Miramar match on the first day of the league. Zeus Godless initiated a push onto StalwartFlex and sprayed down 3 people in a quick succession to finish the squad wipe. He was crowned as the MVP for that match. Also, how can we forget that wonderful nade in the very first game of the Super Weekend that knocked out 2 people and killed an enemy from Iron ES? That's one spicy meatball. He was not only great with his guns, but also his utility.
Z3us Esports are looking strong. They're looking so strong. Oh, the bounce is perfection! Oh, that is gonna find them all! Oh my lord!
At number 2 is the tragic tale of Venom Legends Steel Shot. He's got 44 kills and gave out 8,109 damage. But despite his strong performance, his team is barely holding on at the 10th spot in the overall rankings. While Venom Legends may not have had the best week, it didn't stop Steel Shot from keeping his team afloat. Usually his teammate Rafat gets all the limelight and Steel Shot is believed to be the support, but this time he took up the responsibility to not let the team tank too many losses. One of his best performances comes from Day 3, Game 3, where his team was able to get the zone advantage and they turned a tiny compound into a fortress and defended it with all their lives. Steel Shot got 4 kills in that match. And even though his own teammate Rafat got 5 that match, it was one of Steel Shot's most important games. That was the only chicken dinner that Venom Legends got this week, and Steel Shot holding onto that compound with iron will contributed heavily to their win. And at the number 1 spot is none other than Z3us Esports. He wasn't even in the top 5 last week, but now he stands atop a mountain of corpses. He leads not only as the kill leader this week, but also as the overall kill leader. He's bagged 54 bodies this week and dished out a whopping 5-figure number for damage, 10,963, making him as the MVP of the week. He dwarfs everyone else in performance. IC has not only had multiple 5-kill games on every day, but every single time that Zeus has lost people, he's always the guy remaining at the end to secure them a better place while also getting kills. He's also had some ridiculous moments. In Sanhok on day 1, he pulls off a 1v3 on DRS.
In the previous game as well, and now again it seems like DRS will not really be having the time because they are all the time going down for the players of Zeus. And this feels like deja vu.
And then on the final match of day 2 in Erangel, he casually pulls off a 1 versus 4 on PNQ with just utilities. Yes, that's right, just utilities.
Top spot, taking shots from absolutely everywhere as IC will just
oh my God,
bombing them down. It's again another artificial red zone being formed up by the players of Team Zeus, and it's just enough to wipe out the entire squad.
On day 3 of the weekend, in match 3 on Erangel, IC brings out the big guns, getting 7 kills, including 2 with grenades. With such great moments of utter dominance and sheer firepower, IC takes the throne of the best player of the week. These were the top 5 players of week 2 of PMPL South Asia Season 3. Do you want to watch more spicy outplays? Witness all the action live by tuning into the stream next week.
Hello everyone, welcome to the show where we will be having a look at how things went about in the second week of PMPL South Asia Season 3. Now, we'll start things off with having a look at the leaderboard, followed by we'll be having a look at the best performing teams of this week, and we will also look at their performance graphs. And then we will have a look at the top 3 players of the week. In the end, we will be having the MVP of the week. But keep in mind one thing, that due to the implementation of force majeure, the last 2 games of this Super Weekend have not been included in this recap.
When we talk about the leaderboards, there has been massive ups and downs if we talk about the teams and their performances, as Z3us Esports now is down to 10th position and they were topping up the charts previous week. Now Z3us Esports has taken that lead for themselves. Then Venom Legends is a team that has shown a massive boost in their gameplay and is right now in a top 10 for their gameplay. But Z9, this is a team that came here for the first time in the Super Weekend, and they right now are at 14th position with their impressive gameplay and 1 chicken dinner.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to have a look at the graphs of some of the best performing teams for this week. And we're going to be starting things off with Seal9, a team that showed up to the Super Weekend for the first time in the tournament.
Exactly, it was their first time, but the way they have showcased their performance, one chicken dinner, then a second position, it shows their consistency on the graph as well, and obviously with the points that they have accumulated, they are in for much more in the competition.
Exactly, but they are not the only team that has been climbing the leaderboard really fast. I mean, talk about Venom Legends. The team had a really slow performance during week 1, but here comes Super Week 2 and Venom Legends is on a destruction spree.
With the players like Rafa, they know their work, they know their job, and they know how to accumulate those points when it's needed. Plus, with one chicken dinner and obviously many more consistent performances, as you can see on the graph, they have showcased that their name is to be sung more and more.
Exactly, the slow start and then the speed pickups. But we also have a team that is sitting amongst the top 3 in the leaderboard. But the graph looks the exact opposite of some of the teams that we have talked about till now. We are talking about DRS. DRS during week 1. Oh god, they looked so impressive. Week 2, they're still doing really good. They're sitting on the second position in the leaderboard, but things seem to have slowed down.
Talking about DRS's performance, I mean, they do have $5,000 in their bank for
yes.
5 chicken dinners, but they have to maintain that consistency. Otherwise, things might just go on to some ups and downs. Now let's move on to the plays of the week. The top plays that caught our eye, and obviously the audience also enjoyed them while they were happening. The third best play for us is going to be the one that happened in Miramar. I mean, P and crew just charging on Zeus. Well, Zeus was topping up the leaderboard, but P and crew showed them who's the boss.
Exactly, and as we move forward, the second best play for this week is going to be again from Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. And this was a fight between Venom Legends and DRS. Now, this was pretty impressive because before this match, we did see Venom Legends sort of show signs of life, come back into the action, and then this happens and Venom Legends just go on to have a really good game.
Well, the first one is going to be from Miramar once again, but this time this constitutes to a chicken dinner. One player remaining, PN Crew Sandesh, against the lobby, like 5-6 players against him. He sees them fighting, he gets those kills, and that too in the Miramar, and then gets an M249 to finish off the one final player and get those 15 points and $1,000. Talk about a gameplay of the league.
So ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to have a look at the MVP of this week, and it is going to be Icy from Team Zeus.
I mean, talking about an incredible performance, this guy just showcases it on paper as well, and obviously in the field when he comes down to play. Because he and his team always had that synergistic gameplay for themselves, and you can see that by the number of kills that he has contributed to the team.
Exactly. So that's all we have for the recap of this week. Once again, do remember that due to the force majeure, the last 2 games have not been included in the players or the team's performances for the recap. And well, I guess we'll be seeing you again next week. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the third Super Weekend. This is where we're at day number 2 of the third Super Weekend, and it is off to an aggressive start when it comes to day number 1. But move on to day 2. Again, we've only got 10 matches. 10 matches is what remains as of this moment, and through those matches, of course, we're going to be moving on down towards what are those teams that will be part of the PMPL South Asia Finals. With that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag Wook Up Your Fun, and once again, a big thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm your host, Blotter. Let's move on to our analysts, who once again are going to be none other than Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma.
Thank you for the warm welcome again. And Ocean, like,
aggression is the name of the game right now, and this week needs it. This week needs it more than ever. So that's what every team is looking forward to. And hey, if you're going for an aggressive stance, you gotta be just prepared.
I mean, I would rather have a gun in my hand than just have my arms crossed. So do not cross your arms. Always be armed and take down your opponent.
We can. Exactly, because again, when you cross those arms, right, you are kind of giving away the picture that, we are already done, but you guys are not done. There's still a lot of journey to go
It gives
through.
you good predictions, though.
Yep, that is probably that 8-ball curve coming in along from the ocean side, but move that conversation towards what these teams are working towards. As we just mentioned, top 16 teams, yes, will be moving on towards the perfect PMPL South Asia finals. And when you talk about the finals, the prize pool for that is $150,000 on the line.
Exactly, and as we talk about it, so now the teams get to decide if they move forward, they get an opportunity to fight for the prize money in the finals. Along with that, along the journey, they can earn the $1,000 that are there for the Super Weekend chicken dinners. And well, the league stages are over, so basically those $2,500 that were there for the attendance fees, well, they have pretty much secured them.
They have secured those for themselves for sure, but every chicken is 1,000. Still 10,000 is up for grabs as of now with every game moving forward, because 10 games remaining. If a team just like F4's yesterday's performance, if you remember, 2 chicken dinners, they got 2,000. So teams are there. You just got to dominate just one game and then the momentum begins.
Exactly. When you talk about Team F4 or on the other tangent, you talk about Z3us Esports or all the other teams, of course, the way they've been able to rack up those points is based on those kills along with the chicken dinner. And whenever you talk about those kills, you always do walk away with that 1 point per kill.
And talk about getting points, I mean, yesterday we see F4 getting those points quite aggressively on the off maps again and again. Miramar and Sanhok were theirs. But as we move forward, I mean, it is going to be about being consistent on Erangel, getting those kills and getting those placement points at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. But these points is what, everyone's just going for. And that 1 kill, 1 point, we have seen a team, we have seen a few teams, if I will say, those always want to go for, they always have a game with at least 1 kill. They don't want to go out without any fight for themselves. That just means, they love to play against the odds as well.
Exactly. And that is something that you have to keep in mind always, because, I mean, we have talked about this time and time again. Aggression is good for you, but it does not always work out.
Exactly. But for now, again, there are a few of these teams that certainly do need to pick up that aggression performance, because that is what is required from them to be able to move along into the journey, and step by step they will probably do so. But with that, let's of course get introduced with the 16 teams that are part of this Super Weekend awesomeness. That's going to be the 3rd Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend.
Exactly. Starting things off, we have the first 4 names. That is Carnage, StalwartFlex, Z3us Esports and 7C Esports. Yesterday was a good day for 7C.
Yes.
Exactly, but just as we start off with Carnage, then we move to Stalwart, then there's obviously Z3us and there 7C. So the thing that this comes on is these 4 teams, these 4 names, they know how to make up their name. But StalwartFlex yesterday was in a bit of their own ups and downs as compared to what we have seen for themselves. Z3us Esports, meanwhile, again, they'll just come out, dominate, get a chicken dinner, be happy. That's what they always like to do. Carnage, the second, third, the fight that's been going on out there, it's still there. So I'd love to see, where they end up today. It's on 2nd or 3rd.
Exactly, and talk about
maybe
fights.
top.
Well, the fight was definitely brought on by this team, that is F4, right there in front of us, guys. And it was an incredible moment, because as we had a conversation with Khan as well after match number 3, he mentioned that missing out on that 2nd week, while it was bad for them because they missed out on the points as well, it gave them the opportunity to sit back, make notes and study what everyone else was doing. And all that research is finally paying off for this team in week 3.
Exactly, and that Miramar match just showcased it, right? That's where it all started. But talk about R3D, right, in this one. Because R3D, they still have to just, crack the code of getting into the top 16 marker. They might as well today, they might tomorrow. It comes down to how they are just planning their play styles and planning their aggression, because we know these players. We have seen these players from the previous time, like the PMCOs that we have started. So probably in the upcoming moments, they will be just out there in top 16, and that's what they want for themselves.
No two ways about it, but move the conversation towards these teams. Of course, right here we're looking at DRS, a team that has been doing really good for themselves, alongside which when you move the conversation towards 1952 PN Crew as well as Deadeyes Guys. I mean, Deadeyes Guys, alright, let's take them out of the picture. Just talk about PN Crew as well as 1952.
So PN Crew, I mean, their performance goes on week by week. I mean, 1 week is going to be really awesome. Week 2 was a really sort of downslope in the performance graph of the team. And week number 3, they are a bit the stagnancy is there for the team's performance, but hey, they have pretty much already qualified. They are still here, they're still playing their matches, so not too much trouble. Plus, I mean, the money is going to be distributed in the finals, right? So that is what the team, I feel like, is going to be aiming for, to perform in the finals.
Absolutely. For now, when we talk about how these teams are performing, well, that is of course going to be reflected onto the storyboard. That is the overall rankings, and of course it is Z3us Esports that has taken a massive lead for themselves, but DRS as well as Carnage are on the hunt.
This top 5 right now, you talk about Z3us, alright, 345. Then you talk about DRS, Carnage, T2K and DE. I mean, any team with one good game can just surpass a bunch of teams from themselves. If you talk about DE and T2K as well, but then comes down high voltage, right? They can also, I mean, they need back-to-back 2 good games if they're talking about toppling DE. But Venom Legends, yesterday's last game, you know, it was good, it was bad, it was ugly, it was crazy. It was just an incredible game, the way it just, you know, shaped itself. But A1 Esports again, top 10.
No chicken dinners.
No $1,000.
No $1,000 as well. Two things at the same time right there. But as we talk about things at the same time, I mean, we have to talk about the second page of the standings, where we have R3D Esports, and they're going to look to take down 2 teams in one go. The 2 teams that are not playing this week and are right above them, C9 XB Blood Legion. Now, we're going to take the target for R3D Esports as 124, because the moment they hit 125, they are going to be inside the top 16 and they will be moving to the finals. It is a 23-point difference that they have 10 matches to cover. An average of what, like, I'm going to take it as like a 24-point difference, because it has to be 125 for them to actually make it to the other side.
Yeah.
So 2.4 points per match.
Hey, F4 did that yesterday. I mean, F4 did that yesterday, right?
Yes.
The 2.4 points, I mean, they did 2 chicken dinners, if anything.
Exactly, and that is going to be very crucial. But talk about a team that did showcase that sort of performance that you're talking about, of course, is going to be Team F4. Now, I mean, redemption coming in from this team when it comes to the play that they showcased yesterday.
Alright, so there's slight maths in this one. I would just, you know, go for that. Khan 21 kills, double that. Voltrix 42 kills. Destroy 17 kills, double that. 34 kills by Wolverine. I mean, I just wanted to say that. And talk about the damage as well. 8110, 8110. Same with the Voltrix and Wolverine. It was just there. Thank you very much.
Man. Ocean and numbers. That's the thing. But I have to say this. So along with the mathematically linked numbers that the players showcased in terms of damage and kills, there were those survival times as well, which were, if you think about it, quite low.
I mean, the survival times were low because of that thing, you know, the previous week, the first super weekend when they were playing, right? So that's where the survival time started to build up its pace. But then this Miramar, it just changed everything for this team. And I would say one of the best holds. They took a fight against 1952, took a fight against Z3us, took a fight against the last final moments. So they showcased amazing gameplays, and it just helped them.
It certainly has helped them, because they've got, I mean, 20 games that they've played when it comes to the Super Weekends altogether. And through that, of course, we've got stats set up. So let's go on to the graph that will, of course, indicate what this team's performance has been like. In the initial few weeks, yes, it was a bit of an... They were trying to understand their synergy, and now they are finally at the level that we know this team deserves.
Exactly, and that was the thing. That was what was quite surprising, I think, to you guys as well and to the audience, that this was a team that was like doing really well as far as the PMC was concerned. Comes in with a lot of reputation because of the past, but in week 1 we did not really see them perform to the same level, and that is, as it was mentioned by the IGL yesterday as well, they were trying to read the lobby, see how things were going, and then also they were trying to come up with alternate play styles at the same time. It is a tough job. They took their sweet time. Week 3, you see the performance spike.
For the first Super Weekend, right, their maximum points were 10, as you could see right now in this graph. But after that, when yesterday's day arrived, they got 2 chicken dinners, got really high points. Even their bad games were not that bad, and their good games were compensating for those. So that just shows that, you know, they had done their job, and they did that in those 2 games that went on for something that they lost in the previous Super Weekend as well by not playing. So now they have $2,000 plus, they are in top 16. They have a sigh of relief. If they want to go for more chickens, obviously they will try to go for those ones.
Absolutely. I mean, their momentum has started, and it has started rolling in their favor. That is really good, but they hopefully will keep that working in their favor, because that's going to be the most crucial thing coming in from the side of Team F4. Now, that is again a team that is now looking really comfortable, but talk about teams that are not looking that comfortable. Teams that, of course, Super Johnny did mention right about now, which is, of course, going to be XP Blood Legion and R3D. Now, R3D is sitting at 101 points, and for them to surpass XP Blood Legion, that is going to be the story for today's 5 games.
Exactly, as Ocean mentioned, I mean, 2.4 points per match. It's not that hard to achieve. You can do that. Just one good game. Imagine R3D Esports get 1 chicken dinner with 5 kills. That's 20 points of the 24 that they need already in their code, and it's gonna make the journey so much easier. So I'm gonna say, like R3D Esports, there is a really high possibility they can make it, but they have to be extra careful.
Look at R3D's gameplay right now. As you see the highlights, they play on the opportunities. Once they get that opportunity, they would like to just go for the fights. Look at this. Once they see someone, they try to take the fights. They try to stay in their covers. They try to just be in the show lines, still take those opportunities in their own hands, and that's the thing that they'll have to just make sure of again if they want to just go for the fights. If they get that opportunity, yeah, it's theirs. But again, things sometimes turn good, sometimes they turn bad.
But we have to talk about what happened yesterday with these teams, the experimentation that was being done on those Erangel maps with the drop locations. One time it did work out, the other time it did not. So there's a 50-50 chance that things, if they keep on experimenting, they are going to work out in their favor. But R3D Esports, week 1, good performances throughout the day. Like Super Weekend, week 1, R3D Esports was really good. Then week 2, I don't know what happened, they just crumbled out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they had a chicken dinner previously when we remember, last time. But if we talk about the other gameplays as well, right? In this particular Super Weekend, you can see in the final 5 dots on this graph for your own self, they did leave it at a good momentum as compared to the other matches. So we'll have to see if they can pick it up again, because that's what we always talk about, the break that you get, right, of a few seconds, of a few days, few hours.
Well,
makes a mistake sometimes.
Exactly, because again, 5 games. 5 games is all these lads are going to have. But alongside that, when you move the conversation towards the first half of that storyboard is where the battle has been going on. Where you talk about the top 3 teams. Of course, you're talking about Z3us Esports, Carnage, and the Real Soldiers. They are going head to head, and if today will work in the Real Soldiers' favor.
All right, think about it. Think about it. How efficient the fights have been. One of the best damage given versus damage taken ratio. 45, almost 46,000 damage dealt and 35,000 damage received. As you know, 33,000 and 29,000. Right? There's still a big number of the ratio in Z3us Esports' favor. Talk about the kills, 172 kills, and they have been playing it perfectly. Like we talked about it, the perfect balance of kills and placement points. They have that.
Exactly, 170 plus placement points, 170 plus kill points as well. And it's going to take DRS Gaming at least 2 games, back-to-back 2 good games, and back-to-back 2 bad games for the side of Z3us to actually, for DRS to take over the first position. But that is sort of quite tricky, because we know whenever Z3us, even if they take an early exit or they are not having a good game, they're going to go YOLO and get those kills. 4 to 5 kills every single match. Wasn't true yesterday though. Yesterday there was one game where they had just 1 kill point, one game where they had just 1 placement point. The entire team was like taken out quite earlier on in the game. So I mean, it is going to be quite tricky for DRS, because they have the pressure of Carnage right behind them as well. T2K is there, Deadeyes is there as well. So let's see if they can make it happen today.
There have been some times when we have seen Z3us versus DRS fights happening as well on the ground as well. So if we talk about those fights as well, right? That's where we see both the teams showcasing their 100%, because they know what they are against. They know the competition, and if the top team or the second team is against them, they know that they are a threat to them.
The interesting part about that is every time we see these teams these two teams collide against each other, it's always, I mean, never in the early stage, it's always either mid-game or late game.
Absolutely, mate. But that is what the story has been from these teams, and along with that, it has been a rewarding experience when it comes to this final Super Weekend. But move the conversation towards you lads sitting back at home. We are talking about nothing but, of course, the giveaways. This is going to be the perfect opportunity for you sitting back at home, the fans, to chime in along towards this mega event where, of course, there are just so many gifts that are being distributed throughout. When you talk about, of course, the league plays, yes, we had those in-game rewards. You move on down towards the Super Weekends, you are looking at AirPods Pro, you're looking at gift cards in your local currency, along with which, of course, when you talk about those virtual gifts, I mean, come on, there are just so many of them that are scattered all across. But let's move it down and explain it a bit better. When you talk about the in-game rewards, right, you have to, all you gotta do is join into the action of PMPL South Asia via the Esports Center. As you start watching all these games, these action-packed games, you will be earning points, and those points can then be multiplied by guessing weekly winners or participating in the lucky draw. And a few lucky peeps sitting out there will certainly be getting that permanent outfit for yourselves to, of course, flaunt in the lobby amongst your friends and get that boost that, hey, I gave my support to the fans, and look what what PMPL South Asia has given me. But move that conversation from those virtual gifts towards things that you certainly do want to be a part of. This is, of course, going to be the AirPods Pro conversation, which is going to be the super giveaway, in which it's not only the AirPods Pro, you've also got gift cards in your local currency, along with which, of course, there are in-game items, and these are going to be worth collecting. But to be a part of this, do not forget to hashtag PMPL South Asia along with your unique UID code, followed by the region that you're joining from, the teams that you are supporting, the regions that you are supporting. That is where all of this will go down towards. And again, as it clearly states, countries with the top kill leaders will win more rewards. So support your teams, support their journey, and once they see that, they'll get that boost as Team F4 did showcase yesterday.
Exactly, and if you keep supporting, as you said, the boost comes into the players. They earn more kills, your chances of winning stuff go up.
Absolutely, but with that, let's get our day started off. Of course, we've got 5 games as we've been saying. Let's move on to the schedule where indeed, once again, we start off the day on the map of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Erangel, right? Erangel has showcased us many stories. Many stories are yet to be written, but there have been so good of the games. Like, imagine Z3us clutch yesterday. If you talk about the query game yesterday. If you talk about some decent chicken dinners, talk about some
Deadeyes Guys getting that chicken dinner once again.
Exactly, and also
so many things.
One thing I want to talk about, the experiments that were done on Erangel yesterday with the drop locations towards the southern side of military. So I would love to see. So it happened twice. One time PN crew went there, the other time R3D went there. What if both of them decide to do it at the same time?
Well, we're talking about a rivalry. We're talking about a rivalry that is certainly going to be that much more entertaining. But with that, move on to the prediction. What do you guys think? Today's first game is going to go towards what region?
There has been a thing, second day always of a super weekend has been for DRS. It has been a thing.
All right. Well, Johnny, anything you'd like to add?
I hope A1 Esports do better. I'm going to predict they're going to be in the top 5.
All right.
That's
That's certainly a fair statement indeed. With that, it is time to move on to our Erangel boys are going to be taking you guys through this first game of the second day, third super weekend. It is, of course, experiment and play that I'm talking about.
Thank you again, Blotter. These guys are always nice, always look good as well, unlike myself and XP, although I'll give QZ XP, he is always dressed and ready to kill. Dressed to kill, rather. How are you feeling?
I am feeling good. I got the pink shirt out today. Of course, it is the weekend and the second day of the super weekend, in fact. And like I said, I'm feeling good and dressed to kill. Yeah, I'm dressed to kill right now, but there are teams over here who are trained to kill, and that is who we've come to have a look at. It's going to be an action-packed day for you once again, and well, I just can't wait.
I can't wait either, XP. We are entering the second day of the final super weekend. That means we have 10 games remaining in total. What are you talking about? Oh, my guns. I want to see my guns. Anyway, we do have only 10 games remaining for the super weekend. A lot on the line for a few of these teams, and obviously for a couple of them, it's all about getting the $1,000 of chicken dinners. The heavens will part once more right above us, and we're going to be wasting no time, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be jumping into the first game of day 2 of the third and final super weekend, and once more we find ourselves on Erangel. It's going to be starting for Primorsk, it's going to be heading all the way to Kameshki, and we have 16 teams who are going to duke it out.
They are going to duke it out, but the question is, where is all this duking going to take place? I mean, most probably the circle is going to come down to Primorsk and Ferry Pair, and Blade, the camera is off now. You can stop checking out your guns. Now, all the teams are going to be jumping down. Looks like Venom Legends this time are going to be heading to Primorsk as usual. They love doing that. 1952 should be on their way to the Ferry Pair. They want to make sure that they get their loot, and also just in case the circle does shift down south, they can always take a boat and head to the Sosnovka military base. Now, StalwartFlex, you reckon they'd ever change their drop spot play?
I mean, I've said this before, death, taxes, and StalwartFlex heading to military base. I don't think that's going to change. I do believe they're going to be sticking with their guns, and why not, right? They're right now, they're in the top 10, and if they have a good day here today, they could easily catapult themselves up to the top 5. Taking a look at the overall rankings, while these teams are going to be gravitating towards their usual drop locations. We have Z3us on top, 345 points. Had one spectacular game yesterday in Erangel. We had DRS cracking, the second team to crack the 300-point barrier on 309. Carnage on 295. T2K and 284 tied with Deadeyes Guys. And then, of course, we have high voltage Venom Legends, 7C, A1, and StalwartFlex. A1 Esports, as our Dust pointed out earlier, XP, yet to get a chicken dinner.
Oh, and well, they might just get one over here, because look at the circle. It is a little different to what we are used to. However, I think it's because of R3D. Remember, whenever they head over to Kameshki, they always get that northern circle. I think they are pretty much the factor that determines it. But right now, 1952 also are going to be pretty nearby Venom Legends. Mind you, this is near the ferry pair, so chances are you are going to see these teams amongst one another. No takers for the military base except StalwartFlex. I did kind of see Future Station jump out over Milka. I was expecting them possibly to get a couple of vehicles and drive down to Nova Repnoy, but they are going to be happy with the power station and, well, the eastern aspects of Milka. Otherwise, everything looks pretty much the same. Everything is going to be what we are used to. The teams are dropping where they love dropping. Z3us Esports now, again, they have dropped down to the compounds near the shelter. And, well, they are going to be going on the hunt. Now, you are pointing something out. Future Station, that's what I just said. They're going to go to Milta Power this time. Normally, what I was expecting was they might take a couple of vehicles at the bridge, the eastern bridge that leads to the military base, and they might head to Novo. But I guess it's the right call since the circle is all the way up to the north.
Indeed it is, and looking at all the drop locations here, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for Future Station, though, that usually they do like dropping towards Georgiapol. Whenever they do that, Zeus follows them, and now they're heading towards Milta Power, and Zeus are nearby in the vicinity. Thankfully, for the side of Future Station, they are not going to be on top of them, and I do hear a word from a production that, unfortunately, we might have a match rehost. Looks like a couple of teams just timed out there.
They just could have timed out, and I guess it means the circle is going to be
different again,
doing what it does best. And any predictions over here, it's going to go down to Primorsk again. But with that, of course, as the lobby is going to be rehosted, I know you don't want to see ugly mugs right now. We're going to take a quick little breather. It's going to be quick. Don't go anywhere because the action is going to continue right after this.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Kharkiv. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Kharkiv. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Kharkiv also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Kharkiv. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Kharkiv tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here for you.
Whoa! How are you? Yeah! Thank you, bro.
head?
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4 km humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refined pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the PMPL Season 3. Of course, this is the 3rd Super Weekend. Now, before we get into all the action, first of all, I love all the new advertisements PUBG Mobile is coming out with. 2 things I did kind of pick out. It looks like our parents aren't going to be mad at us playing PUBG Mobile anymore, and you should get on this because it's a family thing now. That is, of course, the first thing. And I kind of think that they also broke the whole quarantine situation, because the moment you press accept, boom, somebody's just going to come out of nowhere.
That's terrifying.
Did you see that? I think they've broken it.
That's actually terrifying. I would not want my dad dropping into my bedroom. That would be very awkward indeed.
It is going to be messy. I mean, I've seen your place and...
It's clean. Listen.
That's what he says.
What are you talking about?
Also, I like the fact that, PUBG is actually teaching us new things about the economy. If you saw the advertisement about Karakin, we have island bustling with economy. Of course, the textile industry is booming over there. But I got to ask you a question. They've mentioned a lot of residents. I've been running around that island for quite a long time. I didn't see any residents play. Where are they?
I think they're dead, XP. I think they're all dead, especially when your houses are going to be blown up by explosives and people running around with guns looting your stuff. Either they're dead or they've left the island would be the guess I would hazard.
But then they at least rebuild the houses again because it looks like a brand new place every single time. But that's our lame attempt at humor right now, of course, as the match is going to be underway. But I was wondering, where are all the people? I wish there was some people nearby. But again, before we get into the game, let me ask you a couple of more questions. Let me try and put you on the spot, as you love putting me on the spot every now and then. Now, we're not going to do the whole prediction game.
Okay, thank you.
Or we might. See, you didn't predict that now, did you? All right, so which team do you think is going to run away with the show tonight?
Do you mean by the most number of chicken dinners, or who's going to perform the best? Because I have an easy one. It's going to be the Mongolians. Z3us Esports.
I gave it to you, and it was pretty easy, so you can pick and choose. See, I'm not that big of a...
I'm going to go with Z3us Esports, but I'll tell you one thing. I want one team in particular to finally sink their teeth into that chicken. It has to be, are you copying me? It has to be A1 Esports. They haven't got a single chicken dinner yet, and they have looked very, very good so far. It's about time they got a chicken dinner.
They have indeed. You keep talking because I'm going to just copy you right now. Can you change your posture because I'm getting a little uncomfortable? Which he probably won't because he knows that, you know, I'm going to get a little bit conscious. But again, we've been babbling on for a few minutes, and I'm pretty sure you guys are like, what are these guys talking about? So let's do one thing, Blake. Shall we watch some more advertisements and learn a little bit more about the economy and how to get closer to your family?
Yeah, a PSA about Karakin coming up. I do apologize though, a little bit of some technical issues right now in the server, so hopefully that should get fixed as soon as we're back from what should hopefully be a very, very quick break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Whoa! How are you? Yes! Thank you, bro. Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refined pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Whoa! How are you? Yes! Thank you, bro.
Welcome back, everyone. I do thank everyone for their patience as well. We are finally going to be going live here, and of course, it is going to be the first game about to go live. We're wasting no more time. I'm not lying. XP has finally jumped in. He jumped into the server. He fixed everything. Thank you so much for finally allowing the games to happen, XP. What did you do?
I just waved my magic wand around. I could not keep a straight face for that, but yeah, I just waved my magic wand around and everything is working. This time, let me tell you one thing. We are live. The game is going to be underway very shortly, and in about 20 seconds, let's see if my predictions are going to be true. The portals above us shall open once again, letting all those nice little rays coming in.
Knockwood.
I know you guys at home are going to be like, if there is another delay, we are out of here. But you know what? In about 10 seconds, we are going to be taking off to the beautiful island of Erangel, where all the players are almost ready. They're psyching each other out in the boot camp right now.
Here we go! Here we go! It's actually happening!
It's time!
It is time indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally underway. I am finally ready to jump into this. I have been so looking forward to casting this game and looking at a plane path, wasting no time. We're going to be starting from Kameshki. R3D is going to be very happy about that. And is going to be heading all the way towards a military base.
I like the fact that you're deliberately messing around with that, because he's just messing around with you guys. R3D, of course, is going to be dropping down in Kameshki, hoping that they take the circle with them as well, because the military base belongs to one team and one team alone, and that team is, of course, StalwartFlex. Now, if Z3us Esports decide to go and tango with them, that is something that we could look forward to. We have seen things like that in the past, but now teams can kind of change things around a little bit, because, you know, you'd have an idea where the groups were jumping in the last game. Now, Future Station, of course, we are going to be keeping an eye out on them. Are they going to be heading towards Milta as well? Because this time around, Venom Legends are going to be heading to Milta, so we might have a little bit of an early clash early on.
We could indeed. What I'm curious about is the fact that when it comes to...
I'm sorry to interrupt you right now. Future Station are going to be heading towards Novo Repnoi, which means we might have some action breaking out on the military base sooner or later. Of course, on your screens, you can have a look. 1952 are going to be heading over to the ferry pair, which is going to be something that they would want. And there you have it, a different circle this time. We are going to be heading to the northwest with the ruins pretty much in the center.
And that means a lot of these teams will have to traverse what could be dangerous terrain to find themselves in the play zone. We of course have PN Crew. They're going to be heading towards Saverni as usual. R3D are going to be very happy with the way the circle played out. On the other hand, Venom Legends, Future Station towards Novo Repnoi, like you called out. StalwartFlex, we have T2K, we have Z3us Esports, we have F4 as well. Everyone's outside, and Jax is playing, well, if I can't see you, you can't see me with Joker. And Joker looks like he will miss what could have been an easy prey.
That is some witchcraft, let me tell you right now, because I thought maybe he could have been seen, but looks like we've got some invisibility potions.
Or a cloak of invisibility.
There
maybe.
you go. Any Harry Potter fans out there?
I'm sure there are. Well,
is it fine that if I'm still a big Harry Potter nerd right now? Because I kind of rewatched all the movies recently.
have you read the books?
I'm a 21st century nerd. I only do media.
So you don't know how to read. All right, cool. Thanks for letting me know, XP. But then again, I'm not even kidding. XP can't even read the names of his teams. He relies on the colors, and he has a sheet right next to him. Yes. And I tell him, he's like, purple, what's that play? I'm like, that's Carnage. That's Carnage.
That's why I'm only talking for a living, Blair.
There we go. That's why I'm talking for a living as well, because I suck at playing any game. We do have, of course, Future Station all the way towards Novo, as it was pointed out earlier. StalwartFlex was a military base. 1952, even though they're towards a ferry pier, they are literally on the very periphery of the play zone, so they're going to be pretty happy. Almost all these teams, smack center, are going to be happy. What could be dangerous is for Venom Legends and F4 and DRS, once they move on in, it could get a little hectic.
You I definitely know what a wild card is. Now, again, if you have a look at where all the teams have dropped, this is where they go every single time. The wild card here is Z3us Esports, because kind of looks like Godless is already on the move. He is happy with his, well, whatever gun he picked up first. Could be a pistol, could be a submachine gun, could be a shotgun, and he's already heading into enemy territory. And Icy, on the other hand, is going in the opposite direction. Z3us are playing the usual game.
Z3us are basically giving themselves a handicap. They're like, listen, if you're a four-man squad running around, it's not going to be fair to anyone. So they're going to be splitting up in pairs and working their way through. Leo's not even in a pair; he's all by his lonesome. Future Station, though, right now they had a pretty decent day yesterday. They still have 2 days here to play it out. But according to my calculations, the minimum number of points they're going to need is 125,
I think.
25. Because there are still a few teams outside of the top 16 right now. Now, 125 in 3 days, it's hard. Is it doable? Yes, it is. It's very doable, but they need to have one of those explosive days today. Yesterday was the first unit super weekend, so maybe they're taking things a little slow. We saw them in the first Erangel as well, coming in very late into the circle. But today, now they should be feeling a little comfortable. I want to see them go out all guns blazing.
That was absolutely true. Of course, in the first game, they were taking things just a little bit slow, but then once they amped up the aggression, once they actually started picking fights with whoever was around them, that is when things got interesting for them as well. And they did rack up a few kill points, and subsequently the position placement point came in as well. So again, they need to take fights. If they back out right now and play a bit too safe, it's going to be dangerous. But some teams do not play safe. And have a look at that. Z3us on the move as Ziol and Icy are going to be driving by. They would have an idea that 7C could be here, but I think they basically want to call Olympus their home.
I like how Z3us traversed all the way from Shelter straight to Georgia Pole, driving past 3 or 4 teams, not giving a damn. And somehow no one's rattled off a shot. So they're going to be smack pretty much center of the circle, pushing deep inside and no one taking any shots at them.
Looks like 7C's Memo might be giving them a chase, and have a look at that. Shots are going to be fired. Someone is going to dismount from their vehicle, and, well, Memo could be in a world of trouble at the ruins.
We also have Skylight Gaming in nearby in the vicinity towards Gatka, and they could be hearing these vehicles passing on by. But looks like no one's looking to pull the trigger this early in the game, you know. It is, again, a lot on the line for a lot of these teams, and even for the ones who go on, you know, even for the ones who are pretty much guaranteed to play the playoffs, it's also kind of like making a statement. It's also trying to tell these teams that, hey, it's not just about us getting the points. We are the dominant alpha in the server. That's what teams like Z3us have showcased so far. DRS have been comparatively little quiet. Yeah, they got a couple of chicken dinners here and there, but I would like to see DRS and Carnage really step it up as well. Rick has been spotted out. Ziol playing it smart. He knew he was alone, and he decides to take a little bit of cover.
Looks like Z3us are going to have some squatters at Mount Olympus, because 7C Esports are already traversing up the hill and calling it their own, which means well, the boys from Z3us Esports are going to have to wait out a little bit. And just a little bit is the words you want to emphasize on, because they're not ones to wait forever. Now, they don't have the loot that they want. Level 1 helmets are not really going to cut it when you want to go into a firefight, especially since they love doing it solo. So expect maybe a couple of more loots, and, well, looks like things are changing. Maybe they realize that it's Z3us Esports who run the tail, and they've left Mount Olympus for the boys from Z3us. Could be, but again, 7C's Esports know one thing. Look, if you are going to go and post yourself high up on a mountain, if you get spotted, chances of coming down could be a bit tricky.
We of course have Z3us, the 2 members, it's Godless and Leo, all the way towards South Georgia, towards the containers area. They're going to be looting up, while the other 2 players are going to be towards the mountain. A1 making a lot of noise. 7C, they hear this and they're going to be looking to get a knock early on, and indeed it will happen. Dante finished off and kicked straight down to the 9th circle immediately, and that's going to be first blood being drawn by 7C.
7C again, a team that didn't really have the best of days yesterday. They are going to be amping up the aggression for themselves as well, and A1 Esports find themselves in a similar situation, but looks like Z3us are going to be opening up on Skylight Gaming as Heaven has been sent to the heavens above. And Leon, well, you are a lone king on this mountain. You need to get out of there stat.
Can he though? Zio from above, he's got a line of sight, he's going to rattle off that M4. But the moment he realizes those bullets aren't really going to connect, he will reposition himself to find a better angle, but Leon has indeed run for the hills. And he knows where 7C's position is, because 7C did rattle off a few bullets and got that one kill onto A1 Esports. So they need to be very wary of where Z3us's position are, that they are exposed and their position has kind of been compromised. Looking at the circle though, everyone's kind of congregating towards the middle right now.
They are congregating with a few teams still out in the blue, Future Station and Stalwart being one of them, but looks like shots are going to be fired around. Deadeyes Guys, there you have it. DRS, again, they need a couple of good games to propel themselves up on the leaderboard once again, as Hungrybox is going to be throwing that nade with intent to kill, and
did it bounce off something?
It could have, because if this was the grenade that went off, then I think he moved left a bit too quick.
Perhaps he did. So a bit of a early standoff here between the 5th place team, that is Deadeyes Guys, going up against the 2nd place team right now in the overall standings. As the first knock will take place, it's going to be Hungrybox. Drop down and out in the open. There's no one nearby. That's going to be an easy finish for Mafia Ninja.
These positions are what are really important. But of course, Hungrybox is going to be taken out from this game. But you know, that staggered formation that I've been talking about, time in and time out, that is what is really the unexpected factor that comes in, because you really have no idea, or you really don't anticipate someone to be far, far away, covering someone who is pretty much, say, a few feet away from you. So again, providing cover is essential, and these boys are doing it to perfection. Meanwhile, Z3us Godless is going to finally open up on Turulov as he gets taken down, but they have enough cover for the revive to come in.
Godless, we know how good this guy can be with bolt action weapons, and it's clearly showing that he is very handy, even with the semi-automatic ones. The Mini 14 will be a deadly weapon in his hands, and getting the knock onto Turulov. He knows the res is going to be coming on in. He knows he won't be able to confirm the kill, but he is putting the fear of God inside of the players from 7Cs. Meanwhile, DRS opting not to push their luck any further. They know Deadeyes Guys have this compound for themselves, and they're going to let them have it. They've got the one kill, and they're going to reposition themselves.
Reposition, but have a look at Mafia Ninja's position. If he's going to be staying there, I'm going to be expecting a little bit of flank, because on your screens right now, just to the left, we have high ground. And we have a mountain, as looks like PN Killers want to join in on the fun as well, and Z3us Esports are going to come under fire for the first time. But again, coming back to the DRS fight, I wouldn't really say they're running away, because there was this massive mountain just northwest of Deadeyes Guys' position. And again, if you're not careful, you can get shot down. But someone who has to be careful of the boys from Team F4, as they realize High Voltage already have the little ridge, the little hill that they wanted to go to, and they made the right call to back off, because they really don't have any angles.
This particular ridge just reminds me of a massive serpent, more like an anaconda or something. Anyway, that's my imagination running away with some wild things. High Voltage.
What kind of documentary did you watch?
All sorts of. And nowadays I'm watching a lot of true crime. There is a drop there. Now, Extreme, is he feeling brave? It looks like he is. He's going to be going for it. He's not going to be stopping right next to it, though. He's going to be stopping a little further away, scoping things out, just spinning his controller around, trying to spot anyone in the vicinity, and that should be a free loot for the lad.
Could be indeed, but they are going to be careful. But it's Assassin who's going to come in and get that level 3 helmet and the level 3 armor. And look at that, the Grotza is going to be in his hands. Again, I love this weapon. It's like a hot knife cutting through butter when you want to decimate your enemies. Decimate, I beg your pardon. But, well, looks like PN Crew can join on the fun as well, as yet another Grotza is going to be falling down from the heavens above. But this time, looks like it might just land in the water. Or maybe my depth perception is a bit too off. It might actually be on land over here. Camera, help me out. It's going to be on land.
Right on the edge. Ziol, however, will be landing a kill, landing a knock onto Killer from PN Crew. We did see PN Crew unleash a hail of bullets in the direction of Zeus earlier, not able to find anyone. Multiple Grozas. This is the third Groza getting dropped.
Let me just quickly say one thing about P and crew. Now, I want to see how they pick the fight over there, because this is the general area where they do drop by. Remember, they take the water city, they take bits of the ruins, and of course, they are always north of the river. So this is a place where they should be comfortable with. They should have all the angles, they should have all those little flanks covered, not just for themselves, but, you know, to expose the enemy as well. So again, it could be challenging because teams are going to be surrounding them sooner or later, but I think if they're in their element, they just might win out these fights. But again, the question is, where is the circle going to go next? Any predictions there, Blake?
Shooting range.
I say Georgia Hospital. Come on.
Shooting range.
I need to be right.
Shooting range.
I need some confidence in my life as well. I mean...
Call it a draw.
It's... No. It is not a draw. Have a look at that. Georgia Paul is in there. The hospital buildings are in there. So, you know, this time I win, Blay. I win.
Fine. You can have this one. Well, what we do have are a lot of teams. Future Station. Wait, what? F4's not taking the shots, but Tamim will immediately have to take a detour. They let Badrev go on past. And now Badrev is going to be knocked down. He tried his best to jump into the water, but he will be knocked. And he's getting shot at by Carnage from afar, as Tamim will be knocked and finished off as well by Wolverine. And F4 are making life miserable indeed for Future Station. Badrev will be finished off as well. And now Future Station, they took forever to sticking around towards Nova, and they come straight. That's a problem, right? You come in so late into the play zone, there are going to be multiple teams lying in wait.
That is a problem, but a little bit of critique coming in over here as far as Badrev goes. Now, if you are going to commit to shooting an enemy, that means you better commit. Wait for your teammates to give you that cover. Had he probably let a couple of magazines loose in that car as it was coming and, you know, stopping while the teammates of the opponent team F4 were dismounting, he might have got a lock, and that might have put them on the back foot. But again, I think that was a bit of a mistake, but a good call by the remaining members of Future Station to back out, because again, remember, these are very crucial games for this team.
Yeah, they're battling to enter this bridge right now. Right now, F4, they have control of that mini island, you can say, right? And they will be able to move on in. Meanwhile, P and crew are going up against Deadeyes Guys, and that's a couple of knocks already taking place here as we have Snipe, YT out in the open. Deadeyes Guys, one of the members finished off by Zeus, who seemed to be third-partying this battle between P and crew and Deadeyes Guys. There we go. Illusion will be finished off by Godless. It looks like Deadeyes Guys are looking like they are in a bit of a pickle. They're down to the one-man squad. The nade from Blade is perfection. Snipe will be knocked. And I did say it was kind of out in the open, and Blade's pushing on in. Now Jiggle can provide a little bit of covering fire, which they are indeed. Blade, he needs to be a little wary. He can't get over-eager and try and go in for the finish.
Absolutely. If he gets over-eager, it could get problematic because they do realize where the remaining members of C and E are. They are further away, and also, mind you, they are at the edge, the periphery of the zone. So all StalwartFlex need to do is make sure that they come in towards them. Now, Snipe, of course, is going to be locked. But have a look at that. We did have a knock over there as reviews did go down. Again, they might just lose the first 8 or 2, but it was kind of uncalled for. Now, C and E are going to be put on the defensive because they're going to have to figure out a way to get inside the next circle.
Next circle, obviously, being what everyone is waiting for right now. Still, all teams in the server, all the Deadeyes Guys are surviving on just the one member. That's going to be Shifu. He's going to channel all his skills. Jiggle spotted out by Uzum there, but he knows that it's not really worth taking the duel here. DRS on top of the ridge. Venom Legends going to be pushing up against it. Galton out of the open, running around. He's going to take a bit of damage. Nemo replies back. Frypan cooking the nade. He tosses it in, and it's going to sail high and above and almost finds Nemo. A follow-up nade could indeed do the trick. Now, this battle between DRS and Venom is not for any... it's not finding any, for any zone control, because both these two teams are in the play zone. And if you can take a very quick look at the play zone right now, it is going to be heading towards the eastern side of North Georgia, where a lot of these teams are already present. But we still have a number of teams way outside, like 7C, A1, Z3us Esports, Future Station, Carnage, and StalwartFlex.
And you're absolutely right about that fight between Venom Legends and DRS. It wasn't for the position, but again, that hill, getting that height advantage is something that they can capitalize on later. Now, have a look at high voltage's position. They are going to be coming in from the north, and they are in a really, really good position. The only thing that worries me about Venom Legends right now is I'm going to stop because it looks like DRS are going to go for the enemy, and 7Cs are right in front of them.
There we go. The vehicular explosion taking down Rig, and he will be finished off as well by Gyaldzin. DRS racking up a couple of kills here. Mimo from 7C. They I can see him almost lonesome, but his teammates are nearby. But like we said, the rotation coming in as Venom Legends, even though they had that hill, they are exposed completely to one direction.
And talking about the hill, you are exposed from a lot of angles, and well, there you have it. Void almost getting knocked off his feet. He needs to go in for the kill. I like the fact that he is committing to that fight because Wolverine has a wonderful position. Rafith in the smoke as 3 members of F4 are pretty much right on him, and there you have it. Khan blows him to his knees.
And he's gonna burn him alive as well with the Molotov. There you have it. Rafith immediately taken down. His last rights will be read for him as well. Void out in the open, spotted out as well. And now 2 members remain for Venom Legends. They were going up against DRS earlier. Instead, it looks like F4 was a team they needed to be more worried about. They're getting shot at from multiple directions, and the bullets somehow finding them in the smoke, barely alive on slivers of HP. These 2 players, and Void crawling to his teammates. The heal will come in for Steel Shot, but for how long can they stay alive? Destroyer pushing on in, trying to live up to his name, spraying blinded through the smoke. He's going to find another knock, and 1 player left standing. Never mind, everyone taken out. F4, they alt F4 Venom Legends out of the server, defanged.
Looks like they are the new kings of the hill, so to speak, as DRS kind of backed out and Venom Legends were decimated in a matter of moments. But right now over here, Zeus, Icy, what are you doing amongst the members of the enemy? He is between 4 members from Stalwart, as Godless is going to be joining him as well. That grenade, had it been a little lower, it could have been devastating for Godless.
Oh man, Godless from above, and StalwartFlex, they were in such a good position, but now they're trying to be trolled under the bridge, and Zeus are like, nah, ain't gonna happen on my watch. Anubis from the distance though with a nice shot onto Icy. Leo will drop Edgar from R3D across the water. Now Icy's got a little bit of cover, so the rest should be coming on in, but StalwartFlex, man, it's not looking good right now.
I like what Blade's doing, although he is going to get those sound keys away. If he can get 1 more knock, preferably on Godless, then he could set up that left flank. Oh my goodness, that grenade could have been devastating. Godless's work is now going to be cut out because have a look at that. Blade has a vehicle down below in the water to revive himself or to heal himself and to throw grenades out of. So now Z3us Esports could be in trouble because Future Station and 1952 could be shooting at them as well.
Of course, Future Station 952, they need to deal with each other as well. R3D from the distance, they are taking pot shots. I think he spotted a reviews. Not quite able to get an angle. Now, bear in mind, none of these 2 teams, StalwartFlex nor Zeus, are in the circle, are in the play zone. All the Crypto and Blade might be in the water. Zeus need to cross on over, but R3D are being a bit of a problem for them. Sundation, in the meantime, burning his teammate alive. That is not ideal at all. Godless, in the meantime, trying to find the players in the water. Deadeyes Guys, meanwhile, will also be knocked out to the server. Jiggle in the water, spots an evil eye, but not quite able to get the final blow.
We have multiple fights breaking out pretty much about 100 meters away from each other, as it is going to be a fight for their lives as far as Future Station go. But right now, Godless is going to be brought down to his knees as Leos has an idea what the enemy is, and if Crypto comes up for a breath of air, it could be devastating. But right now, Blade, these boys need to get out of this position, jump in the water, or get any vehicle that they have, deploying a lot of smoke screens, and literally get out of that position because the blue zone is going to start moving right about now.
And it's going to start hurting quite badly as well. As you take a look at another fight, this is a 3-way standoff. Skylight Gaming against High Voltage and another team nearby. As Icy is going to get a knock on his C-mine of 1952. Icy on 3 kills already, and meanwhile this fight from Skylight Gaming, they look like they want to harass High Voltage, but High Voltage are doing a pretty good job just tossing in nades, keeping the players of Skylight Gaming at bay. But they need to make up their minds and go in for a quick finish here, or else as more teams come on in, these fights are going to get even more hectic. Nades being tossed in by Leon as well. Cloud out in the open, trying to third person his way and trying to spot out any flanks coming on in. But right now, it's a bit of a stalemate as Icy is going to unleash onto Blade.
He unleashes on Blade, and let me tell you one thing, I was looking at the map, he took his vehicle and jumped in the water. There you have it, Icy and Zeol are going to be in the water. Now CNE are in a good position, but have a look at Leo's and Godless's position. They are going to be coming from up top, basically hitting CNE because now Edgar could be killing them as well from R3D, but looks like that is going to be a little bit too close. Zeol, you need to come up for some fresh air, which he does, but he's not going to be able to revive himself. They are going to be down 2 members as Icy is taken out as well. Now, Godless and Leos, they need to basically revamp their tactics right now because it was just left a little bit too late.
Well, they still get 7 kills though.
I mean, when they pop, they really do pop.
They are right now in the play zone. The circle is closing on in. A Crypto, if he can somehow find himself some footing on land, he could be the doom of the remaining 2 players of Z3us Esports here. And looking at the next play zone, that's what everyone's waiting for. It's still going to take a few seconds before we see it though. As T2K, they do have all three players alive right now. Another knock takes place in Carnage Esports. They need to cross right now.
Man, Evil Eye could now finally get a few kills. That is a beautiful grenade, and there you have it. Prabeen and Jiggle are going to be taken out. And, well, the last member from Carnage Esports, Manish, is going to be in a world of trouble as he could be the last man standing. And have a look at the circle. Zeus still at the edge. They still have the vehicle. I just hope they have plenty of utilities because they're the guys who basically rack up all the ammunition. I don't know how their first aid count is.
I don't know either, but Evil Eye, even though he's the last member alive right now for his team, he's in such a great spot to just get so many free kills. Crypto will be found out. He's going to go for more. Beautiful. Knocks out Manish as well, and he's just racking up the kills for his team. Future Station, we spoke about this team needing to have a great day here today in order to qualify for the playoffs, and it looks like Future Station, the sole surviving member, Evil Eye, he's going to try and deliver all by his lonesome.
I was a bit worried about Evil Eye because Carnage Esports were right next, but when they started shooting at Z3us Esports, he used that perfectly as, well, that grenade was not perfect. In fact, it was going to do damage to his own teammate, but it's not going to be enough because that Grotza is in his hand and it's going to cut through the enemy with ease.
Shredding the body of that Skylight Gaming member. As Leon and Chari healing himself up. Cloud has been knocked down, and Leon might use that opportunity to go in for a play, to push on in and get the finisher. And Assassin's outside. This is very risky indeed. Assassin making sure no one's going to be jumping out from the balcony and getting the flank. Nade toss on in. That could be big, but no, it doesn't look like it's really going to find its mark. Leo, in the meantime, takes out Evil Eye, and his reign of terror has finally come to an end.
Valiant effort by the lad from Future Station, though, as Assassin is going to be taken down by a grenade courtesy of Chari. Now the blue zone is going to come in as well, and Chari needs to be careful that he doesn't scum to his own... Well, I was going to say to his own Molotov. Turns out it was Cooney's Molotov.
Perfectly placed Molotov, burning the players alive. Carnage Esports will be eliminated, but High Voltage, despite getting that wipe, they are getting pinned down by T2K, and I do believe that is going to be it for them. R3D, F4, T2K, and the two remaining members of Zeus in contention in this, well, basically a four-way fight.
Now on paper, it looks like it could be R3D's game because they have that compound and the fact that they have multiple levels, multiple floors to basically look out from, they can basically have a good 360 around them and get those offset angles. Now F4 are going to have a house to themselves as well, but of course with two members of Zeus still alive, it could be any way. And the fact, look at that, they are going to be basically going away from one another as you do if you are a member of Z3us Esports. I think when they hire new people, it's like, wait, can you solo 1v4? But I think Godless's position might have been given away. A grenade.
He doesn't need to go up. The circle's favoring him, but they're just madmen. They're lunatics.
They're always hungry.
They want those kills. They don't want the placement points. They don't want the chicken dinner. They want those kills. We even have a drop arriving into the play zone. The next play zone is what I'm waiting for, and we're going to be finding out in the next couple of seconds. And it is gonna be on. It's gonna be on R3D. This is perfection.
Also, let me tell you one thing. Godless is kind of making them use their utilities, making them get rid of their grenades and deplete their resources, which is something that he could be relying on because expect a few smoke grenades to be popped up sooner or later, as now R3D are going to have to focus on other teams. Remember, 4 teams are still alive. 11 players are still in this game. I do believe it is a 4v2v3v2 situation, if I'm not wrong.
Yep, you are indeed correct. F4 with 3 members, and T2K with all 4... Sorry, R3D with all 4 players alive. Blah, 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 and rated third. They're making quite a bit of noise. Voltrix is cooking that nade. He's going to time it through that little Skylight window. Unfortunately, it won't find its mark. But Voltrix is doing a good job keeping T2K at bay.
Have a look at your map. I like the fact that Leos has regrouped with Godless. Oh my goodness, that grenade was right in his face. How is he still standing? Now, R3D are going to be focused on this commotion. That means at least 2 of their members are going to have their eyes over here. And if we know Zeus, all they need is 1 good grenade, 1 knock, or maybe good smoke for cover. They can actually rush the buildings because it looks like F4 is going to go for T2K. Rated Sir brought down to his knees.
And blah, blah, blah is barely alive. This nade could be it. This nade could be it if it lands, and that should be it here for T2K. No, it's a little too deep. Blah, blah, blah. Pushing in the smoke, and the count runs past him, but he spots him. He spots him like a wraith in the smoke. He was trying to stay alive, but he gets taken down. And look at Leo pushing on in. The timing on this. The nade could actually find Anubis. No, it won't. No, it won't. As we're down to the final 9 members alive here. T2K getting eliminated. Zeus still the 2 members alive and standing. F4 with 3 members. And now R3D are getting pincered from both sides.
Oh, that was a big grenade coming in from Edgar as Volri gets taken down. Khan is going to be on his knees as well. It is not looking good for F4 as Voltrox is the last man standing. Are those revives going to come in? It does not look like it. F4 are going to be wiped out. Now it is going to be a 2-on-4 situation with the boys from Z3us Esports. I'm pretty sure R3D are going to be just a little bit nervous nervous right now as the grenade barrage, I beg your pardon, is going to begin. Now again, I like the fact that Zeus are patient, Blade. They're going to bait for the right moment. They're going to bait their time.
They're going to buy their time. They're going to take the sweet time, waiting for R3D to make a mistake. But if I'm R3D, this is their game to lose, right? It's a 4v2. They're pushing it together, and Garlis has got to lay down a pain, but not quite able to get the knock. And now it's all in. Leo's got to go for the reload, and unfortunately, he's not able to, well, fire off a bullet in the nick of time. And there we go, R3D. They get the chicken dinner. Few smiles being cracked there, and hey, even if the 4v2 doesn't matter, a chicken dinner is chicken dinner. They keep all 4 players alive at the end as well. Well deserved.
Well deserved. When a chicken dinner does go R3D Esports way, and again, the fact that they had to hold down the compound, they hunkered down, they played it pretty clinical, they played pretty tactical. They made sure that each and every member was, they had a job to do. Everyone had their direction. And like I said, they were kind of scattered towards the end because 2 of their players were going to be focusing on all the commotion between T2K and F4, and while 2 players were going to be on Zeus, but that is what a team game is all about. It's not about your individual performances. It is about how you work together as a tight-knit unit. And with that, game number 1 has come to an end. But don't worry, we have 4 more games in line for you. But before that, we're going to take a quick little break. See you after this.
And welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. With that, we are in the 3rd Super Weekend, off to an incredible start where we are just coming down to the first game come to an end on day number 2, and it is just the result that this team was expecting. Of course, this game has moved on in towards R3D's favor, but alongside all of this, it is a huge thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag hook up your fun. I'm your host, brother. Let's move on to our analyst and ask them, well, again, you guys had already predicted. They need 24, not even predicted, stated. They needed 24 points. They've got it. They're confirmed.
I mean, even before we said it, we were pretty sure that the players themselves realized the calculations.
That's the stance, dude.
I don't get it. If you knew you can play like this, why not do it in the previous Super Weekends? Why not go with that same strategy? Because you know, right now they did it. But talk about the MVP, right? Leo from Zeus. Obviously, he was the last surviving from the team as well. 3 kills, 772 damage, 2 assists as well, and 372 healing done.
Talk about surviving till the very end. I mean, Ocean was like, all right, this is what's going to happen in the fight. R3D is going to get distracted by F4, and then Zeus is going to sneak in. And it is like, these guys know how to exploit the gaps.
Yeah, they did sneak in onto the backside of the house. They were there, but you know, it was a nice game.
It was a top-notch play coming in, of course, from the side of Zeus, but eventually, again, it was a 4v2 affair when it brought down to R3D going against Z3us Esports. But looking at the top players now, this is an interesting turn of events where Leo and IC from Zeus.
IC is with 99 kills.
Oh,
99 kills!
Just one more, and that would have been 100. But alright, so let's move on from that. We're going to talk about that later, but pretty sure he's going to hit 100 today. But R3D Esports and F4, they had a really nice match right now in terms of kills, in terms of placement points. R3D Esports with this chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure they are going to be in the top 16.
They most certainly are, mate. With that, let's have a look at the match summary coming in from this game, the first game. And this has resulted in, well, interesting again, because you know for a fact that when it comes to Z3us Esports, they do end up making a mark when it comes to each and every game. But F4, R3D needed these stats.
Yeah. They definitely needed the stats, and I mean, I was quite surprised. Okay, this is gonna sound really weird, but I was actually surprised that Zeus made it to the end of the game, because there was a certain time in the game where Zeus, they're trying to peak the cliff close to the bridge area from where you cross from Georgia Bowl to the other side of the river. There was StalwartFlex right under them. There's DE behind them. There's R3D in one direction. There's Future Station present. I was like, these guys are sandwiched. They are not gonna make it, but they do.
No.
They lost 2 players, but they do make it.
Exactly, because that is their comfort spot. That is what Zeus likes to be at. But with that, let's have a look at the match ranking. And with that, we will also know how many points are these teams going to be walking away with.
24 is what R3D has right now. They needed those, they got those. Zeus has 22. F4 19, T2K 14, and you know, we were talking about, right, T2K DR is the gap that T2K also had to close in on, and then there was DE, and obviously Carnage. So now T2K is looking really strong to be in the top 3 contention for them or for themselves. High voltage with 10. So far it has been good. Well, Future Station, we talked about this, right? All they need is one chicken dinner to get those 1,000 points getting for themselves. Qualification, not qualification, that's a different story.
True.
But right now, even if you are here, if you get those chicken dinner points for yourself, you know you earn big.
Exactly,
True,
the $1,000 for the chicken. And I agree with Ocean. I mean, qualifying right now is going to be a bit of a challenge, because now the qualification deadline is going to be where R3D is at. And that is around 125 points, right?
Right. Yeah.
And from where Future Station is, that climb is going to be really tricky to make in just 9 matches now.
Exactly. Plus R3D is also playing its own games as well, so they already have that head start against you. And you know, going out there, it's going to be a challenge. So just go for the chicken dinners. Maybe just go YOLO.
But you know what, guys? I mean, yes, Future Station did have a back-end start when it comes to the entirety of the Super Weekends, but the way Eli played, even after that rotation coming in from this team did not pan out because it was high voltage waiting for them. Eli certainly did walk away with those 4 kills for themselves. With that, let's move on to the zone analysis, where we will see so many teams making those late rotations.
I mean, talking about the Northern Circle, right? This is where I would say you want to talk about the Zeus's area, where they were and when they started out.
That was quite an interesting situation. We know Zeus likes to drop towards the Georgia Pole area. They came back to the Everest just to chase Skylight Gaming off their location.
That's the thing about Zeus. They like to, I mean, obviously they like to play. They like to play. That's the way they just, you know, go forward with it.
And then there was this entire fiasco where the Circle takes a northern ship, and then Zeus were like, all right, now we have to go back down the mountain over to the other side of the river, which was a challenge. This is the exact point where I was saying, all right, this team is going to be in trouble, because FS 1952 is there. There was StalwartFlex, there was DE on the other side, but they took care of all of them and they still survived. Also talking about R3D, the Stalwart Kameshki drop finally pays off for this team. I mean, just having a really easy and a really early rotation towards the center.
Exactly. Plus, you know, talking about Circle, we talked about, right? The Circle's going to go on R3D's home only, as this was that Circle only. The way it was just playing out around everything, and they had their moment in this game for sure.
Most certainly, mate. With that, there were so many wonderful moments that did take place throughout the game. So many early aggressive fights coming in from so many of these teams, thus bringing us down towards the open moments.
Yeah, I mean, initialization and execution is what every team just, you know, went forward with their fights in this one. Plus, look at this, DE versus DRS, it just, you know, became a fight, and then the kills being taken out in this one, and F4. I mean, this team, I don't know how that the momentum that they are carrying from yesterday is still working out for this team, and it's working really good in their favor.
Well, definitely.
For F4, yeah.
Exactly. And as we were talking about F4, the level of aggression finally has been kicked up a notch by this team. Today, they are taking those fights. Doesn't matter if it's early in the game. Doesn't matter if they have enough players for the final few fights. They are going to try and make it happen, get those kill points as fast as possible. But talking about moving in fast, it might not always pays off, as these few teams found out as they were forced into that river with no place to basically fight.
I mean, it just happens, but this one, I mean, look at this. You take one down, but you know the Circle's taking all of you down. And that's the fight that just happened. And now after this, Khan takes down the one final player of T2K as well. And now F4, they know that they are pinned down. So that just ends. And now Leo is the last one. So look at this. He shoots really late, and because of that, obviously the opponents had the best of him. And that's where R3D got that win for themselves. They needed it. They got it. They were looking obviously really happy. But talk about the... Wow! Like... 2272, 1964, and then top 3 teams, they have like good damage points for them. So that means all the time they were engaged in good fights.
I'll give it to T2K as well. I mean, 1149 damage with 6 kills converted. That's a good ratio.
Most certainly, but walk on to the other side.
A1
as well as Venom
again.
Legends.
You remember yesterday's games as well, and this continues right now. We were hoping for, you know, we were saying today might be their day, but again, it just goes on to that thing that they are not executing on what is happening, because we still want to see good gameplays from them once again. But 3 teams again, Venom Legends, 1952 and A1. So I would say now is the time, as Pakistani teams are stepping up, Bangladeshi teams need to step up once again.
Big time, mate, because this is the moment where they need to shine and showcase their domination, because that is the only moment that they've got. With that, let's move on to the storyboard that will once again confirm the teams that are, of course, looking really comfortable for now.
Yeah, talk about comfort, no changes in the top 10.
I mean, talk about comfort, 367 points for Z3us Esports, beat that.
And finally, they have more placement points.
Yep, 185, 182, and talk about this one, right? 340. So 3 teams have turned down the 300 marker. I would want to see if ZtrUs can hit that 400 marker as well. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, because if they do, that'll be the highest points in the stretch that a team can get for 3 weeks for themselves. Because I still remember it was BTR that had 381 points, and that was in the PMCOs, when PMCOs used to be like, a really big thing. Obviously, it is still now, but when it was the competition's peak. So that's where BTR had its 381 point marker for themselves. Now let's see, 11 to 20 is where we are at, and now R3D 125. Welcome to the top 16, gang.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to the top 16 and welcome to this qualification spot for the finals, but it's not over.
Yep.
It's not over. We haven't seen this before, but maybe it can happen now. 29 points to Future Station.
All right.
If they can basically finish in the top 2 every single match.
That's true. That's true. but if we talk about it, in top 16, 1952 and A1.
Yes.
2 teams, no chicken dinners. Grab those $1,000.
Oh yeah.
They better. They've got today as well as tomorrow to be able to convert these games into those dollars, and that's going to be really crucial as well, because again, that gives you another boost, another level of boost altogether when you've got money in the bank.
Also, another thing that we have to keep our eyes on is going to be what spot is Seal Esports going to drop to?
I had that in my mind.
F4 is catching up. With that sort of an aggressive stance that F4 has made, that team is certainly catching up. No two ways about it. But let's move on along with our day. Of course, let's catch up to the schedule where we will now move on to Miramar.
Well, Miramar, right? Now talking about this one, right? So when once we have talked about the maps of Miramar, obviously it comes down to our mind, and that is yesterday F4 had their impressive game for themselves. Yesterday is when it began for F4, right? So today, maybe it begins for some team, maybe it begins for A1 finally. Hopefully.
Maybe. But alright, so yesterday, as you mentioned, Miramar was F4's map. I pointed this out as well. Their performance on Erangel was not too great. It wasn't too shabby, but it wasn't too great either. Today they have started off really well on Erangel itself, and that sort of makes me believe that Miramar this time they are going to have a good match again. I mean, they had the chicken dinner, can't go any better than that, but I'm going to say
maybe more kills.
More kills, exactly. More kills and a top 3
But
finish.
there's one thing, if you saw in the previous game, ZtrUs, even when they were playing like 2v4,
right,
or even when they were crossing the river, they were doing it so tactically. We have never seen ZtrUs go tactical. We have always seen them go aggressive. So maybe now they are calculating everything around them, because now they know after this, there's going to be next week and that's going to be the final. So they need to just, be ready for that. So maybe this Miramar, it goes more tactical for ZtrUs.
I have a theory that counters that actually. I believe they have always been tactical, but their aggression sort of
overshines their tacticality.
Exactly. Well, absolutely.
And now they're polishing both the
because it was eventually a 2-man squad coming in from that team. They had to bring in that tactical approach towards the entirety of the game, but move that conversation now towards the upcoming game on Miramar, of course. Any predictions?
We told you.
All right, let's move on to our casters. The commentators, once again, are going to be XP and Play to take us through the hot and sweaty map of course, Miramar.
Thank you again for that, Blotter. And indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping into Miramar. For a change, it's not going to be a wrangle for us here again, but day 2, the second map going live here in Azar, Analyst Desk alluded to a team who did kind of start their, I wouldn't say comeback, but started to really kind of hit their gas and just put the pedal to the metal and really started to deliver yesterday was F4 on Miramar. They got a chicken dinner, one of the best Miramar games we've had so far in PMPL Season 3. Could they, maybe repeat that again here?
They could, because the way they actually played yesterday was just phenomenal. I do believe it was ZtrUs that they kind of took on at that one particular compound. Then they held it down, they held the high ground and basically decimated anyone who was brave enough to head towards the compound. And again, we did kind of see them off to a great start today, making it all the way to the very end. And R3D Esports again stepping things up. They are at the latter half of the table. They want to make sure they get to the top 16. And judging by the way they play, I would not be surprised if they do make it.
They're right now in the 16th place, and indeed we're going to be finding out if they can recreate the magic we saw earlier here today on Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're wasting no time. We're going to be jumping into Miramar. It is going to be dry, it's going to be dusty, it's going to be windy, and it's going to get bloody. And one thing we know about Miramar, XP, is that the action has been non-stop from the get-go itself on this particular map, which is a little surprising for me.
Again, have a look. It is the biggest map, and you know, you have so many compounds scattered all over the place, so many names pretty much looking at your face right now. But the thing is, it isn't one of the most popular maps. Now, of course, ever since we've had these massive PUBG Mobile tournaments, Miramar's, well, stock definitely has raised. But again, people are going to be comfortable jumping where they first jump, probably when they first played. But now I want to see something different. I want to see someone go towards Trailer Park. I want to see maybe someone at the ruins, because it gives us a chance to have a look at what the place looks like as well. Let me ask you a question. We were playing PUBG Mobile the other day. Well, did you ever go to the ruins?
No, you know where I used to go all the time? I didn't go to ruins. I go to these two islands on the easternmost side. No one goes there. I like going there. You know why? Because there's no one there. I can loot to my heart's content.
You are my favorite opponent of all times. I want to play against people like you.
Well, I think that's a compliment. I'll take it. I'll take it. We do have the plane path. It's going to be cutting the map in half, separating north from south. We have 7C moving all the way. Looks like maybe towards Tierra Bronca.
It's going to be a southern circle this time. I don't know why. I feel like Valle...
La Cobreria. La Cobreria. I'm calling it.
Chumacera is going to be pretty much... Oh, man.
Yeah, there we go. Suck on that, XP.
Oh,
Jiggle
man.
picking up an AK-47 early on. He spots out Heaven and Leon in the distance. He's just got an R in sight.
Maybe. I haven't done that in a while.
Oh, this is interesting. Zeus are dropping in right next to another team, and it's going to be DRS. And look at Leo wasting no time, picking up a vehicle, picking up the shotgun, and immediately getting the knock on the Mafia Ninja. He's alone. He is literally alone. The rest of his teammates are neighboring in the neighboring buildings, and he is single-handedly trying to keep the members of DRS at bay. Unfortunately, he will fall to Nima and AJ double teaming him, and DRS, they're going to draw first blood, and it's not just any player they're going to knock down. It is going to be Leo from Z3us Esports. The question is, you come at the king. I keep saying this, I sound like a broken record, but if you come at the king, you best not miss. They got one. Can they get the other two?
Well, the question is, are the other two going to back off? And more often than not, the answer is nope, because they are definitely going to try and take the fight. However, Icy is a bit far away, but I do see that staring symbol right next to his name, which means he is going to be coming in hard. That means all you action fans out there, wait for it, because Z3us Esports are not going to disappoint. Even if they go out, it's still a pleasure watching them.
It's so much fun to watch these guys, and I get it. We sound like fanboys right now, but honestly, how can you not be fans of these guys? They are by far the most entertaining team to watch. They might not be tactically the best team or the most well-knit unit, but as a force of nature, they are something to contend with. Zeol.
He's ready.
He's ready indeed. A couple of shots rattled out by AJ. Not quite able to find Godless, though.
Well, as these couple of teams are going to be in a little bit of a stalemate right now, I'm just going to glance over the map and see what is happening elsewhere. We do have a lot of teams sharing same cities. Los Leones has StalwartFlex and Train to Kill. Both teams, they love dropping down in the city. And Picardo could be a little compromised as well, as I do spot Carnage Esports and Skylight Gaming nearby, but it looks like Zeus Godless. He has an idea where the enemy is. I think Nima exactly has an idea where he is as well. But now I like the fact that Zeol is giving all those footsteps down below just to try and confuse him, as now I like his move. He is going to go high up and shoot down Godless. You better be careful.
This is smart. This is so smart from Nima, coming up from behind. And he will be heard on out. Oh, and he tried his best, but Godless spots him out. And he is able to get the finish, but not before he will in turn be knocked. Zeol falls in as well, and now it's all on IC.
That was a bit of a mistake there. Zeol should have gone for the revive, as Icy could have basically given him some cover, but now it looks like Icy is going to be the last man standing. Again, they might just be knocked out right now, but you know what? They'll only come back stronger in the next game.
You say they're going to be knocked out like you're so sure about it. Are you? Are you, though?
I mean, I'm not trying to jinx anything.
Godless is still alive, and they go in for the finish. That's an easy picking for Icy, and he knows where a player is. He's actually not going to be going in for the finish. He's biding his time, maybe waiting for the second member from DRS to head on up. Goddess will be finished off. 2 members on that roof. Icy. How good is he? Is he going to be taking the fight here? Or is he just going to be taking this one a little slow and maybe trying to assassinate the remaining members of DRS when they are unaware? They have no idea where he is.
I love that smoke that was thrown earlier. We did see Icy throw one just as a little bit of a deception, so to speak. And if Mafia Ninja and Galzin kind of just head between that little gap in that wooden wall, it could be devastating. Now, AJ could be in a world of trouble because I'll tell you why. Now, he knows exactly where the teammates are. He knows they're 3 and he has an exact location on all of them. He gets up. He might just get 2 over here. If he gets this knock, it could be basically GGWP for him. But now AJ is going to be coming in. He does have that Uzi, fast rate of fire.
1v2 now. Icy. He's taking a bit of damage. The nade could find him though. The nade could be perfect. No, it's not. It's going to fall in the room neighboring to where he is. AJ and Gyaldin, they need to push in together. Icy's more than ready. AK-47 out. Goes for the reload. Oh, there's a canister. Is it going to be a bait though? He could fall on back. He could fall on back and he could get the knock. 1. He could blow up the canister. Or instead, he's going to opt to jump on out. He gets the knock. He's got 1 first aid kit to work with. And Gyaldin trying desperately to finish off Icy. And now he's going to find himself some cover. Now Gyaldin's going to go in for the res.
Now, if he does throw a grenade in, remember, he might have actually positioned those canisters in a way. I mean, if he does that, that is going to be epic. But it looks like Icy is going to pretty much back off a little bit. He might still not back away from the fight. He's making sure he gets another angle. He might even go to that building up ahead, but it looks like Team F4. We were talking about them earlier. They are going to be picking a fight as well. And it looks like P and crew are going to be basically attacking them on their position.
Oh, that got a little scary for Voltrux. He took out his gun and he saw 2 players immediately opting to move away from the position. Now, 2 members of F4 here. Voltrux taking quite a bit of damage as he cooks that nade. Doesn't quite find its mark. Killer, I like. He's all the way behind him, providing a little bit of cover fire. But he might in turn be flanked. That nade almost finds Voltrux, but he will administer the first aid kit in the nick of time. Khan a little low as well. He doesn't have any first aid kits. He just has bandages. And the nade is indeed going to finally find its mark. Sandesh with a follow-up nade as well, dealing so much damage. The other 2 members of F4, they need to move in now. Wolverine from the distance, trying to deal a bit of damage, but Legends there. He was making sure no sneaky plays come in from the other 2 remaining members of F4. Now Sandesh going in for the kill. He's got a Tommy out. He's trying to push on in. He's trying to get the knock and a finish, and he will get the knock, leaving all on Wolverine out in the open. He's still taking the fight. The burst fire from the M4A1, and there you have it. P and crew will wipe out F4 in the 16th position.
And let me tell you one thing, that wasn't an M4. I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but that is one of my favorite weapons, Evan. Yeah, you knew it. It's the M61A4 or something. I'm going to mess it up for you as well. But let me tell you one thing. PN Legends' position was phenomenal. You called it. I mean, they were kind of anticipating that flank. Again, they knew, Blay, how many members were in that compound. They were like, wait a second, I only count 1, I only count 2. Where is everyone else? And the fact that P and crew are still going to be a 4-man squad is just phenomenal. But have a look at that burst fire coming in from that M16A4.
Great control.
He does get him. And again, remember, Wolverine is engaged with Legend over there. Legend backs off. He focuses the attention over here. And Sandesh was left on just barely any HP. Just
I couldn't even see his health.
A pixel or 2.
Icy, meanwhile, look, it's crazy right now. He's all alone, right? And he's like, you know what? I'm going to make sure that you guys don't escape this compound. I am going to be... It kind of reminds me...
Oh, my goodness.
Have you watched Alien?
I have, and I know exactly what you're talking about right now.
He is like the xenomorph. He is the alien roaming around the ship, or rather the compound around here, and making sure the remaining crew members of that ship will not escape unscathed.
And mind you, DRS are going to be thinking that, you know, that they might just, they might have run away. And look at that. Icy is going to be the first one to hit that big ton as far as kills go. 100. And his teammates are not far behind. 97 and 89. But now, oh, this could be problematic. He sees both. He gets 1. He's going to pop out again. And Galton suddenly realizes the enemy is nearby. Oh my goodness.
God.
It is going to be a 1-on-1. And he is not going to back off.
You said it. You said Icy 1v3. He's not going to be able to pull it off. He might just do it. He might wipe out DRS, being a 1-man army on his own. 101 kills for the man. And Galden, he's terrified. He is sweating. He's bloodied. And again, Icy repositioning himself, going all the way around the guy. Oh my God, he's reading him like an open book. And Galden is completely unaware. Icy has all the information he needs. He's going to come around the corner, spots him. The Tommy comes out, and there you have it. Icy with the 1v3. He stalks them like a rabid wolf, and he takes them all down. And of course, you know what? That is a dance of victory, and he bloody well deserves it.
Not only is he acting like a gangster with that dance, but the fact that he took him down with the Tommy gun, of course, a throwback to the 20s gangsters in Chicago.
Capone,
If you've seen all these movies, you know exactly what I'm talking about when we make these references. But what a play by Z3us Icy. And, well, again, you said this yesterday. Are you not entertained? Have a look at that. He made sure he spots both the members. He could have possibly got them in one spray, but not taking any chances. He moves in as looks like Edgar is going to find someone else, and 7C have lost one member.
Icy's a beast, man. The guy, he's not a warm-blooded animal. He's cold-blooded as hell.
He does have ice in his veins, man.
He's a reptile. He is a reptile.
Especially the way he was crawling on his belly all around. I mean, definitely he was one of those venomous snakes over there.
He reminds me more of a Gila monster. You know those?
Oh yeah.
Those lizards.
I would think of a Komodo dragon. I mean, let's put it out there right now.
Fair enough. And yeah, the guy. Look, I'll be real, right? When you said there's no chance for him, he's in a 1v3. I thought he was done for.
I thought that as well, but the fact that he was not going to be, you know, now again, trigger discipline is not a phrase that we use with Z3us Esports, but this time around, Icy just proved us wrong, and again, we are happy now. He's going to be out in the blue zone, but let's have a look and see what's happening elsewhere. A1 Esports are going to be making their way just east of Hacienda del Patron, as is StalwartFlex, who are going to be behind them, but there is a massive mountain surrounding the two. But right now, Edgar is going to come under heavy fire, almost getting knocked out as that vehicle blew up, but now he is going to take cover as his teammate Joker is going to be in a position to give some cover from behind, but little does he know, Killer has an angle on him, and in fact, Killer brings him down to his knees.
All living up to his name, Killer looking to finish off the job and finding Joker, at least for the time being. He has found a bit of cover. Now Edgar, he's outside in the open as well. It's going to be fair. He's trying to make a path for himself through the smoke, but he will eventually be spotted out by Killer, who will let loose a hail of bullets, and it is going to be actually Legend who is going to get the knock, and Joker and Edgar, they're done for.
It's just speculation right now, but had Edgar not gone prone at that moment, he might have actually made it to the rock, well, that he was heading to. Again, I get it, you know, you think that if you go prone, somehow the enemy might not see you, but when you are high above and, you know, pretty much raining down death, that is not a viable option, as the Nubis, the god of death, is going to be going in for a revive, something that is not in his duties.
Yeah, I mean, the god of death, I mean, he delivers death and he also can take it back. The problem here is, where's our escape route? Sure, he comes in for the res, but they're pinned down.
Again, Legend is going to go on that flank. Now, this man reads the game perfectly. He is going to be making sure that, you know, they do not have an escape route because they want to go higher up, but they have heard the vehicles. Grenades are going to be going off. There could be a little bit of smoke cover as well. That is good. That is a good bounce, and Anubis gets taken down. Have a look at Joker's HP.
Barely standing on a sliver. The res needs to come in right now. A follow-up nade could be it. Ayush from the distance spotted up by Virus. He's a lone surviving, lone standing member right now. Ayush will be finished off there, and never mind. There we go. Sandesh pushes in before the res takes place, and it's going to finish up the two members now. Virus left alone in a 1v3, and PN crew, they're looking for the final knock, the final kill to take down R3D, and R3D, Virus getting shot at from afar by another member of PN crew in a 1v3 here. And we've seen Icy pull off the 1v3. This, however, is looking pretty unlikely considering he is in open terrain. He's gonna get into the vehicle, taking quite a lot of bullets, and that vehicle might just be his savior. No, he has to ditch it. It explodes, and he will be spotted out, crosses the ridge of the hill, but still, Sandesh and Legend pushing into his direction. He's got a first aid kit. He's going to inject an adrenaline shot, use everything he's got. But Sandesh, he's got him pinned down, and there is a flank coming in from his right-hand side. Oh, this is looking impossible for Virus here.
And you know who the flank is probably going to be. It is going to be Legend. He's probably going to just give him a little bit of a shock as the camera is going to pan out. He is going to be somewhere to his right, but Virus is trying to back off. He does need that little river to cover. There you have it. Legend is going to be coming in for the kill as well. I think he just might spot him. There you go, and Virus is a dead man. They had a wonderful game one, but looks like Miramar is not going to be their map as they're eliminated in the 14th position. And that is going to sting a little. Just 2 points from this game.
Yeah, chicken dinner and then 2 points. It's kind of going to be rough for them. But you know what? It's still early days, right?
Oh, yeah.
We still haven't even reached the halfway point of the the third Super Weekend here, the final one. Skylight Gaming, with this elevated position, this elevated building, they will be overlooking where Future Station opposition are stationed right now. And across, if you look at the back of the map, over towards the mountains, we have High Voltage lying in wait with a couple of their vehicles. Void, in the meantime, is going to blow up Crypto from StalwartFlex.
Looking at Future Station's position, it's kind of like a Valley of Death situation. They need to make sure that they are fortified and they do not reveal themselves right now until or unless they absolutely have to, because like you mentioned, at one end we have Skylight Gaming, who kind of have an idea where they are, and the other end we have High Voltage, and they do have that high ground as well. So again, because it is such a crucial game for Future Station, they need to make sure they stick to the grounds, and looks like StalwartFlex are now going to be coming in for the kill as Legend, the legendary man who was flanking for PM Legends. PN Crew, I beg your pardon, has been taken out.
You can call them PN Legends. I
think they are legends the way they play every now and then.
PN Crew, aka PN Legends, although now they're down, I believe, to a one-man crew. Killer will be the lone man surviving, and there we go, Icy. He's pushed on in, and he's going to be entering the side of the place, and there's no one there. He doesn't even have enough health. Like, I think all those first aid kits haven't used up.
However, he does have compound that he can pretty much get a few things here and there, and it's still going to be in the circle. Now, this is what I was talking about. Have a look at Future Station's position. They are in no way, shape, or form in a position to basically take on a fight, because, yeah, they might get a few knocks here and there, but they are going to be losing all those crucial utilities, which we've seen come in really handy. And as for Skylight Gaming, now they realize the circle is going to have to change. And again, they are a team who will basically be on the move right from the get-go. And there you have it. Deadeyes Guys are going to be happy with the circle, as are the boys from Carnage, who have the water treatment plant all to themselves.
Uzum, meanwhile, getting a knock onto Rafa. That's Venom Legends going up against StalwartFlex. But right now, Skylight Gaming have been kind of quiet so far in the third super weekend here. And Future Station, of course, they have... This is the one team where the pressure is on, right? This is the first super weekend they're playing. They had a pretty decent day yesterday. Not too bad, not too great. And now they want to ensure that they at least get a chicken dinner here to kind of stay alive in the tournament.
Let me point one thing out. Have a look at Skylight Gaming. They still have 3 members on this point right now, because we have 5 seconds before the zone moves out, and at their end it's going to move a lot slower than the other. But they did send Chari out ahead as a scout who has found a compound, but now Assassin is going to unload on Blade. He heard that vehicle coming in. Blade is going to be safe because Refuse was in a perfect position to lay down some suppressive fire.
Oh, and a drive-by from Cooney, and Refuse will be knocked down in turn, but not before he gets 2 knocks there now.
Move away from the vehicle.
They need to extreme. Is going to get the res here. Cloud needs to provide a little bit of covering fire. Uzum in the meantime is taking a fight with Venom Legends, and maybe StalwartFlex, they stretch themselves a little too thin. They're taking fights with multiple teams, and it looks like it is going to come and bite them in the butt. Now, Reviews will be res by Blade. They still have 3 players alive. Meanwhile, we saw Deadeyes Guys getting eliminated. Oh, that wasn't the right nade there, Blade. But it's fine. It's all good. It's all good. He's going to reposition himself. Reviews in the meantime just trying to heal himself up, and he will indeed. The second nade will be tossed in right below the shutters. Could find its mark, and indeed it will. Cooney now on his bloodied knees.
He is going to be on his bloodied knees as Blade and Refuse now can kind of just get out of it, which is exactly what they are doing, because they know that they're not in the circle, and, well, that is going to be the #1 priority. Elsewhere, you can have a look at 7C. They're going to be patching themselves up, and, well, they're going to be heading straight for them. They do realize someone's over here. Little do they know it's only a one-on-one situation as they do get taken down. With that, 7Cs are going to be out of this game. Blade was taken down, and now they're going to use the smoke grenades deployed by their enemies for their own cover.
Chari, in the meantime, having to duke it out against 3 members. He's going to get the first knock. He's going to run around. He's got 2 knocks here. He needs to find the 1 member, and he's going to finish it off. Chari had just 1v3'd. Entire team helped out a little bit by some other team, and Future Station will be eliminated. Magnet will get the knock. It was actually Magnet from 1952 helping out Chari a little bit there. And Entry, meanwhile, having to go up against StalwartFlex, and StalwartFlex are doing a fantastic job considering they're a 2-man squad to take this fight, but they will be knocked down. Rather, Reviews will be knocked down. It's down to Blade to win this duel, and he is indeed going to come out on top. Tofik getting knocked on down. Right now, the priority for Blade is to get the res onto Reviews.
However, the fact that 1952 only have 1 man standing with 3 of the members on their knees is going to be a big job for Magnet, and looks like this could be devastating for them, because Zeus Icy is on the prowl right now. He did hear something happening. He sees all those smoke grenades been deployed, and he is sneaking his way in. He is crouching his way in into the next circle. I mean, this man is a madman, as Blade is going to open up on 952, taking down a couple of them.
StalwartFlex having 2 members for such a long time, and they are making mincemeat of 1952, who are also down to a 2-man squad. Icy somehow, I don't know how he snuck his way into this, and he's alive right now. StalwartFlex Reviews once again being knocked on down, this time around by Venom Legends, who have all 4 players alive. Blade will be finished off, and finally, StalwartFlex's reign of terror will come to an end.
Now, if you had a look at Icy's position, if he's been keeping an eye out on the kill feed, he just might go in and push on 1952's position. Of course, he's going to have that buggy to help him out as well, but it might not be the right call because Venom Legends Steel Shot has an angle on them, which means IC is now going to have to travel back due south if he wants to escape Deadeyes Guys. But for now, Venom Legends Steel Shot, of course, picking a fight in the distance. He has to be careful because A1 Esports are nearby, Carnage are nearby, and there you have it. Zeus might just make a move. He realizes someone is coming close to him as C Minor dismounts from his vehicle.
There are 8 teams left in the server and Zeus is still alive. I don't understand how they're still alive. They were the first team to be down to one-man squad and still they're up and standing. Minor getting shot at. Z Minor will be finished off by Steel Shot from afar with those calm taps to the AK-47. And with that, that is going to be 1952 bidding us adieu. We're now down to the final 7 teams in the circle. 23 still left alive.
23 still alive as, well, you just mentioned 952 are going to be out from this game. Now, I did mention Chari earlier on. He was in that pivotal role of scouting out a position ahead, which he did. However, T2K were already at the mountain. In fact, they beat them to it because they were coming from opposite ends to the same location. It is still going to be a fight at the edge of the circle, basically towards your west. Meanwhile, A1 Esports are going to be fighting out with Venom Legends. And finally, IC is going to be brought down. Zeus Esports out in the 7th position with 4 kills, all courtesy of 1 man.
They should have been out at 1 point.
They should have been out on 0.
Yeah, actually 0. And IC, man, like, take a bow, sir. That was a fantastic game. In the end, though, we're down now to the 6 teams remaining. Venom Legends with 1 player still alive. The rest of these other teams, the other 5 teams, have all 4 players alive and kicking. It's going to get quite nasty.
Now, let me tell you one thing. Deadeyes Guys do have the compounds, but they are low on the ground down below as we have fights breaking out on these massive mountains all around. I was going to mention that Carnage Esports are pushing up on A1 Esports' position on the northeastern aspect of this circle. However, from afar, T2K, they are going to be prone next to their vehicles, making sure they have enough cover, are going to be shooting some lead in their direction. But now, it is going to be a life and death struggle for Carnage Esports up against A1, and Steel Shot, the last member from Venom Legends, is going to be sneaking his way behind them.
Now, what's he going to do, though, right? He's got, oh, the nade right in the face of Pubgm, but it's going to fall a little short of his position. Now, Steel Shot is going to be a little bit more careful here. He's going to heal himself. That's the first thing he's going to do. He's hearing this commotion breaking on out. He knows he's all by his lonesome, and he's going to be taking his sweet time. 9boy getting burnt now with from that Molotov from Carnage, and now they're going to be pushing in. A1 getting besieged from all sides. Carnage pushing up. Pubgm being the guy leading the charge, swapping to that M4. Manish coming in from below as well, rattling off bullets at Carnage. They want to leave Carnage in their wake, but Manish overextending a little too much and getting knocked by Dante. Pubgm will be taken down as well, and suddenly Carnage are now in the 1-man versus 4 scenario, and it is going to be A1 who are going to wipe out Carnage here. What a play, 1-man surviving. Jiggle dancing around, but A1, they smack them back.
Jiggle could not jiggle his way out of that, but let me tell you something about Dante's position, because if the replay does come up or in the AWPer moments, look at his trigger discipline. He could see all the enemies around, and when Pubgm kind of went from the bottom, I'm going to hold on to my point because it looks like Skylight Gaming are now going to be picking a fight with T2K as Rated gets into cover in the nick of time.
I'm calling it. This is chicken dinner for A1. This is going to be the first chicken dinner here. As on top, taps calmly away and finish off with Surger from T2K. Now down to a 3-man squad. Deadeyes Guys have all 4 players alive as well. A1 pushing on in. Oh no, they might just be charging in to the waiting arms of Deadeyes Guys, and I just might have jinxed them. 2 members down. 9boy, the only one by the looks of things left standing. The Molotov tossed in as well. Never mind, Jack's still standing though. Steel Shot in the meantime finish off. There's the final member of Venom Legends getting taken down, and Venom Legends will also take leave of us. The second nade comes on in, and A1 are getting harassed by Deadeyes Guys.
Deadeyes Guys were too well cemented, too well fortified for them to fall right now. A valiant effort by A1 Esports, but they just overextended by a little bit. Maybe they should have stopped behind that little one single shack thingy right on the right side of our screens. But now Deadeyes Guys, again, look at those angles that they have on the boys. 6ix9ine is the last man standing, and well, it looks like A1 Esports just might go without a chicken dinner again. But let me tell you one thing, man, they do have that gun game. They do have that mental prowess as well, and on top, Zer getting shot in the back by 6ix9ine.
There we go. Vengeance can be sweet indeed. He wants to get his finish. He knows it's not going to be an easy task for him. to extricate himself from this position, deploys a smoke to reposition himself, and he is indeed going to move in and try to finish off the kill. That is so smart, but Shifu Sir will catch him on the rotation, and A1 Esports will be eliminated. However, 8 points is nothing to scoff at.
With all that Kung Fu training, you don't even need to see your enemy, just hearing them is enough. And well, Shifu's sound sense is on point, but now Skylight Gaming are going to have a chance to disrupt this fight, as Seyog is going to be the last member, not the last member, but the only member of Deadeyes Guys who is in the compound on our screens right now, just to the left down below. Now, Deadeyes Guys are going to have to basically take a fight with TDK at one end and Skylight Gaming at the other, and looks like Skylight Gaming just might snatch this from their hands.
Depends on the circle, depends on the play zone, depends on the play zone, and the next play zone, it's actually going to be in T2K. Now, Skylight Gaming have to head on down in the open.
It is in T2K's position, however, Skylight Gaming will still have the upper ground in that very same circle. So now Train to Kill are going to have to watch out as well. A wonderful point by blah 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 to make sure he gets that little bit of height so he can get a different angle. But this gives Deadeyes Guys enough time to regroup. Suyog is going to come back to his teammates. They are going to rush in on T2K's position from the left, while, well, Skylight Gaming are going to be hammering down bullets from the right.
It's open terrain for Skylight Gaming, though. Yes, they have the high ground advantage, but they need to deploy a few smokes to provide a little bit of cover from Deadeyes Guys. Suyoks are in the distance, taking shots.
Deadeyes Guys smokes are going to be basically thwarting T2K's attention to their position as well.
Well, indeed it is, as Shifu, Hungrybox pushing up in. They know T2K is nearby. Rated Sir, taking the fight. That was a bait play here, and Hungrybox needs to trade, and indeed he will. Immediate knock taking place. Blah, 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 pretty much left alone by his own to the T2K. He needs to win this duel. Shifu's actually going to sneak on in. The dress might actually take place, but a Molotov could spoil the day, and a Molotov comes in, and that is going to be it for Shifu. No! He crawls away in the nick of time.
He survives. Now, this is when Skylight Gaming could be coming in. Expect to hear a couple of vehicles just roaring on through. There you have it. I already see Chari getting in one as blah, blah, blah goes around, but that is not going to be enough. Oh my goodness, that revive could have come in, but now it is not going to be enough. It's going to be a 4-on-3 situation. Deadeyes Guys versus Skylight Gaming.
And there we go, Heavenex immediately jumping on and getting the knock. Deadeyes Guys now have 2 players standing, and Skylight with 3, basically 3v2. The players are crawling all around. Hungrybox barely alive in a sliver of HP. They will finish off Suyok here, or they will attempt to. Chari pushing on in, unaware of the position from Hungrybox, and the knock takes place. Hungrybox is so very low, and he should be coming out on top here. This is so brave from Hungrybox, so low on health, but unfortunately, it is not going to be enough, and that is going to be it for Deadeyes Guys. Skylight Gaming, they fly high.
What a valiant effort by Deadeyes Guys over here, making sure that they basically held off attack after attack after attack. But again, Skylight Gaming did realize the moment the other team kind of pushed in, they were like, you know what, boys, this is that little window of opportunity we needed to push in and get the job done. Boy, oh boy, did they get the job done.
They delivered indeed in spades. Fantastic game, a very, very entertaining game of Miramar. Starting off with that Zeus IC play, the 1v3 taking down DRS, I do believe it was, and the number 1, number 2 team duking it out. A hell of a game.
Well, this might be the end of this game, but we have a lot more non-stop action in store for you guys. Before that, the analyst desk is going to break down this game because we definitely need them to. So stay tuned. We're going to take a quick little breather. We'll be back right after this.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the second day of the third Super Weekend. A massive interesting turn of events is what has taken place right about now. And when the game started, well, that was just a bonkers start to this match, which was just taking place on, of course, Miramar. With that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host, Blotto. Let's move on to our analyst and ask them what did they think of this game. Ocean.
The emotes are good in this game, I would just say that. Because that happened though. But hey, the fight was really interesting at that moment as well. And moving forward, you know, even at the final moments when T2K was just out there. And obviously DE, well, talking about Hungrybox, 2 kills, 900 damage. Wow. And 14 healing done.
I think, alright, so this is the first time I'm going to say Ocean is upset with the healing done being so low, just because in that final situation, had Hungrybox had like heal up. Like he had first aid and
he could have clutched that
used it
moment
out.
as well.
Exactly, he could have clutched out that 1v2 because he knew exactly where the opponent's wards were. They were pinned down behind that wall. He had a good weapon. We know this guy. He is good with his firefights and those clutch moments, and he could have done it. The only thing he did not have was that HP bar.
Well, with that, I mean, talk about top-notch plays coming in. Let's have a look at the top players from this game.
Yeah, talking about this one, right? That's where Steel Shot comes on. 4 kills on top, so with 3, and Sinister from A1 Esports with 3 kills, 562 damage. Plus, you know, this time A1 Esports, they are starting to pick up the pace again, as we were just talking about it in the previous game segment as well, that, you know, they were somehow losing their pace, but now they are just coming up with this one. That's a good thing.
Oh yes.
Again, one chicken dinner,
that's all that's missing. That's all that's missing, along with which, of course, the $1,000. But on long, let's move on the conversation. Let's have a look at the match ranking, where we know who got the chicken dinner, but we were just talking about A1 Esports walking away with 8 kills. Looking good with the points.
Yes.
Exactly. So this was a good game for A1 Esports, Venom Legends. I'm going to count PN Crew in this one as well, because 8 kills coming in quite earlier on the game. That was an impressive performance. But on the contrary, the teams that we did expect to perform really well were taken out quite earlier on in the game. Talking about F4 right there and R3D Esports, we're expecting them to, well, basically be inside of the top 5, somewhere F4 in particular, but quite an unfortunate situation getting caught out and getting taken out. Talk about getting caught out. Well, DRS off to a really good start, off to an amazing start, taking down those 3 players, but then IC comes in. He's pretty angry that his teammates are out, and he made them pay.
They did not know they were going against that cold-blooded player. That is, of course, IC from Z3us Esports. Talking about all of these, those were the rotations that were made, or rather not made. With that, let's move on to the zone analysis coming in from this game.
Well, the zone, obviously, it was, you know, it was having good names in itself, but obviously the players even better.
Exactly, and I like how Blotter just said, like, the rotations that were not made, as well, a few teams were taken out quite early on the match.
Yeah, I mean, that happened, right? You can talk about F4 in this one, and DRS, obviously, that fight happened, but F4, they tried to go in, but that did not happen, and Z3us, look at this. He was behind all the fights. He tried to just, you know, move inside the area, but after the circle, once you are moving in, you get spotted.
So this is like solo surviving 101 right there. When your team is taken out and you are all alone, you're gonna play outside the circle, not even inside it. You're gonna play outside it, sticking close to the blue zone, and that is how IC was able to move in. But after a certain point, he was provided with just 2 options. He was given 2 options: either he gets taken out by the blue zone, or he tries to get inside the circle, which he did, and then he was taken out. So, and then we transition to the final few moments where we saw sort of a scuffle break out between the players of Skylight Game, T2K and DE for the fight of the structures, and well, Skylight Gaming took advantage of the situation because they were completely left all alone, and then they charged in.
Absolutely, and again, they had all 4 members alive as well, so that worked in their favor, but moved those conversations towards all these moments summarized through, of course, the open moments.
Well, in this one, this is how it happened. Leo, he had an S686. He took 1 down, but obviously did not finish him. But now this is how, you know, Zeus were looking forward to every other fight. But as the players went down, this is where IC just, you know, rushes in for the fights. Takes down 1, goes back, has Tommy in his hands, takes the other players down as well. And so those fights were just, you know, carrying on its own self. But PN Crew, I mean, the way these players fought, those 8 kills, but look at this, takes another one, and now he knows it's the final player surviving, just goes for that player as well. Moving up forward, Tommy gun being used to its perfection, and there it is.
I mean, of course, you have to celebrate after you take down 3 players of an entire squad all alone, with your team almost on the verge of being wiped out. And talking about wipeouts, PN Crew, this was a team possessed in this game. Their eyes were set on one thing, and that was just taking down those players, getting those kills.
Imagine had they survived even more with the players remaining. Imagine had they taken more fights. Imagine had they gathered more placement points for themselves. Obviously, they would have just, you know, had a huge impact. Obviously, they did have it right now, but they would have even bigger impact on the lobby.
But then we come to this situation wherein we did see Skylight Gaming's Shari over there taking on the players of Future Station, and there was another team in the back that actually took advantage of all of it. It was 1952, I believe.
And this one, the one that you were talking about, right? Manish went around the vehicle, but obviously there was A1 Esports already waiting for it. But A1 Esports, I mean, they used everything to their perfection for this one. Plus, it's obviously a different change of stature that we have seen in the previous games versus this game for this team.
But you know, that fight could have been taken away from A1 Esports had the overextension from Manish had it not been there. Because it was that one player being taken out that resulted in two more trying to take the flank just so they can trade something out, them being taken out. Talk about trades coming in. Hungrybox did trade out his teammates quite perfectly, but no HP on him in a 1v2 situation, and he had to go for that fight. Well, resulted in Skylight Gaming just securing this chicken dinner.
Absolutely, but with that conversation, you move on towards the damage dished out throughout this game. I mean, Venom Legends finally showcasing that wonderful play, which of course is showcased with the 8 kills that they were able to walk away with. Same goes for actually A1 Esports. So.
A1 Esports, Venom Legends, I mean, this was a really nice game, and it sort of turned out to be a fight for the chicken dinner between the teams from Nepal and Bangladesh.
Absolutely. With that conversation, let's move on to the overall storyboard where we know what teams are in the top 16, but how big a leap are these teams going to be making now?
Finally, there's someone other than DRS and Carnage Esports contending for the 3rd position, but we knew this was going to happen.
We knew this was going to happen. T2K is out here on the 3rd position, DE on the 4th, and Carnage, they did go down. But talk about, you know, the things, 317, 309, 305, 304. It's still really close up an affair for these teams on its own self. Skylight Gaming, this is the 3rd chicken in the 111 on the placement points, 147 on the kill points, 258. They also closing on the top 10 marker. But moving up forward, Stalwart goes down. Well, after this is where, you know, we know how the things are just panning up as of now.
So things are going to be stagnant from now on in the second half of the standings unless 1952 actually have a really good finish for themselves. That's going to result in them taking over F4, moving up to the 14th position, and F4 coming down to the 15th. Or R3D has a good game and they take over 1952. Other than that, it's going to take them a while to actually come up to where Z3us Esports is sitting on 197.
Still we are having that conversation, right? 2 teams in top 16 still don't have a chicken dinner. They need to, and that also comes on from A1 Esports in 1952. So hope soon.
Well, keep our fingers crossed for that. Let's move on and have our day progress along with the schedule, of course, where we've got 2 games done. Moving on to the 3rd one, it is taking us back to Erangel.
Yep, talking about this one, right? Previous one, it was R3D. The circle held them. The game kind of just, you know, went along their sides only. Plus, obviously, they fought for it really good.
And I like the circle in the last one. So the northern circles are quite interesting because they provide a challenge for the teams that the wave that moves up from the south. And it's also interesting for the teams from the northern side because then you can challenge, get challenged from a lot of different locations. Maybe the team from Rozhok actually moves up.
Because the thing happens is, if you're on south, you might just rotate from the Gatka side, or you can take the Yasna and the long rotation. And if the circle's on military base, you only have the bridges or maybe water lines, but you get spotted eventually. So if you're talking about the northern circles, they play with the minds of the players as well, and players like it.
Plus, one more mind game that can be played is going to be with the team of Future Station, because I mean they have multiple drop locations, but one of them is the northern Georgia Pole drop. So if that drop comes in and it's a northern circle, then we can watch the game and see eyes going to be set up on them to see how the team is going to perform from there.
Absolutely, because again, when you talk about Future Station, I mean, they are having ups and downs when it comes to the games eventually, but of course, they are wanting to, you know, rack up those points in their favor. With that, let's move on to our commentators, and this time around, it is not the Erangel boys, but the Erangel guys, I would like to call them, because they are going to be taking us through this game. It is none other than, of course, well...
Thank you so much, Lakshay, and... Hey, I totally understand, and it's been a rather unusual evening, Necro, with, you know, of course, R3D starting things off with the chicken, and then Skylight Gaming to follow them up, and well, heading on towards game number 3. Well, a lot of teams are in a whole world of trouble, and we have to talk about Future Station yet again. The ship is definitely sinking, and what do you think? Can they make it?
It's quite a tough call over here, Fixes. I mean, I really want to see that team succeed, but each and every single game is not really proving good for them. The way these guys are playing, they are getting caught off guard in those rotations, and somewhere down the line, I really feel like their team synergy doesn't really seem like it's matching the flow.
Exactly, I mean, they are so scared to take those fights, which on the other days they would usually win. I mean, going down to the first game of Erangel, I mean, the fight that they had against Future, I think F4, that was the team over there, they completely messed it up, and they were trying to, let's say, second thoughts. They were taking those second thoughts over there if they want to really commit or not, and well, they've not been doing well. But Deadeyes, I mean, this is one of those teams that has been doing so very well, in every single match that they come in, and this was one of those games where they could have easily gotten chicken dinner. I was really, skeptical about the fact as to why was not on top pushing in with the team. But either ways, let's just head into Erangel and find for ourselves where the flight path trajectory will be. And here you have it on the screen. Necro, take it away.
From Noah Rupnoy to George Pull fixes. This flight path is quite interesting. I mean, we haven't seen some kind of flight path like this in a long time. And finally, it seems like some unique start to the game, and I really wish some unique things will be happening. And talking about some unique things, if you remember Zeus Icy, he eliminated the squad of DRS and then danced on their graves. And I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Dancing on the graves. Well, that's a way to put it, to be honest, because that was a message. And Zeus and DRS, they have been locking horns against each other. Yep. Yesterday, the same thing happened in Miramar, where again Zeus turned out to be the victors. But is it going to be the same storyline in this match? Only time is going to tell as to what is going to happen, as all the teams have taken their plunge. But where do you think the zone is going to pan out?
Taking a look at the circle, I really feel like the zone this time might be the one that we have been seeing for quite a long time, the Gatka one.
Alright.
Well, I mean, I know we want to see something new, but hey, that's been the meta since a long time, and I really feel like when they do see that Gatka circle, a lot of teams will be relieved because they've been playing in that zone. They know how to counter each and every single team, and as long as you keep on practicing, of course, the things will be okay. Well, I have been proved wrong this time, and it's going to be Shelter. And unfortunately, Zeus, they are not really going towards Shelter, which was their initial drop spot, but then they changed it to Georgopol.
We've seen them doing that quite a lot of time. Earlier we've seen Zeus heading on to its western Georgopol city, but this time they have dropped off at every single area that we have over there, including the city and the containers. We can of course find Zjol being present, but and there's a reason why they went for it, because of course INES is not playing this time around. So yeah, considering how this zone has panned out, I mean, teams like High Voltage, Carnage, Deadeyes, all beside each other. So this is one of those hot areas where we might see some early scuffle. But look at R3D going all the way as far as Zarki.
Well, I mean, it's been quite a curveball. Fixes. R3D going towards Zarki. I mean, sometimes in the past we've seen them go towards Kamishki as well. And now going towards Zarki, which is quite interesting. And Future Station opting towards those Georgopol apartment areas. And already a fight breaking down. Future Station, Gremlin Storm going up against R3D and Virus. Well, again, he is a person who is handicapped, doesn't have any weapon in his hands. And he does know if he exposes himself, he will be getting spotted down by Kopshi. And Kopshi is quite geared up.
Oh my goodness.
He's scared for his life.
How is he going to survive? I mean, he's being surrounded by enemies from every single direction, and it's the boys from Future Station. I believe they are aware of it. They did spot someone out coming right beside them, taking the plunge, and well, anything can possibly happen. Now, Future Station, can they take those fights?
You know how he ran away? As soon as when I was a kid, as soon as I heard, okay, the school's over, I just ran straight to the home. That's how he ran away.
Well, I mean, I like to stay back and play, but those were the glory days. Yep. That's where we were athletic. Not the case these days, however. Moving on with the game. So, DRS opting for a very, very unusual drop location. I mean, we've seen them going towards Disnaya, but completely spreading over the map. I mean, they are going to have some heavy loot coming in for themselves.
They will. I mean, they definitely will. But now, again, PN Crew, a team which is not really able to show up since yesterday. Yep. They're trying their best, though, with their rotations. And now we were also discussing about Future Station before the game started and how they're really not able to show up. Somewhere down line, Fixes, their rotations aren't really on point. In the past, if you compare this team the way they're playing right now, I really feel like something is missing, and the way these guys are making the rotation are one of the most questionable things. And the first game of Erangel was a... Think of that. They literally presented how wrong the rotations are being made from their side, and they did get caught off guard by F4.
Exactly. I mean, they were sort of trying to camp that Rozok bridge over there, but F4, I mean, it's a completely different squad that we are witnessing with the way they've been playing. They know that the sword was hanging over their heads up until yesterday, and that stellar performance sort of gave them that cushion that they needed. And look at them, 144 points, easy peasy, already qualifying for the regional finals. But I would like to talk about PM Crew. Now, they usually tend to drop off at Siverny. This time, however, they have gone for the area where Venom Legends usually go.
Yeah.
So now a lot of changes have been made, and we've got to see if they are actually comfortable with that kind of a rotation.
Yeah, I mean, that is, of course, going to be interesting. Now, I really feel like one of the major reasons why they dropped there was because of playing flat path. It was all the way starting from the bottom right to bottom left. And, of course, going to a shooting range in Siverny would be almost impossible. So dropping on that drop spot is a brilliant choice.
But hey, a lot of teams do know all the vehicles, their position, where they are going to be spawned at. Though it's random, but they tend to know that. And you're supposed to do that when you play competitive. So, yeah, I mean, had they been going towards Siverny, it would have been a rather easier rotation for them, considering how they're going to rotate through Gatka with so many teams trying to do the same thing at the same time. So they might face some early casualties as well. So we are definitely going to hope that does not happen, as we have seen 7C facing off against A1 Esports in a fight where both the players are getting equal trades, as Dante goes in for the kill, and yes, he does get it.
And again, 6ix9ine being the casualty inside this fight. The res will be there without any trouble, but True Love is trying his best to close distance down, of course lobbing in some nades, and that nade is going to be quite damaging, as Dante quite being safe from that nade, at least for now. And the utility usage is on point from the side of 7C. They are making sure A1 Esports is under pressure as much as possible, and they're putting on a lot of pressure.
We've seen a drastic improvement from the lads from 7C, the way they've been playing in the final week this time around, getting so many points for themselves, if not the chicken dinner, a lot of kills in their bag. But right now, A1 Esports still playing around the ridges, and we've got to see if Rig gets knocked out in the process, as he's alone over there. He needs to watch it, because if he gets knocked out, then there's very less chance that someone is going to come in to get that res back onto him.
Those grenades don't really seem like they're quite finding its mark. And now again, A1 Esports on a move, trying to reposition themselves, which is quite a bold move. And 7C seems like they are not really interested in fighting, so we'll be backing off, which does make sense. In this fight, either you would have a casualty, or either the opponent team will be having a casualty, or you're going to be leaving with a casualty. So it's rather better to opt out before the fights are breaking down and trying to save your teammates for those late games.
Either way, someone is going down.
Yep.
But look at this cluster building up onto the center of the circle. We've got so many teams coming in already. Deadeyes securing the center spot. They are going to be contested though by the players of High Voltage, and by the looks of it, you've got a bit of casualties there, and R3D exchanging bullets against Future Station have already lost out on Edgar.
Well,
oh, it's Virus.
It's Virus. Yeah. I mean, we did see Virus, just running away, and I even gave the reference of me running from the school. Yeah. And now, Virus is going to be the casualty. He didn't really have any kind of weapons in his hand. And finally, will be going down. But R3D would be quite disappointed. Of course, Future Station, the start that they were looking for has been found. That should at least boost their confidence up a little. But now the airdrop 1 is on the map, and it's the MK14.
Yes, like I always love to call it, the weapon forged by the devil himself.
By the demons.
I mean, devils, demons.
They're the same thing, yeah, pretty much.
At least for me. But they are completely different. But we're not talking about them right now.
They're evil, okay?
Yeah, they are evil either way. Yes. But, look at the circle now. It's sort of tending to go a bit towards the southern side, a bit downwards the mansion areas. But what I really want to see is the circle taking a curveball towards the southeastern side, where it sort of tends to go towards the Lumberjack Hills. But by the looks of it, High Voltage trying to traverse around. Carnage also, getting some heavy gunfire from the boys of Deadeyes, as on top is sort of getting in, trying to get that dippy area and play around with it. I've been always critical about this entire spot, but holding on to my thoughts as DRS find themselves taking a few shots onto its team over there, and that's high voltage.
Well, seems like finally a fight will be breaking down between two massive teams as Galzon again unloading his mag in the direction of high voltage. Doesn't seem like he will be finding any opening, only dealing a little bit of damage. High voltage are looking absolutely fantastic. Mima is in those close lines. He needs to make sure he is safe, at least for now. So he'll be quite backing off. But again, DRS Mr. Boro has spotted out a player of Zeus, and that's going to be Zyol going down. His vehicle just got blasted, and that's called the redemption fixes.
That's karma. That's karma, right?
That's right on his grave.
and what a way to just explode him and completely deleting him from the server. But you know, it's still the players of Zeus, three men alive rather, and they are still devastating. But DRS, you know, they are enjoying while the time lasts. And this is one of the teams that can actually do that, but have been taking quite some casualties over here, as Nima will be biting the dust.
Well, I mean, right now, there's a lot of things happening on the screen.
But they don't care, do they?
Yeah, they don't care. I mean, the one thing that has caught my mind is that the revenge that DRS have gotten. And this is going to be making a serious rivalry between these two teams. And we might see a lot of drama going down.
I love it. I love the masala.
We love the dramas, come on.
We all do. Even I agree the viewers also love it. You know, they are definitely going to do that. But yeah, talking about Team Zeus, they have lost out on one of their players. And look at the replay over here. Mr. Boro continuing that spray. But it's Gyalzin who gets that final bullet, exploding Zyol's vehicle and sort of catching him off guard while rotating.
Well, I mean, of course, quite unfortunate, but DRS, the revenge that they were looking for has been found finally. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be putting on a smile on their faces as Leo is spotting out a player off F4. Has spotted him down, trying to connect any shots though, but doesn't seem like Wolverine is going to be that easy of a target. Leo's almost connecting his shots on his skull. And Wolverine crouching down in the nick of time as Icy has been taken down. The opening that F4 we're looking for has been found.
I mean, they've been playing so aggressive, but look at Cloud. I mean, the substitute coming in, getting a beautiful knock on with his bolt action. We've seen the same with, I believe, T2K, where Frankie came in and he was exploding. And now Team F4 have decided to go in for that push. Can they get the knock though? As Godless from the backlines, from the Wizard Tower, will keep the players of F4 and Bay.
Exactly. And as Zeus, again, have already taken down Destroyer, and even Icy has been taken down. Now the res they are looking for, and I'm pretty sure they will try to get him res back up, as F4 have two of their players down on their name. They need to get the res back in as well. Of course, that's going to be the main priority, but one of the F4 member is quite separated out from the pack. That can either work in their favor, or that can also cause their demise. As Godless, of course, the relentless aggression is being shown from this man, and Khan in a heap of trouble. He just has a small tree as the cover for himself. He doesn't really have a lot of breathing space. He's getting pushed down from all these sides of Zeus. And again, Zeus seem like they have a massive chance of winning this fight, and of course they will.
They need to, and turning the tides is what Team Zeus excels at, and that is what they have done in this situation. Again, gaining control, reviving the teammate. But hold on, the fight is not yet over as DRS come chiming in inside the fight and will be a part of the party as Godless will again heal himself back up. But this time, DRS have found themselves in a very, very promising position.
Exactly. Now, Zeus, again, they are not really looking that good. DRS, of course, being the one in third partying this entire fight. Mr. Boro getting real up close and personal. He does know that Zeus are pinned down just inside that little alleyway. He wants to push in. Galzon does have an extra bit of angle from the backlands, and that's going to be Zeus taking an exit, and DRS this time putting an end to them. And finally, the revenge has been completed.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, and DRS have shown that. And well, I mean, the lads must be happy. They don't care if they are not going to get a chicken dinner, but that's the storyline, right? The competition for the first spot as they continue their onslaught. This time, they've spotted down the players of R3D. But R3D, they do not want to be a part of it right now. They are playing a defensive stance over here as Joker has been taking some damage from that nade being tossed by AJ.
Redemption might be the thing that R3D is looking for. Joker barely alive on his knees. He is just pinned down right behind that rock, but Edgar's buggy rolls away as he's going to be moving outside of it. Of course, a good decision to move out and get himself that cover behind that little ridge. And now AJ's position has been compromised. He took a little bit of shots from the side of R3D.
Yeah.
As Joker and Edgar are still exposed from their backlines, but it doesn't seem like there is anyone right there.
Indeed, I mean, they're playing the edges, they've got good angles, and Edgar, that was a promising nade, but had it gone a bit far, maybe AJ could have been knocked out, and then R3D could have gone in for the push, because the remainder of the players are way too off and are not in a proper angle. But DRS sort of now having two of their players backed out. It's AJ on the front lines. His position is compromised. It's going to be a very tricky fight, considering how the circle has gone away from them. Now this time the circle has been around that farm Milta area, a rather unique circle, and this looks really good for Deadeyes, as Gyalzen, however, gets a knock onto with Anubis.
The circle is going to be an invitation for destruction, as already a lot of knocks have been found. R3D are going to be the one to get the casualty on their name, and take a look at the seamless aggression from the lads of DRS, as they want to confirm down the kill. And again, they are taking a look at R3D making the rotation out in the open. Yeah. They want to make sure they are not getting punished down. And now again, R3D on a move.
They are, but right now, Badriv in a bit of a pickle, as Fear is the one charging on towards him, as the meme gets a knock on towards Love. Now 7C having lost down two of their players, they have to do something, but it's the boys from the far lines, that's Deadeyes, who will be putting the final nail in the coffin, and 7C take an exit.
I already called it. The circle is going to be an invitation for destruction, and so many third parties and so many fights panning out as they are trying to make the rotation inside the circle. StalwartFlex, Crypto going down. They need to get the res onto him. Of course, that's going to be the main priority, as TDK blah 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 does have his sights locked on the players of StalwartFlex, and he does know he does not really want to push. If pushing, that would be quite a detrimental fact for them, as TDK already have found the opening. Two players have went down from the side of StalwartFlex. Jane is doing quite incredible, keeping StalwartFlex pinned down just in that small little compound.
Indeed, now we do see Cooney getting a lot of kills over there as AJ goes falling down, but Gyalzen, he's not going to back out without a fight. But Assassin going on a domination spree, as StalwartFlex will be lobbing those grenades, but will not connect onwards anyone, as Jane successfully retreats.
StalwartFlex managed to shook him away. Now reviews, of course, the man who tried his best to keep his team alive. Props to him. But TDK do still have their eyes locked on them. The target has acquired. All they need to do is just get one kill, find that opening, then maybe push inside. But High Voltage Assassin seems like he's on a killing spree. We have been seeing his name quite for a long time in the killing feed, and that's going to be DRS getting eliminated by High Voltage. Wow.
I mean, High Voltage finally stepping up. This is one of those teams that has been very, very consistent in the past.
Tactical.
But yes, they've seen their dip lately. They've sort of fizzled out. But today is where they're looking to gather back those points that they've lost in all those matches. Because this Super Weekend qualifying had been a very daunting task. But they have made it so far. But look at what I see. Rafet with an AUG, a weapon that is not really popular amongst all these players, but
it's an absolute laser beam.
It still is a very good weapon. I mean, the recoil control on this is impeccable.
Exactly. It's an absolute laser beam. If you peek that, you're going to get decimated. And now again, Venom Legends do have a good spot for themselves, but if the circle shifts away way too far from them, then that is going to be quite a massive disturbance for them. They would be quite unsettled if that things happen. But StalwartFlex getting an already a casualty on their name, and their players are going down a lot of times. And I really feel like they should either try to reposition themselves or maybe just not give any kind of picks.
Well, this is quite an unique circle that we are witnessing right out in the open. But still, the players of T2K do have the better of those compounds, so they're gonna hold on to that. But Venom Legends have been trying to pin down the players of Carnage, not really letting them escape. Now, for Carnage to get out of this sort of situation, they need a smoke path, and they need to move in quick or wait for the players of Venom Legends to make their move, and then maybe go in for a late rotation.
Well, I mean, I don't really know if the late rotation is going to be the route fixes, because Venom Legends are going to be the one which would, the zone would be touching them quite late. Carnage would, of course, be the team that zone would be forcing in before it would force the players of Venom Legends. So Carnage will have to make the move before them. And we are taking a look at the exact thing happening. Carnage are getting impatient. They know they will have to make the rotation inside the circle, and so does Venom Legends as well. Rafat finally on a move. Nightwing following it up, taking a little bit of shots here and there. Carnage do seem like they have a pretty free route, and they will be pushing in the direction of Venom Legends as a lot of fights are happening. And again, on top, showing quite a aggressive stop, and the decimation from this lad is going to be relentless.
Indeed, it is going to be, as Shigil has been taken down, this time from the lads of 1952, as they are finally deciding to step up. But it's also Rafat not giving up over here, as he gets a few kills here and there, as Frypan is going to chime in, as Edgar is the lonesome survivor in this compound. But how long is he going to be there? And there you go, answers are given, as Rafat will get the final kill and R3D fall down.
R3D taking an exit. Did quite good, at least up till now, as Deadeyes again putting on a lot of pressure inside the lobby. They do have a real good position for themselves, right on the edge, trying to camp it out, catching the teams of card that are making the rotation. Venom Legends steel shot, barely surviving that onslaught. He needs to make it back to cover, and of course he will be. Venom Legends going straight up head-to-head against the players of Carnage. Jiggle is quite looking good, at least for now, but he will need to heal himself back up before giving any kind of peaks. And there comes the aggression from the side of Carnage. They don't have any other choice. They will have to make the rotation because they are out of smokes, they're out of utilities, and this is where Carnage might just go down.
Making the last-ditch efforts, trying to get a knock, as the nade has been lobbed onto it. Shigil as he gets exploded, as Venom Legends getting yet another squad wipe. But after he goes down, his nade connects.
Well, I mean, it's like he did know, okay, no matter what, even if I go down to that nade, then Rez will be there without any problem, because Carnage is the only team that is going to be on their backs, and that's going to be Carnage taking an exit on 10th position. A lot of teams are alive in this small circle fixes, and the circle shift is going to be an invitation for destruction, as the high voltage are trying to make the rotation inside. 1952 getting caught off guard. There is no one inside the circle, and it's out in the open. And that is going to be a massive factor.
Yes, indeed, it's going to be, as a lot of teams have to rotate in from the southwestern side, as Jane just rattling down all those bullets onto its players right in front of him. As Rated, he does know there is a squad amidst his vicinity, and he needs to lob that grenade. He was sort of proned in, but it was Blade who will get a knock onto him as the fight has started.
Exactly. TDK again find themselves in quite a precarious spot. Register has went down. The rest will be there from the side of blah, blah, blah. But while Deadeyes again continuing the onslaught, they are slaying down teams after teams as high voltage. Assassin is going to be a casualty inside over here. 1952 are going to be the silent people, are going to be the ninjas, giving no kind of sound away, making the rotation inside the circle, being the peaceful ones, as so many fights are breaking down and so many players are going down against StalwartFlex, challenging two different fights at the same time.
Indeed, as P and crew start closing in, they have been alive for quite a while, avoiding all those fights, but this is where they have to take it, as Crypto goes after Killer, gets that knock. Can he get the second? No is the answer, but he will definitely confirm the kill, as T2K needs to hold on to the fortress that they are defending, as P and crew are lobbing those grenades. Are they going to connect? Only time is going to answer our questions, but, well, a few nades missing here and there. That is definitely not going to deter the players of T2K, as they are going to dodge one more as Rated shifts to another compound.
The way he just jumped out right in front of him and finally making it out to safety. But now TDK already have a casualty on their name. Of course, it's going to be Utsarga. The nades will be lopped in from the side of TDK. That nade might be quite damaging, and no, not really able to find its mark. Red Star does know that there is one squad right behind the house, and that nade, of course, is finally going to be finding the opening that they were waiting for, and that's going to be StalwartFlex getting put into a really uncomfortable situation that they will need to make a way out of. Now, of course, the aggression will be there from the side of TDK. As Uzum from StalwartFlex is down, the res will be there from the side of Blade. And P and Crew are going to be the one to third party this entire fight.
Indeed they are. Now they are deciding to push in. One more good grenade might just do the job. But P and Crew have the support of the teammates as Blade is taking the revive as he gets one knock but gets traded off instantly as StalwartFlex have also been eliminated at the 5th spot. Now with 4 teams remaining, 11 players all out in the open, just have those haystacks as covers, got those damaged vehicles they are using as a soft cover for them. But who is going to win this one out? Who is going to get the chicken as Rocket's vehicle explodes?
The circle shift is out in the open, Fixes, and no one is inside. The only team that is the closest to it, it's going to be P and Crew. But they are getting pinned down by a lot of squads. They are getting shot at, and the Sundash is going to be the last man surviving. We have seen him in the past pull out some insane clutches, some 1v2s, some 1v3s. Will he be able to do that again, though? It's going to be quite a tough call, at least for now. 1952, of course, a team which is inside the competition still, and we have seen sometimes these lads just putting on an absolutely incredible show. Venom Legends do need to make it inside the circle. Of course, 1952, C Minor is going to be the one to pin them down behind that little wall, and this is where he might shine.
I really like how Venom Legends have approached this one out, right? They've got their buggy secured, and everyone is sort of playing a stalling game, waiting for the one to make a move, then strike, and then make your own move. That's the secret, that's the mantra that all these teams are going for. But C Minor just spraying down through the smoke as Ontop has finally found a knock onto its magnet. 1952 again making it so far. But, well, C Minor almost going after Carmageddon, but that will not happen as he gets taken out.
1952 didn't really have any other choice rather than to make the rotation out in the open, and finally seems like Venom Legends have found themselves in a real good spot. The nades are lobbed in from the side of Sandesh. Is that nade going to be finding its mark? No, it's going to be the answer. It was a Molotov, and it made it quite a little bit far away from the mark that he was trying to put in. Now Frypan again lobbing in that nade. It might be close, and no, of course, dealing a little damage, but not dealing enough as much as they would have expected. And again, the grief from the side of Deadeyes is going to be there on the players of Venom Legends. And finally, that nade is going to be finding the mark, and that's going to be enough.
As we finally find ourselves in a 1v1 situation, it's Hungry Box again as he is going after the players of Venom Legends. It's Frypan rather on top. I believe he's still alive, so it's a 1v2 over there. But anything can possibly happen. Deadeyes barely missed out on the chicken dinner. And the last one, they are, however, determined to get it right this time. Have to push in tandem. Can they do it? Frypan still his position, not been compromised. But they have a slight idea as to where he might be.
Deadeyes are hungry. They need this chicken dinner no matter what. Spam almost connects. Frypan whizzing bullets right next to him. Frypan does know he's barely making it inside the circle, but the circle shift is going to be drastic. It's shifted away from Frypan, and this is where Frypan might just go down.
I'm calling it. This is going home for the boys from Deadeyes. I mean, they have been so stellar with every single game that they've been playing. And, you know, these are the two guys that you need to have towards the end, on top and Hungry Box. If someone can pull that off, that is these two lads. But Frypan, he needs to make some hasty decision because he's not got time enough, as 10 seconds remaining as the circle will start closing in. And that's where we might see an ending to this match.
Frypan again. Seems like he is moving it slowly and steadily, slithering through the grass. It's only a matter of seconds when Deadeyes spots a little glimpse of him and take him down. Of course, they have their sights locked in his direction. They're trying their best to spot him down. It doesn't seem like any time it's going to be happening. On top, he does have his eyes locked. Frypan is being quite cautious. Yeah. He does know this game is going to be a big one. If he gets this home, his lads are, of course, going to be happy, and his parents are going to be proud.
Indeed, it would be ludicrous if he pulls this one off, because Deadeyes, I mean, well, both these players are stationed at that one spot, and the bag being thrown away, and did hope it would have connected, but no, that was not the case over here. I like what Frypan is doing, you know, going in, moving with some cover on him, but still, the fight is yet to break out. He's still yet to make it inside the circle, or has he already done that?
Well, they threw the pan to Frypan to fry it.
Beside him.
And now again, I mean, okay, yeah, that was quite a bad joke. Okay, I accept it. But again, now Frypan, he is barely making it inside the circle. The next circle shift is, of course, not going to be there. And as soon as the circle will be closing down, the fights will be forced. And here goes the circle. Frypan needs to make it inside the circle, needs to make it in between. And Deadeyes as well. And which one will get the first opening? Frypan finally exposing his entire body, and this is where he goes down. And of course, Deadeyes getting that chicken dinner in their hand. What an end. What an end.
What an end. Missing out on the chicken dinner last game. This time the boys will seal it for themselves. And well, Frypan just being a little bit impatient. Of course, he did not have any choice. The moment he would have moved away from the greener pastures, he would have been easily spotted down. So might as well end his misery over there. But nevertheless, a very good game also coming in from the lads of Venom Legends. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be pushing for a short little break. Coming right after is the analyst test to break things down.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the final Super Weekend. The third Super Weekend, day number 2 is where we're at, and it is off to an aggressive start right off the bat. Right now we just got done with third game, and what a phenomenal turn of events it has been. Of course, with that it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag hook up your fun. I'm your host Blotter. Let's move on down to, of course, Ocean Sharma and I Super Johnny and ask them, dudes, of course it was on top right there. Yeah. Throwing a fry pan towards fry pan. I mean, that was
talk about irony, right?
Wow. Irony indeed. Back-to-back MVP. We were thinking Omta might be the MVP because he had 5 kills, got the 6 as well. But right now, Hungrybox with 6 kills, 2 assists, 133 damage, 130 healing, 570 damage, and hey, wasn't the game going till 28-29 minute marker?
Yes, and that is also an interesting fact. Also, you also had an interesting fact about Venom Legends.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. We will talk about that. I'll tell that fact as well. But look at this. Obviously, he has had that contribution of kills every time he becomes an MVP. 26% contribution of the kill department. That's the highest that we have seen as of now in the contribution donuts.
Exactly, and this is what we exactly expect from one of the veteran players of their region, and he always delivers. I mean, talk about last game, talk about this game, 2 games back to back.
MVP. Previous game it was just 2 kills but 900 damage.
Exactly, the dude's hungry. What can you do? I mean, when you're hungry, you just got to showcase that domination. And with that, let's move on to the top players coming in, where of course we've got Deadeyes Guys Hungrybox with those 6 kills working in his favor.
We'll talk about on top sir right now. 633 damage is what he has. 5 kills, obviously. Assassin 701, 5 kills, and Suyok 752 and 4 kills. So all the players, they did good for themselves. But right now, as we're just looking forward to this, DE's players, like they were looking really good.
15 kills right there on these 3 players from the side of Deadeyes Guys, and it was a wonderful position that they had. At one point I felt like, alright, 1952 and Venom Legends could have taken them down, but no.
This is where DE was outshining everyone. Talk about assists, talk about the damage being done, talk about the kills, obviously incredible. But then Future Station now 25 utilities used. Previously I guess 22 was the number, and correct me if I'm wrong, but now it's 25 by Tamim, and Assassin with a longest distance skill, 279 meters.
Yeah, an impressive performance from the players, but I mean there are other things that we have to talk about as well.
Yeah. Oh yes, that is going to be the storyboard for this game. That is, of course, that's going to be the match ranking, where we know who got that chicken dinner with 30 points to this team.
This is the thing. Yesterday and today, Venom Legends, whenever they go for the double-digit kills, they are not going for the chicken dinner. Yesterday also, 16 kills and 2nd position. Today as well, 12 kills and 2nd position. They gotta, because in the last final moment, they gotta play the cards right. Obviously, you remember when you're not discussing about it. If the rotation would have been even to a slight more left, it could have made or
Certainly could have made the game.
Exactly.
No two ways about it. But then again, I mean, it's not that they're running away from the chicken.
Exactly.
But
They
yeah,
are
I would
taking
have
those
loved to
Yep.
see, obviously, as much as I love the chicken went to DE's hands, I would have loved to see it go in Venom Legends' hands as well, because this is the second time they had the high kill game, but again, shying off from a chicken dinner. That just, goes down on one thing that, you're missing out on 15 points and obviously $1,000 again.
Oh yes, indeed. With that, again, let's go down towards the zone that took place throughout this game, bringing up, of course, the circle and the rotations from these teams.
Exactly, circle on the eastern side of the map this time around. And again, I mean, it was sort of in the center of things, so we weren't too worried about those early game rotations, which actually, in fact, did happen, as fate would have it, almost every single one made it in unharmed, unscathed.
Yeah, and I love the way, these players had their rotations in their hands. Look at Venom Legends again. I love the way they rotate. I love the way they take those fights. I love their aggression. That just comes down to them. Look at 1952. They had to see Carnage from the backsides, obviously, but Carnage just moves in. And 1952, it would have been their game as well, because they did not have any fight right next to them, and they had a proper open area just to play with. Look at DE right now. Again, just moving on with a proper composure. These teams, they were the stars of this game.
But here's the fun fact about open areas. Getting in is easy. Staying alive, it's really, really tough, as most of the teams did find that out. And now, from this point onwards, this is what I was talking about. So 1952 right there went for a split approach. Two players right behind DE, and one was sticking around close to where Venom Legends were. And from there on, I thought, all right, DE, they might have a tough time. But they survived, they prevailed, and they got that chicken dinner.
Absolutely did. But I mean, talking about PN Crew, of course, there was Sandesh, who was certainly coming alive with that Hulk approach that he's got through his webcam, working in his favor. Another thing to, of course, bring up is going to be that World Revenge category situation that took place. Let's go down towards the overwhelmance.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the thing that Johnny said, the final problem, staying alive, is what these players have to just, move forward to. They were trying everything good for themselves, and a circle was a thing that was playing a curveball. But hey, talk about Zeus DRS.
Oh.
Again.
Yeah, the revenge was definitely taken, and as the casters also said, revenge is a dish best served cold, and well, it had ample amount of time to cool off. I mean, from the previous game to this one, but now we have transitioned towards those open area situations wherein the players are trying to tackle the challenges of entering the farm.
Talk about this, Raffat. As soon as he holds that AUG, he got kills and kills and kills. I mean, AUG has been a lucky gun for him. I can just tell that.
Exactly, and talk about, I mean, not just luck, but I want to focus on PN Crew in this conversation as well, because PN Crew now sort of have been consistent. Last game, they got those 8 kills, they got those 8 points along with them. This game, they got good placement points. So the team's consistency is sort of coming back up one way or the other. Last time, I mean, week 1, they were perfectly balanced. They were getting good kills, they were getting good placement points, but this time they are one way or the other managing to get points consistently, and so is DE. One chicken dinner missed, the second one, they took it.
Absolutely. And with that, of course, when you move on down towards the damage histograph right here, this is where we can see few of these teams certainly bringing in a lot of damage, a lot of kills in their favor. But move that conversation once again towards the team on the right of our board is where things are looking a bit sorrow.
Yeah, I mean, talking about F4 right now, 7C and R3D, Carnage as well, so these teams were going for the fights, but the implementation was in one thing, good fights and bad fights. It just was not the map, you would want to say, because obviously, they are taking fights, that means they are knocking the players down. Obviously, you don't get 893 damage without a knocks and all, right? You're knocking the players down, but again, it's either the cover fires, it's either the possibilities that the other teams are creating against you.
Exactly. But see, you compare that towards Future Station, right? They were able to walk away with 3 kills with 611 damage. So that again improves and again proves the fact that Ocean always keeps on mentioning that good fights and bad fights, well, you better convert them into good ones.
Exactly, you have to.
You better.
But hey, if you are getting good fights, that means someone else is getting bad fights. If you're getting bad fights, it works in that way.
Always
you can't
does.
deny it.
Always does. I mean, that is the storyboard. That is how it's always been when it comes to the fights, when it comes to the game, of course. But move that conversation towards how these teams have fared up until now. We've got 3 games done, and Deadeyes Guys have taken a lead.
Well, we were talking about this, right? Now it's going to be TE's day. 335 points for them. 4 chicken dinners. DRS, well, where's the 6th one? I mean, they have been looking forward to that. They still need to get that 6th chicken dinner for themselves, but T2K, DE Zeus, 4 chicken dinners for themselves.
And also, while we have been so focused on the race to see who is going to be second, look at Z3us Esports, the lead is theirs again.
It always stays here. It always stays here. No two ways about that. 1952 in this game. They played really good. 145 points. F4 144. So there's a thing between these two as well. You know, who stays on top of the other in this 14-15 marker. Plus, once they keep on moving, Seal Esports is the one that will be worrying about this one, because obviously they want to surpass that number as well.
So Seal Esports, I'm going to say this right now already. I feel like they are going to qualify either on the 13th or the 14th position. They're not going to drop below that even after yesterday.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow, sorry.
Yeah. Exactly, mate. Exactly. I mean, yesterday was a different fair where they did move on from that first page to the second, and now, of course, the second page is where they're probably going to stick around. But will they go down the 16th position? Seems pretty hard. But with that, let's move on our day. Let's move on along to game number 4, where we now go on towards Sanhok.
Exactly, Sanhok. This is going to be the fast-paced map, right? When we expect it to be a fast-paced map. Yesterday it was way more tactical, because you remember there were so many players, so many teams getting equal kill points, and I guess it was this Sanhok yesterday where every team had at least 1 kill point. No team had 0 kill points for themselves.
True.
0 placement points, obviously that just comes down, but 1 kill point. That means every team was taking up a fight, taking up something home for themselves, just to put it on the board for themselves. So yeah, today Sanhok, I don't want it to be different. I want it to be the similar as yesterday, because then every team gets to enjoy the kill numbers.
Exactly, and for that, the storyboard is going to be working in their favor as well, because that is what you want. You want to be able to convert those wonderful placement points as well as those kill points into your favor and move on along when it comes to those ranking and those positions. But with that, you guys know the question that I'm going to be asking.
What are you predicting, sir?
Yeah.
Well, I really want to be able to say that A1 Esports should be coming up in the top 5. But the way this game's placement has been going on, right? It is not looking good for them.
He has been asking us questions week by week by week by week. What are you predicting?
Every single time we are
With that again, alright, never mind you. So you guys sitting back at home, how about you join in through the chat and let us know what region, what team do you think is going to be taking the chicken dinner? With that, enough banter from our side. Let's move on to this rainy map of Sanhok. It is, well, the Erangel boys who seem to have displaced themselves and found themselves on the map of Erangel now.
Yeah, well, we're going to be jumping into Sanhok. Gotcha there, but we are indeed going to be jumping into what is going to be a very hot, humid, sweaty map. And
we're live?
Are you stripping?
I am not. Well,
are you going to stop the shirt? Can you stop? Can you stop?
We are going to stop. This is not going to be PG-13, but I thought it's Sanhok. It is getting a little icky. It's getting a little hot. I thought, you know what? I got to lose that jacket right now and roll the sleeves up. So while I do that, why don't you take over?
Yeah, it is indeed going to be Sanhok, while I have my fellow co-caster. It's going to be ensuring that we almost get a warning from production for, you know, stripping ourselves of our clothes. But you know what?
I do not want to get fired.
Well, I mean, it's up to you, man. It is going to get hot and heavy, though. It's going to be indeed quite sweaty as well, because we are indeed going to be jumping in to Sanhok, the map we're going to be finding ourselves on. It is the 4th map of the 2nd day of Super Weekend number 3, the final one that these teams will get to play. And indeed, looking at the map, plane path, one of the maps with a plane path isn't too much of a factor, XP. However, as the desk alluded to a few minutes back, that this has been the map yesterday where each and every team had at least 1 kill point.
At least 1 kill point. And again, it's not that difficult because, well, we have this phenomenon called third partying, which is pretty much woven into the fabrics of Sanhok, so to speak, because, you know, you fire a shot, everyone and their mothers are going to hear it in about a kilometer radius. But now as the teams are going to be falling down to their favorite drop spots, the question on everyone's mind is, where is the circle going to form? It's going to be northwest.
Bantai, Camp Charlie, Sami. It's going to be to the southwest.
Do we have a little bit of a rivalry going on?
I don't know, but what we do have is Zeus going up against Future Station, and they are not going to be wasting any time. This time it's not Icy alone. It is going to be the entirety of his squad, and they're going to be going up against a team who have a lot to lose if they lose this particular team fight. It is Future Station.
But man, talk about the fact that in case they do manage to wipe out Z3us Esports, if we
are... That's a statement.
It is a statement. That is going to be a major morale booster, and like you said, that is going to be a massive statement. And talking about the circle, we both are, well, you are kind of right, but whatever. Focusing over them. Z3us Esports love dropping down to the boot camp every now and then, and Future Station call it their home as well, and I think they would have been anticipating that Z3us are coming here. So you know what, Blay, I think they're ready for the fight.
They better be. They better, because the fight is definitely going to be going their way. Future Station, you can take a look at the... if you have a chance to look at the overall rankings, right? There we go. They're not there in the top 16, right? They need to get those 125 points as a minimum in order to kind of crack the top 16. So they have a lot on the line, and they need to have a couple of big games. So far, no chicken dinners yet for Future Station, and it's not looking good already here in Sanhok, facing off against Zeus.
You know, being the fact that we are in the third Super Weekend, of course, we want to make sure the spotlight is on the teams that are participating right now, as Leo's is going to rattle off an entire magazine without it finding its mark. But again, just bringing something up, we were kind of talking backstage, Z3us Esports, they still might have a chance to qualify. Again, the only two teams that can kind of contest their position are Future Station and R3D Esports, but they need to have those good games back to back to back to back.
Imagine qualifying after playing only one Super Weekend.
Man.
That's that would be quite mental. And right now, Seal in a 13th position with 197 points, which they managed to accrue in one Super Weekend, which is the first one and the only one they played. Now, Z3us Esports, they have managed to loot themselves up a little bit of some Kevlar level 2 helmet there. And I do believe that was Zeol. They have some guns as well. And Future Station are very well aware that boot camp is not empty, that they have to contend with Z3us Esports. And looking at a play zone right now, neither of these two teams really need to make a move right now immediately, but they probably want to ensure that this particular standoff gets done and dusted as soon as possible, because eventually we're going to be having PN Crew, maybe F4 or even High Voltage jumping into the fray.
That is going to be a possibility indeed, but I like the fact that, alright, Z3us Esports are right now on the western, well, kind of like the southwestern aspect of bootcamp, and wait, I beg your pardon. Future Station are on the southwest aspect of bootcamp, and have a look at this. We have another team nearby. Snipe Whitey knows someone's coming in. Jari goes down. Heaven suddenly realizes, wait a second, someone was lying in wait. And quick thinking by Snipe Whitey to make sure he confirms his skill.
Can he get the second one, though, is a question. He hasn't taken any damage yet. He's going to be heading back into cover. Skylight Gaming pushing up in. He's dealing a lot of damage onto Heaven. Heaven's got to go prone, and Snipe has got to take this fight pretty much single-handedly. He's holding the line. Unfortunately, in the end, it's going to be Vector that's going to finish him off. So, trading blows here, Carnage and Skylight Gaming. Heaven X being very lucky to stay alive. In the meantime, Carnage is taking fire from another team. 7C and Carnage going up against each other. And it looks like 7C is coming out on top, leaving Carnage with, I do believe, just one member alive.
Again, mind you, Carnage usually love heading out towards Camp Charlie, and this time they are going to be around the quarry. They love spreading out, as you can see, Praveen is going to be down on his knees, and that tuk-tuk.
Early action on Sanhok.
Quite unexpected.
Yeah.
Again, things are going to be changing around a bit. Carnage Esports this time around, they went for a little bit of a different drop, and I guess they might just be regretting it. But again, we have another fight breaking out with Skylight Gaming, who did wipe out a member from Carnage early on, and it looks like StalwartFlex are going to be coming in on to their position. Now, on paper, have a look at this. They do have the higher ground. However, there is way too many houses in between for them to kind of move in. And if they do, they might just expose their position, because Joker is going to be on the left flank for his team's point of view. Of course, he's on the right side of our screen. And, you know, it's all going to be about information. The moment he spots someone out, that information is going to be relayed onto Leon and Heaven. And if the communication is tight and they can get the flanks in, Stalwart can't push in. And again, StalwartFlex are very off that scenario possibly playing itself out.
Right next to Quarry, these two teams. As after that initial duels where it was Carnage who came out the worst for wear, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a lull in the action, as most of these teams are already well within the play zone. We have Deadeyes Guys, R3D, High Voltage, and F4 who are outside. But, you know, it is Sanhok. It's a small map. They're going to take the sweet time pushing on in. It's not going to be a big problem here. But I do spot out with my little eye Deadeyes Guys potentially going up against R3D up north towards Hathin.
There you go. And the kill feed is going to pretty much relay the point you're making. Remember, Deadeyes Guys call Hathin their home right now, and R3D are going to be challenging them. Of course, this fight is taking place east of the little body of water that separates the two islands. And on paper, again, R3D should have been in a better position. They should have been fortified, because Deadeyes Guys are swimming across the waterway to make sure that they basically make it to the first circle. But again, coming off a win, these guys are going to be hot on the momentum. And we have seen this situation early on. Magnet, you better really be stuck to the ground if he's sneaking away, while Joker lays down the fire on Shifu Sir.
Shifu Sir, that was a very risky play from him, but he does manage to escape from that rock. That rock, he was getting surrounded by all the members of R3D, so he does manage to push into the hut rather, where he's going to heal himself and wait patiently for the rest of his team to arrive. And they are arriving on a boat, and they're going to be landing towards the beach. Now, R3D are aware of Shifu's position. Now, are they going to be expecting the cavalry to arrive via the waters?
Well, I mean, if somebody has those lovely hawk eyes, they might spot a boat moving in the distance and they'll be like, wait a second, there could be an ambush coming in behind, especially Joker right now might spot something in the distance, but he is focused on Shifusa, and the fact that Shifusa is making sure he makes a lot of noise is something that could help them out, but it looks like Deadeyes Guys are leaving Shifu alone all to himself.
I can jive with that. Yeah, it's a sacrifice, right? And Deadeyes Guys and Shifu's like, it's fine, just let me be. Is the fight not worth taking right now? You guys head on towards the northernmost part of the island. I do believe they might be entering the play zone through Mongnai or maybe through Camp Bravo, but it's a curious decision from Deadeyes Guys. There was a real chance of them helping his teammate, their teammate out.
Absolutely, and another team that is going to be taking that amphibious route are the boys from High Voltage. Have a look at them on the extreme left of your screens. Of course, they are going to go all the way down south, as we still join Future Station and Z3us Esports. The stalemate might be just about to discontinue right now because it looks like Badrev has spotted the enemies. He takes a few shots as Leo is just jumping in front of his bullets. Now the thing is, look, Badrev is the last man standing over here. Tamim and his teammates know exactly where Z3us Esports is. This is where he needs to let them know that a lot of people are near me right now.
He could be the bait here, you know, forcing Zeus out of that building in order to try and find him, while Evil Eye, he's got his eyes trained on Zeus's position, but Zeus are very well aware of it. They are not going to bite down on the bait. Instead, they're going to try and harass Badrev with the nades. That was a nice nade from Zeol, a little bit off its mark, but dealing quite a bit of damage onto Badrev. And this is quite a standoff. It's been going on for quite a while, since the very beginning of the game, and yet so far, not a single knock has taken place yet. Badrev's going to heal himself up as well. He can see Zeol, but he doesn't want to take the shot.
Mind you, Icy's position is going to be pivotal for this little rush in on Future Station. He is going out of his way, out of boot camp, in fact, to that little hill. Or maybe not the hill, he's just going to be behind that little concrete barrier over there. Again, they are trying to get as many angles as they can. Now, Zeol has the right idea, but I want someone to actually go away from boot camp, possibly near those houses. But look at that, it does work out as he finally spots him, and the knock is going to come in.
They read this so well. Oh, they spot Evil Eye as well. This is so aware. Our Zeus, but Godless gets spotted and taken down by Capshi from the distance. Now, no confirmed kills yet for either two teams, but there are two knocks, Tamim and Badrev, and of course Godless and Icy there on his knee. So the reses will come in, and once more we are going to be back to a 4v4.
Now, what Future Station can do to make things kind of tilt in their favor is start that rotation towards the north side of boot camp, but it looks like Zeol might want to put some pressure because he does know Badrev is still going to be down on his knees, and he wants to make sure the revive does not come in. But have a look at that cover from Capshi. He is going to be lying in wait. As soon as Zeol pops his head from behind cover, he could very well be taken down. And have a look at that Badrev giving the information that, wait a second guys, there's someone in the trenches down below. Go for the grenade.
I see eventually he gets his kill. Badrev, the res doesn't come in time. Zeol keeping Evil Eye at bay. Evil Eye was running for it, but the moment Zeol started jumping and gunning, Badrev's like, you know what, let me be. It's not worth it. Both of us might get taken on out. So the slow battle of attrition, Zeus coming out on top by one man.
It's kind of funny when, you know, watching Z3us Esports play and they're showing some restraint.
I know.
It's not Z3us Esports. I mean,
I like it though. They're showing they're not a one-trick pony.
Well, I mean, it is pretty evident that they aren't a one-trick pony. They are the toppers on the leaderboard as of right now, and we do know that they have that gun game. They can go out and kill, but again, as the analyst desk mentioned early on, the tactical prowess is going to be on display as well. Now, mind you, have a look at the circle. Everyone is in, except one team, which is not even on your screens right now. That team is going to be High Voltage all the way down south, even lower than Docks, and they might just pop in the frame sooner or later. Or maybe the blue zone might take them out. Or maybe they just went off the map completely on a nice little scenic boat ride.
Why not? Why not? You know, have some fun. It is Sanhok after all. A very scenic little island. Zeol. He is going to be spotting them. And there we go, you called it. They're going to be heading in towards Docks, but if I'm them, I'm going to be heading further up north. The problem is, Kampong 1952 are nearby, so that could be a problem. Everyone, they're just taking a break, just applying the bandages. That's worrying.
That is, but again, the zone is not going to do too much damage, but what is going to do damage are the bullets being rattled off from Tamim's weapon. Mind you, it's Kapshi, in fact, who's laying down some lead on Zeol's position. Now, Z3us Esports are still going to be a whole squad because remember, Godless was knocked out, but now that gives them an opportunity to kind of circle around them. Remember, just to the southwest of Bootcamp, we have a giant mountain. And if Godless can get himself up on that mountain, well, it could be problematic for Future Station. But again, it's the coordination, it's the communication that Z3us Esports pretty much exhibit that, lets them pretty much play solo. There you have it. Godless, in fact, from behind gets Capshi.
That's a huge knock, and I do believe he even picked up the drop, if I'm not mistaken, and that's a great angle for him.
Have a look at Tamim now. Tamim's attention was completely diverted. This will give Zeol and Leos to move in, and Icy is going to be coming in as well. Man, these guys really know how to put you in a tight spot, don't they?
They are getting besieged from all directions. Zeol now pushing up on in. Oh! Player in the corner. Evil Eye will drop his eyes, gouged out, and one player left standing. It's Tamim, and the hunt is on, and he is barely alive.
Clinical.
Look, if Bootcamp was an operating table, Z3us were a scalpel. No, I take that back. They were a chainsaw. They cut through Future Station.
I mean, that was just beautiful. I mean, I just saw Godless moving. I'm like, wait a second. Is he doing what I think he's doing? He went up on the hill.
He got it
right.
The
first time it didn't work out, but oh my goodness, that was beautiful. Now, Raider is going to get Khan a little bit out of his element as he is going to be finished. A little bit of retaliation fire is coming in, but it is too little, too late, and now Rated is going to unload on the remaining members of F4.
They have opted to leave their vehicle. It will explode. Destroyer, that's going to be 1952 actually, helping out T2K, but the kill will be stolen by Rated Sir, and now it is an exchange between F4, 1952, and T2K, and F4, they are getting sandwiched, and it is not a sort of sandwich you want. Voltrix will be finished off here, and Wolverine will be the last player left standing for F4. Now T2K, though, aware of 1952's position, but look at Magnet. He is going for the long rotation, trying to wrap one around and catch T2K off guard.
You definitely don't want to be that meat in the middle because, well, you get chewed out. And that is exactly what happened with that team. Only one man is going to be standing at the circle. It's going to shift. And lucky for high voltage because it is going to be still on them. But now my thing is Deadeyes Guys might just spot a boat in the distance. So I like the fact that 3 of the members are actually dismantling from that said boat. And they're going to be swimming in. And Assassin might be that little bit of a diversion, so to speak.
Diversionary tactics could indeed be the play here. And yeah, indeed, he is going to be the one who is going to be landing first.
Also, he's going to beach the boat, which gives them a little bit more cover in case they need it.
Meanwhile, 7C and Carnage running alongside each other. Jiggle is a lone man standing for Carnage, and he needs to be very careful. And there we go. Assassin has beached the boat, as you pointed out, XP. And Deadeyes Guys are very well aware. Now, they might, like you said, they might think everyone is on that boat and there's no one in the water. That could be what could save high voltage here. DRS, in the meantime, having to potentially go against A1 Esports. Ooh. But for the time being, DRS, they are being very patient. Mr. Boro, scoped in. He has all the information he needs and is conveying it to his teammates. The question is, what do DRS do with this?
Now, the thing is, if Mr. Boro does take a few shots out, he might get a knock, he might not, because, the reaction times of all these players, in fact, is just phenomenal. Hence, they are on this big stage of the PMPL. The fact that his teammates are going to be scattered around just a bit could be a bit problematic. I like the fact that he's showing some trigger discipline. Now, another person who's showing some trigger discipline is On Top Sir. Now, he just might see Extreme come out of the water, run towards the house, but the fact that his teammates are far away from him, I think he could be in a world of trouble. Now, if he wants to survive, he needs to make sure High Voltage move aside, but I kind of noticed something. One of the members from High Voltage already has high ground, which is something that's going to work in their favor.
They're very close to each other. Hungry Box. And then one member of High Voltage is Assassin. There we go. Assassin, Hungry Box, top left corner of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. You can spot it out. And Assassin's going to catch On Top Sir from above, though. And he is unaware there's another player right next to him. So he might finish off On Top Sir, but he might get traded in turn. But Hungry Box knowing, he might have to take the fight here. Cooney's running on up, and he's going to get knocked down by On Top on a sliver of HP. But on turn, he will be finished off as well. And despite the fact that Deadeyes Guys had the advantage, they're now being whittled down to one member. High Voltage losing just to one player, and R3D in the meantime unleashing on the Venom Legends.
What happened there was, I like the fact that On Top was, waiting for the enemy because he did see that boat coming in. However, his teammates were way too far off. They could have actually ambushed High Voltage. So I am going to critique Deadeyes Guys just a little bit over him, but Siyog now is the last man standing, and things are not looking good for the winner from the last game.
R3D, they're trying to wrap on around and finish off Steel Shot, and Steel Shot will be finally knocked down by Anubis. Now 2 members of Venom Legends on their knees. Frypan will be finished off. Nightwing, I believe, is the last man standing now for Venom Legends, because Steel Shot is bleeding out in the open and his days are numbered. And Nightwing, well, unfortunately, there's no Batman around for him to call for backup, and he's going to have to rely on himself.
He is going to rely on his own prowess right now, but the thing is, he is going to spot the enemies. He is going to shoot, but look at that. Virus is right behind him. Someone shooting at you, you just might get caught with a few stray bullets. And since you're the last man standing, that could be problematic. There you have it, Anubis laying down a few shots on Nightwing.
The blue dealing quite a bit of damage, but it won't be enough, and Steel Shot will be finished off here. He's still behind at 3, and R3D know this. They're going to finish him off, finally putting him into his grave, and Nightwing now having to go up against the entire squad of R3D, and he is... No, he's just going to stick around behind the rock. There's no escape possible. And R3D will be aware of this. They're like, there's no way he just disappeared there.
What Nightwing can do is, well, forget that, because I think they have an idea of his location. But if he stays very quiet, R3D might just overshoot him, which is not really going to happen, because it looks like he's cooking a grenade for himself. And now he could actually get a couple of birds with one stone. And he does, as Edgar gets taken down. Virus almost getting shot out, but Joker coming in with that cover fire, ending his misery. And with that, Venom Legends out in the 14th position.
For a moment there, I believed in Nightwing.
I had hope.
I had hope. I thought he was going to get a double knock, get a third knock, and then boom, it's a 1v1. He could clutch it out. That would have been magnificent, but unfortunately, in the end, it won't happen. R3D will take down Venom Legends. They have been put to the grave.
Now, 7Cs over here are in a precarious situation, because on one end we have Skylight Gaming, and the little compound that they wanted to storm is already occupied, and looks like StalwartFlex are going to make sure they make enough noise with that little QBZ. I love this weapon in Sanhok. I mean, this is one of my favorite weapons. And
Nemo. Wait, what is he doing? The madman, he is just driving on past all that bullets. And how he's a better driver than you are. And now StalwartFlex unleashing a barrage of bullets, and Blade will find Turulov. Rig barely alive. Barely alive. He will heal himself in the nick of time. Blade's going to come charging on in. Instead, he's going to opt to spot the player out, and Rig's going to get sandwiched and finished off. Turulov also won't be lasting much longer here. Blade knows the knock took place right outside of this compound, and as he bleeds on out here, it is going to be his days being numbered.
And it looks like the Daredevil from 7C's Memo himself is only the one standing, as his teammates are going to fall one by one. Turulov is going to be taken down as well. Well, looks like 7Cs are now reduced to a one-man squad. But again, the one who went on the bike first usually does survive, right?
Usually does.
Think enemy at the gates, if you know what I mean.
That's a throwback. That's a throwback. Lovely movie. Lovely movie. Zeol in the blue. Godless finished off by entry. 1952. Taking the fight to Zeus, who are now a two-man squad. Now the blue is dealing damage to both the players here, but Magnet, he knows exactly where Zeol is. And unfortunately for Zeol, there's no backup nearby, because Leo is still well within the blue. He spots out a player. Crypto's going to drop entry from 1952 in the meantime. And now this battle, SF4 gets eliminated. The Molotov could be good. It is good indeed, and it's going to force Magnet out. And that's perfect utility usage, forcing out Magnet from his position and getting knocked down. However, Zeus is still out in the open, in the blue, and they need to push on in. And 1952, however, are also getting shot at by StalwartFlex.
Again, let me tell you one thing about Z3us Esports. The fact that they are so far apart gives them these insane angles that people can't really anticipate, because they all think that teammates are going to stick together. And because of that, looks like Z3us Esports might just make it to the circle, as Leo's is going to grab his buggy, make sure that he administers his last first aid, and basically makes a run for it.
It is doable, because 1952, both of them, the other members of 1952 are also pinned down in this combat. They're waiting it out. They want to take down Zeus.
I mean, come on. Like you said, if you comment at the king, you better not miss. They've done it once in the past, mind you. Woo! So they won seconds, and Leo's jumping his way into the blue zone and to safety. Now, Zeol did loot that crate, so he does get a little bit of respite, but now he's going to get shot at, and that is going to be the end of his game.
Well, they survived with the one member. It's Leo's. He's got no first aid kits either, just bandages. But he's got a bit of time to heal himself up. And now, as we switch over to PN Crew's perspective, they have a player knocked on down. Heaven crawling back towards his teammates, as bullets will continue to rattle off in the distance.
And the ones doing all the battling are the boys from A1 Esports, who are just laying down a barrage of bullets on P and Crew's position because they know there's only one way this team can go. They have anticipated the fact that Skylight Gaming is going to be nearby. There you have it, as Leon takes down Killer, takes down Legend, and with that, P and Crew in the blink of an eye have been wiped off the face of Sanhok.
Oh, and Leo from the distance. Skylight Gaming and StalwartFlex mowing down teams left, right, and center. And R3D as well jumping into the fray. 6 kills for them, all 4 alive. StalwartFlex with 8 kills, all 4 alive as well. T2K now crawling around, trying to push on in as the play zone takes on Mimo from 7C, and I do believe that 7C also getting eliminated.
Have a look at High Voltage pushing in on R3D's position. That is going to be a good flashbang, but they need to go in for the attack as well. Cloud is going to be blind, but now he jumps, he shoots, he gets him. Beautiful use of utility. Extreme goes down as well. That is what tactical gameplay is all about. You thought it was a grenade, it wasn't. The moment he was blinded, I love the fact that he went in for the kill, because I was thinking R3D could be in a bit of a bind because T2K was on one end. I love the fact that they knew they have to wipe out one team before they can take on the other.
Perfection. Perfection from R3D. As we have another team who will bid as they do. High Voltage, Deadeyes Guys both fall. A lull in the action.
Keep an eye out on your minimap. You see that little ridge on the top northeastern part of your maps? There you have it. Now, R3D have the option to basically use that as cover, and they have the only cover in this game right now, because although DRS are in dead smack center, they only have a few rocks, and they are going to be pretty much like snakes stuck to the ground. A1 Esports are going to do something similar. They're going to go all the way north, and they want to get that ridge for themselves as well.
Silence before the storm.
Oh.
And a nade from R3D. Edgar, it won't quite find its mark. We have 6 teams, 18 alive. That's an average of 3 players per team. R3D sneaking in from the eastern side of the circle. T2K as well in the periphery. Everyone's kind of almost in the play zone right now.
I do have a little bit of a critique. There you go, Anubis. Take that jump. You do need to use that ridge. In fact, you need to make sure that you control the right side of the ridge from your point of view right now, because if you let it be empty for too long, A1 Esports just might move in and lay down a smackdown for you guys.
There we go. That's a ridge right there.
That is the ridge right there, but the circle is now going to change. So I guess
it's still
it
on
does
DRS.
make...
DRS surrounded by 4 teams. They're a 2-man squad. This is ridiculous. StalwartFlex 3 alive, A1 4 alive, R3D 4 alive, T2K 4 alive.
You know what I would do in this situation? Just keep my head down, let the bullets fly overhead, let them knock each other out. But these guys are the real soldiers, and soldiers never back down as AJ cooks a grenade, hoping that it finds someone from R3D Esports.
Oh, this is going to get messy. This is going to get messy. Snakes in the grass, crawling around. We got some Vipers, we got some Constrictors, we got some Cobras as well. And who is going to be the King Cobra at the end of the game is the question. 5 teams, 16. After all that chaos, and apart from a couple of nades here and there, it has been kind of quiet. Everyone creeping on in Crypto. He might have a line onto AJ and Mr. Goro.
I'm surprised you didn't mention anacondas, because, well, those snakes can...
This is Southeast Asia. This is Southeast Asia, all right? Anacondas in South America. Get the geography right.
Man, you killed my joke. Thank you.
You're welcome. I love you, AJ, pivoting around, trying to spot someone. Look at T2K like a pack of snakes. Is that a thing? Pack of snakes? I don't know. But the snakes are going to be pushing on in. T2K sneaking on up. Everyone dodging the nades. The circle's going to close it further. Look at how many players there are in this tiny little circle of death.
All they're going to hear right now is a tremendous amount of hissing and bullets being shot off as AJ does spot the enemy. In fact, he just saw blah blah blah's feet, but Joker is going to take him out, and now it's going to be all hell let loose as everyone is going to try and kill everyone.
And that is indeed what's going to be happening. It's deathmatch, ladies and gentlemen, on Sanhok. People are falling like flies. T2K, they had 4 alive, and in a blink of an eye, they're down to 1 man. It is Rated Sir, and he is going to smoke himself off in desperation. DRS still have both the players alive and kicking.
I like the fact that A1 Esports did take that northern rotation. Now they have the little advantage over here because they do have the high ground, and DRS are going to have to basically divert their attention elsewhere. Now Mr. Boro is going to go up against 4 snakes. It is not going to be comfortable, as Uzum's position could be pretty crucial as well. He just might get a few members of A1 Esports from his flank here.
A1 Esports, the circle's actually favoring them. They have all 4 players alive as well. StalwartFlex Blade, he is crawling towards his teammate, but he's gonna fall. Virus getting taken off by Sinister with a double knock. It is a mini nuclear launch from A1 Esports, and R3D down to one man, and one man only, and they are getting mowed down and taken down by A1 Esports. A full wipe. T2K, he is gonna strike, and he will be finished off, and somehow AJ is still alive and kicking in the circle, although he is the lone man standing for his team.
However, this is where the suppressors come in handy. Now, AJ's position was kind of given a... He needs to make sure that he patches himself up because Sinister is going to be looking right at him, but it's Dante who gets the kill. Now it's going to be a 4-on-2 situation. A1 Esports up against StalwartFlex, Uzum and Crypto. They have their work cut out. And the way A1 are spread out, it looks a little bit dicey, but Uzum could come up on the left side of this rock and get Dante, which he does, almost getting knocked out himself.
Almost close, but no cigar. And he will have a little bit of time to heal himself. Now a 3v2. Sinister will finish off the player, and there you have it. It is going to be winner chicken dinner coming in at the end. A1 Esports, they get the chicken dinner!
There you go. All you naysayers out there, because we do keep an eye on the comments. They've done it. They've done it. We've said this time in and time out. This team is one of the most consistent teams. They have been in the top of the table boards for so long, and finally, Blade, they have a chicken dinner to show for it. What a way to basically hush all them haters.
I'm actually happy for them. I am genuinely happy for them. They deserve it. Yeah, applause. Round of applause for A1. They finally get a chicken dinner. They've been playing fantastic so far, but a chicken dinner, $1,000 is something you're going to be very happy with anyway.
And another thing that you might just be happy with is that the next game is going to be on really quick. So before that, we're going to take a quick little break. And then when we come back, the analysts, of course, are going to celebrate A1 Esports' chicken dinner. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend. Day number 2 is where we're at, and it has been an incredible, wonderful, exhilarating journey till now, along with which, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Bloro, and now it is time to, of course, move on to Ocean Sharma and I Super Johnny, for they had been rooting for this team for the longest time, and A1 Esports.
$1,000 in the hands. Finally, finally, they started off. Finally.
It is the game that Blotter actually called that A1 Esports is going to do
that's
pretty
why
well.
you gotta predict.
Yeah.
For the first time, eh?
Yeah.
For the first time.
That's why you gotta predict.
But when you move on towards MVP, I mean, this is something that, Ocean, you were talking about during the game was going on, and StalwartFlex, I mean, they were in form.
I mean, I told you, when there were 7 teams remaining, I told you that it will be Stalwart versus A1 Esports in the final fight, because that was looking down like it, and that happened. But well, talk about Crypto, right? He has been an incredible player, 22.1% of the kill contribution, that just comes down from this individual lad, 21.4% damage contribution, so yeah, he has been a good team player, and obviously, if team needs him, he plays it individually as well.
Absolutely, and that is the top-notch performance that is required from the lads. In that, we have also another start which is going to bring up the top players coming in from this game.
Sinister, 1066 damage and 5 kills. R3D as well. You were talking about it, right, Johnny?
R3D, and I mean, they've had a fantastic game this time around as well. Having the players towards the end, it was just that they were sort of in an unfortunate situation that the blue zone was pushing in on them. Otherwise, they could have made it. Also, along with the blue zone, there was the fact that DRS was there to stop them as well.
Absolutely, and that brings us down towards the match rank in the storyboard. That, of course, for the first time is going to be bringing up A1 Esports getting that chicken dinner and the $1,000, but the points are equal.
They're equal,
It is equal. 23-23 for Stalwart and A1 Esports, but well, hey, that's where the chicken marker is.
I would say that and the last kill from the player of DRS, because Crypto actually threw a pretty perfect Molotov on the lad, but it was, I believe it was Dante from the side of A1 who just picked up that kill right there.
they all died for themselves. But talk about, R3D, well, they had a good game.
Yeah.
F4 onto the other side. Again, 3 teams with nothing for themselves. Venom Legends, Future Station, F4. So this just goes like this. Carnage, I know what's happening with Carnage today. They used to have a series of good games.
True.
But today it has been a series of ups and downs. Yeah.
Exactly, mate. Because again, I mean, you talk about those rotations, right? You talk about how, well, F4 could bring themselves down to this sort of a gameplay coming on. Of course, on Sanhok, it was T2K that caught them off guard. With that, let's bring up the zone analysis and showcase all the different rotations that these teams brought in.
Exactly, and it was quite an interesting situation as well, as this time we had the circle on towards the southeastern side of the map and then taking the eastern shift. But I mean, A1 Esports, wonderful positioning from them, just taking the control of the center early on and then having the compound so that they can move in towards the next one, well, quite easily.
Well, if we just, talk about all the other things, you see Stalwart right now, they were in the circle, and then the next movement, the circle just moves up. That's where DRS had to defend, and they did try their level best for that thing, right? But A1 Esports, look at this. No fights right now. The circle, it just shifts to them. They all they had to do was, if a team comes from the backside, they had to defend that. That did not happen. All the fights were situated up front.
And this is where, as the casters called it, a free-for-all sort of broke out in the game, where the players were there. There were too many players for a circle that was, well, too small. And then it got really chaotic. DRS fell down, R3D fell out. R3D was caught off guard by the players of A1 Esports because they were totally focused on the team in front, and then from the flank, A1 actually picked them up.
Exactly, mate. I mean, so many moments that took place throughout the game. Let's combine them all together through, of course, the open moments.
Well, talk about these moments, right? So this is where the initialization just happened. You can see Skylight Gaming's players just trying out everything on their own, and obviously they took down Carnage's players as well. But R3D, well, all these teams that started off their fights were looking at a really good role for themselves.
And once again, Zeus just, well, showcasing that boot camp is gonna be deadly if you try and take it along with them.
I mean, hey, if you're just, landing down there, you gotta be ready for the consequences as well. You might as well, just do damage on them as well. But the thing is, Zeus somehow bootcamp gets to be theirs.
Exactly. They don't care if they have to chase, literally like chase off players from that location. They are gonna do that.
So there has been a thing, right? If you remember in PMGC as well, and right now as well, A1, sort of it has been really good for them. The maps of Sanhok has been really good for them. I still remember there was a game of PMGC in which obviously the team got to second position for themselves. So if we talk about this, they have showcased good performances for themselves.
That was an interesting moment right there with the player from 7C just riding in front of the other team, and well, he somehow survived for a few seconds, but then got sandwiched and finished off. And this is, well, post free for all situation.
Almost free for all, and now it's a free for all situation. Look at this, right? There was a moment when T2K was 4-man squad.
Yep.
Move that conversation to like 5 seconds apart. They were reduced to 2-man and then 1-man squad somehow. And this way, Uzum, he did do the damage though, but he could not finish up the job. And that's where A1 Esports just started off with everything and, ended it. Look at the happiness.
Yeah, finally, I mean, they have to be happy. Finally, the team that was like the most consistent teams, but not able to get the chicken, they close out their first game.
Absolutely, mate. And in that doing so, they have certainly gotten 1748 damage dished out throughout this game with 8 kills. But StalwartFlex also very close with 11 kills and 1896 damage dished out.
Exactly. And R3D, 1450 damage by them and 9 kills. So these teams have done really good for themselves. But again, Future Station, right? 0 kills, 462 damage. This goes down to that. And they were fighting the likes of Zeus. So you know what sort of fight that was. That was obviously a brutal battle that was just going on. So
exactly,
it had to be with that much damage. But had they had like 1 kill or 2 kills, it would have been obviously
exactly. I mean, they were able to get a few knocks coming in from the side of Future Station, but eventually, I mean, that fight did end up going all the way till like 10 minutes long. But it was UC Sports that took that bootcamp for themselves, no two ways about it. But in that doing so, now, finally, I believe, is where we will see the storyboard change with the first page itself, where, of course, there will be a lot of movements coming in from these teams, perhaps.
Well, talking about movements, right now, we see these teams out here.
Yeah, we see them, and
but there's one change. A1 Esports was chicken dinner. It shows.
Finally, as we were just about to close the Super Weekends, they finally managed to get that $1,000 chicken dinner for them, and it is going to be intense. But intensity is even going to go up as we move to the second page of the standings.
Absolutely. And again, we've still got one more game remaining, so it could go either ways as well for these teams.
All right, well, top 10, it's still the same 11 to 20.
It's even the next 10 are going to be the same. I mean, one more point for R3D Esports. They could have just equalized themselves with.
But they would have
F4.
still remained on 16, right? Because
yeah.
the kill points over 71. Had there been one extra kill point or something, they could have still been at 16th position for themselves. But F4 right now, 1952. The only thing is, get as close as Seal.
Alright, so we've rooted for A1 Esports for a while to get that one
Now.
chicken, and now we are going to start rooting for 1952.
Well, I mean, you talk about the previous
I'm
game.
for two teams. I'm for two teams.
Yeah.
Future Station, 1952. Future
Oh, yeah.
Station, just get a chicken dinner. Get those 1,000 in your bank as well. Or 1952, just get that chicken dinner. Get it going.
$1,000.
That is true. That is true. You've got one game remaining, of course, and in that, we've been talking about it. I mean, last game as well, you talk about 1952. It could have been theirs had they approached that final few circles into a bit more of a graceful event. But this was a rewarding affair coming in from the side of A1 Esports towards the fans, but that's not it. We, right here, also have amazing gifts and giveaways set up for you lads sitting back at home, the fans, and with that, we bring up, of course, the calendar, the mega calendar, where you've got giveaways going throughout the entire PMPL South Asia action, in which you could very well stand to win these virtual gifts as well as Apple AirPods Pro and gift cards in your local currency, also supported with that permanent outfit, which is also going to be part of the PMPL South Asia action. Now, to be a part of this, it is very simple. There are two ways to be a part of it. Of course, when you talk about virtual gifts, you do have to join into the game. Along with that, as you join in the game, go to the Esports Center and bring in that fan support towards your teams. As you do so, as you start watching the entire PMPL South Asia action through Esports Center, you will be earning points. Those could then be multiplied by guessing those weekly winners as well as participating in the lucky draws. And what you do get is, well, the lucky few of you will get that PMPL permanent outfit for you to flaunt in the lobby. Now, this is virtual. These are all virtual gifts. Move this conversation towards, well, the super giveaway. The super giveaway where, of course, you've got AirPods Pro set up for you. You've got gift cards in your local currency as well as in-game items that are going to be yours. All you need to do is hashtag PMPL SA followed by your in-game unique UID code and the region that you are supporting and joining in from. Simple as that. As you do so, a few lucky ones will certainly be getting to be a part of these prizes.
Exactly. Like, some of them will be rewarded for sure, but you know, it just comes down to which team gets rewarded at the final match.
Exactly, and which team is going to be bringing themselves up when it comes to those kill leaders and bringing in that domination in the lobby. With that, we move on to the final game now for day 2 of this final Super Weekend, and that's, of course, going to bring us down to Erangel.
I mean, without, you know, any further delay or anything, I mean, Lotta, please predict.
Yeah,
please predict 1952.
Let's not jinx it, you know, let's not jinx it. Is the conversation going to be when it comes to the desk, I believe, because again, when you start jinxing your own situation
guys,
is where things could go south.
here.
But what I would love to say is that perhaps Bangladeshi team should be the ones bringing up a rise when it comes to that leaderboard. With that,
I agree
Is
with
that
that.
a hint?
No, I agree with that because apart from, I mean, A1 Esports from their last game, Venom Legends have been pretty consistent in the previous games as well. So Bangladeshi teams, I mean, definitely the uprising is there from their side. But I do expect, I mean, something is telling me 1952, they're going to have a good game. Not a chicken dinner. Maybe they can get it, but still a good game.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on to our commentators who are going to be taking us through this final game. We were just having a discussion right now, and it seemed like we were going to be calling themselves the Panda Boys?
Panda Brothers.
Panda
Brothers is what we are, and here we are again. But right now, like our desk clearly mentioned, you know, Bangladeshi teams, they are doing very well. But this final game of Erangel, anything is possible. Now, what I really want to see is StalwartFlex. I mean, we have to talk about Crypto. For me right now, he is the best player in Pakistan.
Without a doubt. Even Johnny, though, Fixes, how can we leave out that man in the back? Johnny has been doing phenomenal. I feel like overall the StalwartFlex team has came through a long way. The way these guys are challenging each and every single fight. I really feel like they're relying heavily on utility usage, and their utilities are on point.
No matter what the situation is, somewhere down the line they always, always put up a very tough fight for the opponents. And well, with the way how Crypto has been playing, I mean, he's impressing me every single day. But any other team can also possibly win. We've seen 1952 also taking those strides. towards victory, but when the match commences, we will have a rather good idea. But if I have to put you on the spot, which I am, who do you think is going to win this one out?
Well, I mean, you do that all the time, so I'm not even surprised at this moment. And if you ask me which team is going to win, I really want to say A1 Esports might take it back-to-back, but I would just want to, hope for a team that is going to be 1952, which their path hasn't been really
Just
smooth.
one name. I mean, I just need one name. You can't.
1952, okay?
All right.
Are you happy?
Yes,
Are you
I am.
happy?
Yes,
Okay,
I
let's
am.
go.
Well, I mean, right now, looking at the flight path trajectory, heading all the way from Siverny towards Sosnovka military base. So, the eastern side, these areas are going to be a little bit difficult to traverse. But I think our teams might figure out a way to do that. But what I'm really interested to see is that rivalry sparkling again. And you do know which are the two teams I'm talking about.
Exactly. I mean, Zeus and it's going to be
the real soldiers.
DRS.
Yes.
And the thing is, like, it's like DRS have gotten their, revenge back on them, but I really feel like that might have hurt Zeus's ego.
Could have.
Because Zeus is like a massive team. They are way too massive.
Hey.
And
come on, both these teams have played the GC, so
they have.
They
But I mean,
stand
looking at the score as well,
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's all about qualifying. The money is also involved, but the major chunk is during those final days that we have 3 days, and rather 4 days of action for all these teams, as we see a rather interesting circle over here. Now, we're sort of privy to these kind of circles. Every single day, the final circle sort of goes haywire. And, well, Venom Legends, 1952, both dropping beside each other. So, a love story coming in.
Well, I mean, I don't really know if that's a love story, but seems like Raflet is taking quite a long time landing onto this land. But now, again, we have seen the similar kind of circle. And if you remember the bridge circle fixes in the yesterday, that was an incredible circle, and we saw so many fights going down as soon as the circle shifted. And A1 Esports Dante spotting out the players of a 4, not going to be able to connect any shots as he just has the little PP Bison. And in longer range, that gun is not really going to be giving you as much of advantage as you want it to.
You pretty much defined the weapon there. But, talking about love stories, they don't really end, or rather do not really have a happy ending, to be even more precise. I mean, come on. So, sort of, there are times when things go sour. So, well, you never know. Venom Legends in 1952. Now, they might be brother in arms representing the same country, but when it comes down to PUBG Mobile, they are all enemies again. And going after each other. Well, that is what they have been doing for so long. So, again, 1952 and StalwartFlex, this is another storyline that we have been seeing in the past. And, well, this might be a possibility because considering where the circle will be ending, no one knows about.
Talking about brothers, I mean, we have definitely been called Panda Brothers, and I really feel like that's a good name, I kind of like it. I don't mind it. I do love it.
I mean, the fact that we just had some Chinese food, I mean, I'm happy with the fact that we have been given that name. We love you all. You know that. But yeah, let's get back into the game as we can see A1 Esports this time, having a rather unusual drop over here towards farm. Right beside them, we've got T2K, but this is the man of the hour, StalwartFlex Crypto. I mean, a lot of the Pakistani fans, consider Rahman to be the best. But considering he's playing from a different region, we have to say, Crypto, the way this lad has been playing every single day, we've seen some of the other clutch plays coming out from this lad, and he's been improving every single time he comes into the lobby, and it's been such a long time, and finally the boys have stepped up and getting into the finals. I think they are ready.
Exactly. Now, Johnny, of course, is one of those great players inside the squad of StalwartFlex, but we see him getting substituted, and I don't really know why exactly, because his performance has been really good in the past as well. So, I mean, maybe they're just trying new things out, trying new players out.
Yeah, that's the thing with StalwartFlex. Johnny being a latest addition to their roster, they're still sort of figuring things out as to which position might be really comfortable for him. And, they do understand the fact that this lad has also been contributing, and we've got to give it to him. The first PMPL, these lads have come in and have managed to secure the highest points from the Pakistani region, so which is really good. But getting back into the game, so now talking about new players, he's also one good discovery that Deadeyes have gotten this time. I mean, we were told to watch out for this kid, and he's been delivering.
He has been delivering, and even 1952, lately have been stepping up. Entry, of course, the main man inside the squad, doing quite a lot of work. And 7C walking straight up right next to the players of 1952. 1952 have probably spotted the glimpse of them. They probably can sense them. And it seems like Tofik is going to be chasing them down at least, but he has his eyes locked onto them. Entry is there in the clotheslines. He does know 7C is out in the open. And I really feel like this might be a brilliant move coming in from the lads of 7C. Either if the zone is going to be favoring them, then that is going to be a good positioning.
Yeah, but right now, look at Skylight Gaming right beside Zeus. And now Zeus is out for revenge. They are thirsty for blood. And, we know which is that one team they are searching out for is definitely going to be DRS. But they can do with Skylight Gaming. But now this is one of those teams that has already qualified for the finals. In fact, the regional finals itself. So all they are playing in this PMPL is for the Moolah.
Well, I mean, that's the main thing, right, Fixus?
Yeah,
that
matters.
Exactly, that matters a lot much more. And also gives you a lot of bragging rights as well. And now, talking about rotations happening inside the circle, high voltage going right next to the players of Venom Esports. So many rotations happening. Of course, each and every single team wants that center of the zone for themselves. It's not going to be that easy to contest it down, though, because all the teams are trying to guard it. And it's an absolute rainbow in middle. Just take a look at how many colors are scattered around.
Splash. A whole splash. Plethora of a lot of colors out there. But, R3D this time, again, going for a very edgy drop location, settling themselves towards Kameshki and A1 Esports. After getting that chicken dinner, going a little bit overboard as 6ix9ine traversing around with his buggy has been dealt a bit of a damage. But it's Dante who's going to be finding one knock this time onto its assassin.
Assassin not going to be happy after that one. Dante, of course, laser beaming out the game. He does know he's getting rest. But it's going to be not a good move if you're going to be deciding to aggress inside the compound. You will have to make the journey right through the open. And it would really not favor your team. So A1 Esports making the right decision, making a mature decision to stop in their compounds initially. And now, DRS finally on a move. And we do know Zeus are kind of looking out for them. So I really want to see a fight between these two happening. And I want to see which one would come out on top and which one would dance on whose graves.
That's an interesting way to put it. But yeah, I mean, both these teams are equally efficient to wipe out each other. It just comes down to who has the better positioning or if they are actually going in for a fight. Because you have to, play objective-oriented, right? Now for A1 Esports, wiping out high voltage is not going to give them that strategic advantage. Of course, you'll have that compound empty, but there will be some or the other team who is going to take it up eventually. So they're going to play it out till the end. But Zeus finally gaining control over the compounds this time. They've got someone else prying over them, and that's the boys from Deadeyes.
Deadeyes. They are in a at least decent spot, but they are getting also flanked from their backlines. They will need to watch out.
Yeah.
There is a team in their backlines as well. And if your backlines is not that covered, I don't really know if exposing yourself this much as Deadeyes is doing is a good choice. They probably have one player watching in their backlines. Of course, it's going to be on top and Hungry Bonks, making sure their backlines is cleared as well. He's trying his best to reposition himself.
For a fact that Deadeyes, do have their tails exposed. But I like how Suyog and On Top have positioned themselves, and look at the circle taking that shift, you know. But R3D again struggling to get inside the circle, have not yet found any vehicle. It's just Edgar having that. But yeah, getting back to the discussion that we were having, well, you've got that area that has a little bit of a dippy, you know, ridges, so you can just play through the crevices, and maybe it might work out. But at the same time, you're sort of exposed to intense amount of nades, a lot of nades coming onto you, and you sort of have to dodge it. But with so many teams around Deadeyes, it's going to be a very, very daunting task to, you know, come out of there alive.
Well, I mean, just think about R3D. They will have to still make the entry inside the circle, and while they are probably on their way, I really feel like they might just get caught off guard by a lot of teams. As Skylight Gaming has heard the presence of the players of Zeus, they have spotted them down as well. Doesn't seem like quite are interested to get any shots onto them, as Zol and IC are just driving around. Maybe they just want to make sure if there's any other team, they would probably shoot at them, and that's how their position will be given away. IC moving in quite close to the players of Skylight Gaming, and this is where the fight might pan out.
Well, we'll have to see as to how this pans out. Zeus and Scarlet Gaming, well, Jol making the move, has been spotted out off guard, will get knocked out by Heaven, as Leon will be dishing out some hurt to its Icy. Now it's still the man himself alive, it's godless, everything comes down to him, but considering the fact that his vehicle has been compromised, his position has been given away, and there he goes, as Heaven gets two in the bag, as Joker,
wow,
with a beautiful nade takes down Icy. It's all down to that last player surviving. It's going to be Leo, who is barely living on a pixel of HP, or rather was, as the Skylight Gaming are the ones annihilating Zeus.
Skylight Gaming absolutely astonished the players of Zeus. The way these guys took him down did not even give any kind of sound cues away, as long Heaven has completely exposed his body, and that's how the first opening was found, and then later on the utility usage was on point. And this is what we like to see. 1952 already getting the opening onto them. As Blade has went down, the res will be there without any trouble. 1952 do know the res is there, so it seems like C Minor is on a move, trying his best to reposition himself. And now Crypto. Again, he does know 1952 is right in the front lines. He's going to be playing it out as safe as he can, and he wants to make sure he has his sights onto the players of 1952. Each and every single move they make, he wants to track it.
Well, Crypto taking his own sweet time, gathering as much information as he can. And, well, we've got to see, you know, how do they take these fights on, because it's going to get really interesting. All these teams have gathered up, and we're just waiting for hell to break loose, and that will happen eventually. But yes, good news, as R3D have finally made it inside the circle.
R3D has made it inside the circle, but I mean, they have taken quite a lot of damage. A lot of first aids has been used in the process, and
they got the vehicles.
They got the vehicles, yeah, they did, but if they want to make it in the center of the circle, that might be quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much going to play the edges, but let's see where the
now it doesn't matter if they want to play the edges, Fixes. You know, it doesn't matter.
But it's still a possibility, because if they take that northern route and try and go directly inside Primorsk, then maybe they can make it safe and sound. But Venom Legends making those rotations, quickly wanting to secure the areas of Primorsk. That is where they are anticipating things to be, but rotations, quickly wanting to secure the area. Has finally gotten his hands on towards Khan, and Team F4 having taken casualty early on, but look at Skylight Gaming. They are in here for dishing some heavy damage and already wiping out the likes of Team Zeus. I think they are feeling themselves.
They are definitely feeling themselves. Take a look at the bold rotation coming in from the players of StalwartFlex, moving and right in the open. They're not scared of anyone. As nades are lobbed in from the side of 7C onto the players of Venom Legends, Frypan is the one who is really out in the open. He needs to make sure he's not getting contested from the backlines. The backup is there from the side of Venom Legends. Take a look at the positioning coming in from these lads. They are trying to contest down the players of 7C from all over the angle, but this is a good decision from the players of 7C to leave this entire area. And now Venom Legends have spotted down the players off 1952. A little bit of shots being rattled, but not a curious damage or any curious knockdown there.
Yeah, but right now, Minor with a stellar nade gets that beautiful knock onto its fry pan and will also follow it up with one more. But, well, he's gonna be feeling sorry because there's nobody there to revive him as 952 will take control over this area. Now, this is a really good spot to play around. You've got those small ridges that you can work with, and they did manage to secure the kill. But look at Nightwing, also sort of busy as he's reviving his teammate over there.
Entry again in a heap of trouble. He is trying his best to crawl back to safety. Venom Legends is not going to let that happen that easily as the aggression from these lads is coming. They do not want the rest to happen. Of course, trying to close down the distance as much as they can. It seems like they just want to get a temporary cover for themselves inside the circle, making sure they're safe, at least for now.
You know, this is what I was talking about. Take a look at how T2K are traversing, right? This is the exact route I wanted R3D to take. But by the looks of it, they want to go through it towards A1 Esports. And, well, might just get taken out. But AJ, having knocked out Rated, would secure that kill. And also Zerga right behind him, kneeling, bleeding. But there's no one to save him. Oh, Jane might just be the saving grace as he comes in, chiming into the battle. But AJ getting taken down from the backlines as blah, blah, blah will be dishing out all the hurt.
These are two Nepali teams going right up against each other. A lot of damage has been happening as DRS again trying to challenge a fight against another team. So many frags flying in left and right. TDK want to spread their wings and fly outside the situation. Blah, 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 making sure the kill has been confirmed. And yes, it will be. He wants to make sure he is getting the res onto his teammates, but Boro is going to be denying it as Jane is barely surviving behind that little buggy. Blah, blah, blah is barely surviving as well. He doesn't really have his fullest HP. Blah, 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 making sure he's as anonymous as possible. It doesn't matter because Galzen's aggressive. Galzen's way too aggressive, and he's finally going to be catching him off guard.
He's a mean man on a mission, and he was not intending to stop and did get those kills. Did lose out on AJ, but they can live with it. Considering 16 minutes have gone, 14 teams still alive, R3D going against A1 Esports. Now, A1 Esports do know that there's someone right behind them. But they also have to make a move for the circle. But there you go, you know, the circle shifting a bit towards Quarry. Now, Carnage find themselves at a very interesting spot. Now, all they have to do is play their cards right. And if that happens, but whoa, whoa.
Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea.
The buggy of death. It's burning.
It's the Ghost Rider. Yeah. He's the Ghost Rider.
Indeed.
And I'm pretty sure, yeah, people seeing him ride like that, I'm pretty sure a lot of teams are going to get scared of him, and maybe they won't shoot at him.
And he's literally enjoying himself.
Yeah, he's having fun. Maybe, you know, he was way too cold. He was like, all right, I'm getting a car with a little bit of fire inside it as well. So, you know, that's going to be calming me down at least a little bit. And now, again, A1 Esports found themselves in a real precarious spot as Deadeyes is trying to capitalize onto them. Shifu Sir has spotted them out, taking a little bit of shots. None of them will be connected, though.
Well, Hungry Box. This man is always hungry. Hungry for kills. Hungry to eliminate every single opponent.
Hungry for blood.
Yes.
I mean thirsty.
Thirsty is the right word. But anyways, getting back to the game, High Voltage find themselves in a situation. But what on earth have PN done?
Well, I mean, that's quite unfortunate. They tried to nade down the players of High Voltage and accidentally naded their own teammate down. Now High Voltage has spotted out the players of PN Crew, and even PN Crew have their sights locked on the High Voltage. Cooney is covering the back lines. Extreme is covering the front line. This is a real good setup coming in from the side of High Voltage, making sure they are trying to save in. They're trying to stay safe as much as they can inside that little barn house. But for how long? The aggression from the side of PN Crew is there. Those nades are going to be quite damaging. And again, PN Crew making a lot of mistakes, giving a lot of room to the players of High Voltage to work around, and those nades are going to be damaging their own teammates.
This is disastrous. Someone just tell PN Crew, all right, friendly fire is allowed, but not in a situation like this.
There we go, third parties.
Yeah, third party. That was hard to happen. But PN Crew, oh my goodness. How on earth? I mean, once can be a mistake, but twice is definitely a blunder.
Well, I mean, that's quite a massive mistake. I don't know what else to put onto that because we did not expect such kind of mistakes from the side of PN Crew.
They wiped themselves out.
I mean, yeah, probably, yeah, if you take a look at it that way, because in the end, it was the High Voltage nade who wiped them out. But then again, they actually did give them so much room to work around, and that's how they got punished. As Avon Esports, again, they do know Skylight Gaming is in those nearby phrases, and take a look at what's happening. There are so many teams right next to them. Of course, Deadeyes being the one trying to make a move, but Avon Esports, I'm pretty sure they are scared. They are pretty scared in their initial position because RX Jax, he doesn't want to expose himself. He does hear a lot of sound going down on the left side, on the right side. He doesn't know if he should challenge the fight.
Team Carnage, they are in the center of all the action that is yet to come, ladies and gentlemen, as every single team is going to make a move and find a spot inside the circle. But that's going to be really a very, very difficult task because it's sort of out in the open. And, you know, if the teams do not have their vehicles, they're going to have such a tough time trying to get in there and be safe, be surviving for those points. Because look at the number of teams over there. Carnage already dishing out the hurt.
But take a look at the separation coming from the side of Deadeyes. On top is all the way inside the circle, while the rest of the two teammates are playing on the edges of the zone. And they need to make it inside next to on top. He has been spotted, and that's going to be Leon, an absolute laser beam, taking him down. On top not going to be happy with that one because his teammates are way too far away. There's no way the res will be there onto him. So the kill will be quite confirmed from the side of Skylight Gaming unless C-Miner decides to steal it away.
And I believe he's done that. He's done that, taking that point. Yep. Thank you, sir. But high voltage. All right, so they've got Cooney. Extreme needs to get that res back on towards him, and he needs to make it inside the circle in time. But Joker, having that grenade popped off over towards Jax, will secure his kill. Scarlet Gaming, they definitely are popping off. 6 kills already. They want to end the day on a good note.
Who doesn't want to end the day on a good note? And especially a squad like Skylight Gaming, they want to put a magnificent performance. They want to put up a remarkable performance inside the game. 1952, the team that I rooted for, and the analyst went for as well. It's still alive and doing really good inside the circle. High voltage seems like they are getting third party from the backlines. Avon Esports putting on a lot of utilities onto them. Those frag grenades are going to be so damaging as it's just down to that one last man standing from high voltage, but it doesn't seem like Nine Boy has any clue where Cooney is, and this is where things might just go south for them, as Cooney has already found one knockdown on the players of Avon Esports. Dante, of course, is going to be in the clothesline, trying his best not to get compromised by him, and that's going to be Dante again coming out on top and finally saving the team of Avon Esports.
Oh my goodness, he should not have been greedy in that situation, but look at Evil Eye still trying to search for the enemies, but he needs to go in for the revive. As Carnage, they're enjoying that center spot, having those crevices to work around with, and Jiggle does have the cover from the tree, does spot that movement coming in from Skylight Gaming, but he needs to be very careful, but because any single moment the players of 1952 might strike from the behind.
1952 might strike from the back, but it seems like they are not really interested as they are getting inside their vehicles, trying to make their rotation inside the circle. They are getting spotted out by the players of Carnage. A little bit of shots being rattled in their direction. Mags being unloaded. None of the opening will be found though. C-Miner is quite safe behind that little vehicle, but he has been knocked out by the players of Venom Legends, and this is where things might not pan in the favor of 1952 because Venom Legends is in the close lines, and again another fight panning out between Carnage and Scarlet Gaming. Jiggle is quite out in the open. He is in the close lines of Scarlet Gaming as well. Leon is going to be running him over, barely does as well, as Scarlet Gaming is not going to be able to do that. Wow, what?
I really saw him walking over, but
I think so. Jiggle actually moved in the nick of time.
Yeah, that might have been the case, but look at Jiggle still making those moves, but this time, however, being taken out as Heaven will be the one dishing out the hurt, as Carnage are surviving on their last 2 players, and before a few seconds they had the full squad. Now to a bare 2 minimum. So right now, Prabeen, well, he's got to do something. As Scarlet Gaming, they are men on mission, and they are not going to shy away from taking this fight even further. But both these teams, mark my words, need to get inside the circle.
Exactly. Scarlet Gaming does need to make it inside the circle, so of course they will have to aggress on the last of Carnage. Now again, Manish has given his position away as Carnage is doing their best to take down the players of Scarlet Gaming, but it's not going to be that easy as Carnage are going to get wiped out from this game in the 6th position, and this is quite unfortunate.
The shift definitely being the cause for the demise. The positioning, they tried a lot. They did manage to put in that hurt, but Entry going in, getting the final kill onto its Nightwing as Venom Legends also bite the dust.
1952 is doing incredible in those late game circles, and even Future Station, Gremlin Storm is still alive and popping with all their players live, and anything can happen inside situations like these. Skylight Gaming are doing real good. I'm pretty sure their confidence has boosted up to Cloud9 as well. DRS is still alive. All these massive teams. Now it's just the hell is about to break loose as soon as this circle, the next circle shifts.
Indeed, it has already broken loose, to be honest, but any single moment we do see that silence in the lobby. Few shots being exchanged, but no knocks howsoever. As 1952, they are definitely taking all that shot onto its the players of Scarlet Gaming, as Entry will find Joker, who was on the behind, and now we've got to see Evil Eye having spotted out the players, but Kjolsen is the one stealing the kill.
That's so unfortunate. It's like rubbing assault on injury. DRS again opening things up onto the players of 1952. C-Miner going down, Tuffy going down as well. Entry is going to be there to find that entry onto the players of DRS, but it's not going to be that easy. Nima has went down in the process. Entry trying his best to stay alive, keep his teammates alive as well. Going to be lobbing some nades to block off the extra bit of vision from the side of DRS, and no, that's going to be a nade! As it's going to be taking down Galzan as well. Now Mr. Boro is all by himself. He's in the lonesome. The things are just down on his shoulder. And now the opportunity is going to be on his shoulder to make his team alive. But no, it's going to be the answer as he goes down. And that's going to be 1952 eliminating the team of DRS.
13 kills already for 1952 as they are inching in very, very close to their chicken dinner, as Heaven, no sir, does manage to get that knock, but Magnet will still keep the hopes alive for this team as he needs to reposition for himself, as he does not have enough time. He needs to get inside the circle, considering the fact that the players of Future Station are holding on towards it. We have seen a lot of surprising chicken dinners, and Future Station might just pull this one off.
They might just pull it off, but Chari's position has been compromised. He did fire a little bit of shots that gave his position away. The rest will be there from the side of 1952. They should be looking really good. But the circle shift is favoring the last from Future Station, and this might be their game fixes. This is where Future Station rise up from the ashes and get that chicken dinner in their hand. But only time will tell how 1952 will play in those situations out. Now the rest, it has barely been stuck in onto Tofik, and he will be making it out alive as well. That means 1952 have all their 3 players alive in these late game circles, and anything can happen, fixes.
Even the gods want them to win this one. Who is going to stop them? Maybe Scarlet Gaming, as Chari gets another knock onto its Magnet, and Tofik and Entry being the last 2 players surviving. Got the cover of the smoke. He goes in, gets one knock, but then instantly gets traded off as Future Station, Gremlin Storm making their moves finally, as they will take out Magnet, and down goes 1952.
Now it's just down to these 2 last teams, and this is where 1952 goes down as well. And that's where Future Station finally gets the chicken dinner in their hand. And this is what I was talking about, making those rotations inside the circle and not getting caught off guard. And finally, Future Station has done that and putting some incredible performance on the table.
I mean, what an ending for the Bangladeshi teams. First, we did see A1 Esports come out, and this time it's the boys from Future Station, Gremlin Storm, getting the chicken home. But the question still remains, is it a bit too late?
To be honest, I really feel like it's a little bit too late.
We never know. We never know. Maybe because we still have one more day to go. And once we go for a shuttle break and the analyst desk is coming right down to break all these fights, so you don't go anywhere, we will be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh,
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are at the final Super Weekend, the third Super Weekend, in which of course day number 2 is coming to an end, and what a perfect ending it is when it comes to this day. Along with which of course it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook up your fun. I'm your host Blotter. Let's move on to our analysts and ask them, well, the prediction did kind of work around, eh?
Yeah, along with host Blotter, also prediction god Blotter. Because 1952 did really well this game.
Did really well.
They were so very close.
Yeah,
They were so very close.
They were
Future
close.
Station,
Future Station. We were hoping for these teams to get a chicken $1,000. They got it. Entry is the MVP. 6 kills, 958, 3 assists, 224 healing done as well. So altogether, if you talk about this lad, he was one of the main reasons that 1952, along with everyone's synergistic gameplay, they were charging full on all cylinders.
Yes.
But I mean, this could very well have been their chicken dinner. Had a few fights been approached differently. Specifically, I mean, amazing usage of utility from this team and how they sort of played the situations out. But a little bit of too much aggression in that scenario was the reason that we see Future Station actually with the chicken dinner right now. But on the other hand, Future Station also played this one really well.
Yeah, but obviously, if you talk about 1952, there was one thing that, the kill numbers were looking really, really good.
Yes.
And that's one thing to just, love about it. But hey, look at the top players right now. Joker with 6 kills as well, 823 damage. Magnet with 4 kills and Heaven with 4 kills as well. So it was Skylight Gaming, 952 all together, just, showcasing their talents. And I was really happy watching this the final fights as they were just, going on.
Also talk about showcasing the talent. The first fight Skylight Gaming took.
Oh.
Exactly, I was just about to point that out.
Yeah.
And you talk about Joker taking those 6 kills. I mean, the aggression all started off with that Z3us Esports knock coming in right off the bat. First time ever we're looking at Z3us Esports walking away into the lobby with 0 points, mates.
Exactly.
0 points. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? With that, let's move on to the match summary, where indeed you look at players coming in from, of course, Skylight Gaming as well as 1952 and Future Station.
Kopsh is there with the longest distance kill, although we have seen, look at everything with 29 utilities used. That's the highest number as of now, as we have seen in this one. Chari with the 4 assists and Entry, well, obviously 6 kills.
We had the second highest number also achieved today, like before a few games earlier, 27 that was there. And it was from the players of Future Station, but now it has been taken over. 29 utilities used in a single match.
Yeah, and that too by one individual. It comes down with the smokes and grenades mostly.
Combined,
Right? So that's a lot if you're talking about the circle that already they had covers of the ridges. Like players did have a few covers of the ridges. Still they are using that to their advantage. That's a good thing.
Absolutely is, mate. And that of course reflects onto the match ranking, where we know for a fact that these teams played aggressively. Teams coming in from Bangladesh region, of course. And it is Future Station walking away with $1,000.
Exactly. And 1950, look at them. 26 points from a single match.
14 kills. That is, well, perfect.
Impressive.
Again. Annihilating play from 1952.
That's really nice. Like, talk about 14 kills from 1950 to talk about the amazing gameplay by Future Station that got them the chicken dinner. Skylight Gaming was on a roll as well. DRS Gaming, now they're picking up the pace back because they know the second, third position from where they just went down. They know how to get that back. Carnage as well. So many teams just getting onto that cylinders for themselves. But again, in this game, I mean, you can just call it right there, like this. R3D, they had a really good first game, then the second was not that good. Then after that also they picked up their pace slowly, and slowly they had a really decent game before this one, then this one not so good. F4. I want to see what happened with F4 today, because yesterday, if you talk about it, today's first game, you talk about it, F4 was actually looking really good.
Exactly, they were looking really good. I mean, 2 chicken dinners in a single day yesterday, and then first game, amazing performance. But after that, 4 games back to back, I think they're just again taking their time, because last few games we do see teams sort of display hints of the strategies that will be used in the finals, and maybe Khan and the other lads are just like trying to study up again.
Exactly. For now, that's probably the case. But that, of course, brings us towards the zone. That, of course, was taking it down, taking so many of these teams down.
I mean, the zone again was the zone that was divided into 2 areas, but then, it started to move on to the Ferry Pier side. But look at R3D, they were still outside the circle once they were just, starting off their rotations. Because had this been a northern circle, they would have had easy rotations for themselves. But then the circles just started moving south, and all they were just, focusing on is rotation. Look at this right now, they are with A1 Esports onto their direction, plus one of the players were taken down. So It just comes down to you're already taking the damage from the zone, and then with the fights, you can't. You have to pick one.
Exactly. Plus, if you are landing towards Stalwart Kamishki and the circle is towards Primorsk Peripia, you have to start moving on a little bit sooner, because otherwise, then, as Ocean mentioned, you're going to have to worry about the zone a little bit more than the teams that are going to be waiting for you. Talking about the teams that are waiting for you inside the circle, we do see DRS over here have a really good position, but then they get taken over and by Future Station on one side and 1952 on one side. DRS actually made 1952 bleed in that scenario, because they took down a couple of players from their side and caused a lot of trouble.
Absolutely did. But talking about trouble, I mean, right off the bat, we saw Z3us Esports in a lot of trouble as they tried to push on the compound of Skylight, and that was just unexpected yet awesome. Let's move on with those moments combined together through the Oppo moments.
Yeah, exactly. When we talk about the Oppo moments, you know, Skylight Gaming, like, obviously they started off really good on their own mark, and obviously they were taking all the fights for themselves. But after that, you know, once they knew they had eliminated a team that was obviously a potential threat to not them, but to every other team out there,
Exactly.
they just started off just moving for themselves, and they obviously took all the fights. And after this, you know, everything comes down to the other fights as well. And 1950 from this one, they started dominating.
Exactly, and the domination is going to carry on forward. The momentum of that team was so good in that final few situations that they weren't thinking about anything else. They knew if they ran into a fight, there was a high chance that they were going to win it. But apart from that few teams, there were a lot of chaotic situations. In this one, we were talking about how PN Crew could have actually taken down High Voltage right there, but few unfortunate incidents resulted in PN Crew instead getting taken out.
Exactly.
Through their own nades, mate.
Yeah, and as we move forward, now it is going to be time for the final few fights.
Exactly, and this is where, you know, the things were just, you know, going south, and for all the other teams, because, you know, again, this was a free-for-all brawl, just as we have witnessed in the final circles. Plus, the final circles, I love one thing about these final circles is, because previously, when you talk about the other games and the other tournaments, you know, what happens is all the other players are looking to go more tactical, but right now, the pace, you can't control the pace, right, for the fights. So the pace just starts on increasing so much that you can't think of, hey, should we go tactical, should we go, how should we play and plan these games altogether?
Exactly, and it's going to be a fun final day tomorrow, because now, I mean, these teams are out for blood. Look at this.
Alright, think about this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams with 0 kill points. And talk about the teams who have kill points. Future Station, 1952, Skylight. This just means one thing. We know Future Station is their first Super Weekend. We know 1952, they obviously wanted that chicken dinner. We know Skylight Gaming, they already dominate. They know that domination. So it just means one thing. If these teams keep on doing this, teams like Z3us also have to look for a plan B.
Yes, they do. I mean, of course, when you talk about that overall storyboard, Z3us Esports has a massive lead, but now the lobby is understanding that play, and certain few, well, tricky situations that Z3us has put in could very well be their downfall, and has been actually.
That's the thing, talk about understanding the play. I mean, every single time someone lands close or, well, quite close to Z3us, they try and hunt them down. Skylight Gaming this time are like, alright.
Settle down.
Bring it on.
Let's start.
Wow, what a play this is. With that, of course, when you talk about that overall standings, the overall leaderboard is what I'm talking about. The storyboard, as I like to call it, is where we see DRS, the real soldiers, bringing that dominating, aggressive play back on.
I mean, this is where, you know, we see everything just moving forward for the players and for the teams. Because right now, A1 Esports, they had a good jump for themselves. DRS back to second. Skylight is in top, and so things are looking good slowly and steadily now.
But one of the most notable things that we noticed today was the drop of Carnage Esports. I mean, earlier on, before the day started, Carnage Esports were quite close to DRS Gaming, and now they have fallen down to the 5th position. The difference is there between them and Train 2K as well, although it's not that much. It's just 14 points, but it's still there. Also, Venom Legends have actually managed to have a good day today and have caught up to the top 5.
Oh yes, and they're looking comfortable in that spot as well. As we move on along, of course, from page number 1 towards the second page, we do need to keep in mind this is post 40 matches. We've still got 5 more games remaining.
Exactly, 45 games. And those last 5 games, trust me, those last 5 games are going to be so brutal on some teams, because now we know what every team is meaning for themselves. But moving on, 1952. Still trying. I mean, it is the only team that's playing and does not have a chicken. INES was the second one, but they are not playing this Super Weekend. So Maybe 1952, I mean, they need to get those 1,000 or maybe 2,000, maybe it depends on what tomorrow just brings for them, because today's ending was incredible for this team.
Exactly, I mean, an incredible ending and a few incredible games as well. I mean, even in the middle of the day, we did see a few good performances from the side of 1952, but yes, this final match was one of their best ones so far. But they have to take it even further. Tomorrow they're going to have like the final few games of the Super Weekend, and after that it's straight away to the final. So maybe in the last ones they can get that $1,000 for chicken dinner.
Hopefully, let's keep our fingers crossed for that. But again, I mean, for that sort of gameplay to work out, you do need to be bringing in those kills. So with that, let's bring in another start that's going to take us through the kill leaders.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the kill leaders, right? 103, 101. 2 players crossing the 100-point marker for themselves. If we talk about this, I mean, this is the first time we are seeing a 100-point marker being crossed down right now, and this is by these 2 players, IC and Godless. Well, I don't know why I have this feeling, or I'm predicting this. Tomorrow, Godless will have more kills than IC by the end of the tournament.
I mean, yeah, because in this final week he has been really aggressive, let's just put it that way. I mean, Godless definitely showcasing the old Godless that we remember.
The guy runs with an M24 and an AWM on the open areas. What can you do?
Hey, at least the M24 has been taken away from him.
Oh, yeah, that's
true. But hey, also let's talk about this. Earlier on, up until last week, Snipe was actually doing really well, and as we have been talking about it throughout the day as well, Carnage Esports week number 3 has sort of been a slow performance from the side of Carnage Esports, and we do see it in the kill leaders as well, as Snipe has moved away from the top 4 to, well, the 8th position right here.
Exactly, for now that is the story when it comes to the kill leaders, but to summarize it all for the entirety of the day, let's bring on the start that will of course compromise of the damage received as well as damage dealt on the kills and the knockouts and the heals, which is looking good.
I mean, actually, it is looking good. Skylight Gaming is out there, DE's out there, R3D obviously with the heals for themselves. So many teams have been looking forward for their own fights and everything, and it has been, you know, decent as of now.
I would say it was more than decent. I mean, perfect final week that we could ask for.
Exactly. And with that, still 5 more games remain.
Yeah. Exactly.
That is what is the crucial thing, because I mean, as we move on down from 15 games to 10 games to now 5 games remaining, this is the kind of Super Weekend that all of us wanted to see. And again, those of you sitting back at home, do not forget to start supporting the teams that you're rooting for. Hashtag PMPL SA, and let them know that you are here to support them in the chat as well. Again, use all the social media networks that you possibly can. Alongside which, today's day, just to summarize it all, lads, what do you think when it came down to the 5 games?
Yeah.
Do you think it was the result that you wanted to see?
Upside down, yes, definitely.
Definitely. I mean, we saw the teams at the bottom start performing really well. The team that we were not rooting for, but asking for them to get the chicken dinner from the for a long time now, finally did it. Now, what's going to happen tomorrow, I don't know, only time will tell.
Only time will tell. With that, we do reach the end of our second day of the final Super Weekend. And along with that, it is a huge thank to, of course, Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. Alongside which, I've been your host, Bloro. Joining us on the analyst desk, it is, of course, I Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma saying sayonara. Take care. We'll see you guys tomorrow.